Assalamu alaikum everyone. Welcome to another live stream. भाई लोग क्या हाल है सबका? कैसे हो सब लोग? आज हम नहीं खेलेंगे. आज हम लोग खेला देखने वाले हैं. भाई लोग क्या करेंगे हम लोग? हम लोग लाउड और ऑप्टिक का मैच देखेंगे. इसलिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? हम लोग जाना होगा डेस्कटॉप. आप लोगों को कुछ नहीं करना पड़ेगा, सब कुछ मेरे को करना पड़ेगा. चलो भाई लोग.
Some of the greatest rivalries in sports. You got the Yankees and the Red Sox, right? The Giants and the New England Patriots.
The Bears and the Packers.
The Bears and the Packers. Cats and dogs. Stone Cold and The Rock. All the greatest rivalries, and obviously everything that Mimi knows. All of those rivalries perfectly. But now in Valorant,
Cats and dogs, I knew that one.
I'm glad you at least knew that one. We have our new favorite rivalry. It's Optic and Loud. And this is such a fascinating situation here, Mimi, because these two teams have crossed paths so many times before, and of course going to end like this.
Yeah, they have consistently played against each other. Most recently, Loud getting that win earlier on in Reykjavik. But as of late, it has been very dominated by Optic. But now, in this rematch, this is the one that matters. Birth into the Champions Grand Final. Loud have lost this matchup so many times. The pressure is on them to change the outcome, to change the story.
You know, the crazy thing as well is that Loud have only ever lost to Optic and Crew. They've literally never lost to any other teams, period. It's like they keep running into the only teams that can beat them. They just always, Optic is the final boss at the end of Loud's run. They will, of course, have another chance through that bracket. And either way you slice it here, we are going to get a repeat grand finalist for only the second time ever, which is just nuts.
Yeah, that actually is kind of crazy to think about. I mean, during a commercial break, you said something like that there is a 50% chance that we could end up with a repeat winner here.
Yeah.
Right, which is just really cool to see that play out. But of course, guys, look, Optic, they do have that shot, right, at being the first repeat international winner, right? They've been top 3 all year. But, Psycho, I kind of want to turn to you here, man, and talk to you about this Optic Gaming roster, because it really feels like, they have a lot of weapons in their arsenal. They have a lot of tools. But from your experience as a coach going up against these guys, what are some elements of Optic that kind of scare you when you know you have to play against them?
They're just such a well-rounded team. There's really very few weaknesses, if any, on this roster. Everybody in their position is one of the top in their position. You have Ye, who's one of the most incredible aimers in the world. Marv, who is constantly popping off in a support position. Crashy's always ready to get the job done. Victor getting the kills. And then the man with the plan, Finesse. He's one of the best IGLs in the world. He knows how to slow it down, get the information, gather that information, execute the proper bomb site.
Yeah, it's really been a joy to watch them play all season long. But of course, if you want to put the spotlight on one player in particular, I think it goes without saying, Mimi, it's El Diablo.
Yeah,
it's
okay.
Ye.
So this guy is insane. And I think as an individual, he is having the most dominant run of any player at any tournament in Valorant history. We've pulled up some of the greats across different global Valorant events. Tens at Reykjavik, Artist when he won in Copenhagen, Seen at Last Champions, and Ye is just trouncing on all of them, particularly Josh, in these opening duels.
Yeah, the opening duel win rate is just absurd. I really didn't think we'd ever get someone that did better than Tens at Reykjavik in that specific stat, because it just felt like he was smurfing at a time when people weren't that great at the game. It was when it first came out, first global event, and then Ye just goes and does this in a tournament. His performance at Berlin was already an all-time great performance, and he's going above and beyond here. And it's not just his first kills, he's also just winning duels all the time, putting out crazy damage, winning full rounds for his team. They've built strats around him. He's just having an insane run. And he was already a great player. Now it feels like he's almost at an unbeatable level.
Yeah, and I think you touched on an important point. There's so many good players in that position in this tournament. You have, our own Cryo. You have Artist over on FPX, and he's just taking them down one by one. Yeah. This man is unstoppable.
Yeah, he truly is. But, look, guys, it's one thing for us to talk about Optic right here from our ivory tower, although I do wish it was ivory. It would look
We're not even in the Ivoriest Tower. Like, there's co-streamers up above us
like,
right now. The elites.
The elites are above us, as a matter of fact. But, you know, Psycho, you have been in the trenches with these guys. You've seen the whites in their eyes. You know what they smell like. They're musk. Maybe I'm getting a little too personal there. But yeah, I mean, let's. I know we do have a round to kind of talk about, especially when it comes to XSET and Optic. But I guess kind of like break it down a little further for us. I know you talked about like each player's individual skill and like what they bring to the table. But I guess, you know, what's it really like to be in that situation, taking on Optic and having to game plan against them?
Absolutely, yeah, it's a tough position. You know, you're constantly trying to outplay an IGL who always has a solution to what you're doing. So no matter what you come up with, no matter what you throw at them, they're ready for it. So here's a round here on Ascent. Oh, a different round than I was ready for.
Yeah, this one's an A split where you guys are trying to take it through.
It is, and this is something that we found out and something that Loud are really going to have to be ready for if Ascent comes up in the map pool today, because going into Tree, trying to split up through Cat against this team is really just a meat grinder. They are so prepared. They are constantly moving Crashies around. He is always ready for to throw out that scan and get the information and prevent you from taking that space into the site. You're always going to be pushing into a man disadvantaged situation when you're pushing through this choke point. So hopefully Loud have done their homework. They know what to expect when coming up Catwalk, trying to bust into Tree, and they're ready with a game plan to overcome it.
Yeah, you're certainly going to need it here. But of course, for more on Loud and their playstyle, let's actually send it over to Mitch, who's over at the Telestrator, to do some doodles and stuff.
I got plenty of doodles for you over here, Golden Boy. We'll be getting into that in a moment. I mean, Psycho's looking good on the desk. God damn, I feel underdressed. I'll bring my suit next time. For now, let's get on into the game. We're talking about Optic and XSET, so maybe Psycho will have a few notes after this one. I'm happy to hear him. Let's take a look at Optic and how they got into the game. Starting this at 8-8, very important round. And you can see that Optic, if I even bring it back out, their money is in a bit of a shaky spot. This is a very important buy round for them. Now, the one thing I want to point out straight away is the fact that there's 2 seconds left on the clock, and Ye is the player that's often going for B long, despite actually in most series, Marv, for some reason, having these insane opening duel stats, like that game against Loud. I think he was like 6-1 in opening duels, while Ye had 1. It was just kind of crazy. Let's take a look at how this round plays out. We're going to look immediately at A main, and not where the action's coming in, not where all 5 attackers are, but instead, it's this early push that was kind of interesting to me, because Victor is here, he doesn't use his knife, he doesn't flash, his nade doesn't go anywhere. In fact, it's Finesse who pops the snake bite, allowing them
welcome
to
everyone, welcome.
They are looking to dry peek A main
like
for that
guys,
early, get themselves into the control, and now set up in this position where they can comfortably make
খেলা শুরু
the late
হচ্ছে
round
একটু
play.
পরে খেলা
I'm
শুরু
going to bring
হচ্ছে
us back to the start, because I want to notice, go back to this Ye point.
খেলবে
Round's already started as he TPs, like 0 seconds left. He doesn't have enough time to pull back his angle.
চলে আসো আমরা একত্রে খেলা দেখি
What we've seen from him before, playing in this position or even aggressive on the corner and TPing back safely. He doesn't have that option now.
না আমার আর কি আম্মুর ফোন পাশে ছিল তো আম্মুর ফোনে ফোন আসছে
He still finds massive value with that. You have a trap down outside of A to cover the push up, and the reason that you still have another player with Finesse watching that trap, it might seem a little bit silly, but
না ইমোর কল দিছিল তো একটু আগে
on deck. It's about to come through. We're going to see it in about 2 seconds.
When
this ulti comes in, that trap's gone. Space is opened up. Ye is holding the corner, not aggressively, right? You might notice normally he'll be taking that fight. He'll be successfully taking
খেলা
that fight.
শিখাইতেছে
But
দেখছেন
instead, he's almost baiting that he's like a solo B player. This is a different setup than what XSET has seen before, and they try to heavy pressure him. You see the fast lane come through, a Prowler's about to follow. They are hunting this man down. Probably even trying to get him to TP, because he hasn't done that yet. So you're kind of thinking he's up close, has an escape, but he doesn't. Plays behind the wall, doesn't get caught from the flash because of that. Great repositioning, and he's ready to hold this control. And what's important about this, because I was kind of confused when I watched it back. Crashies has a full utility belt, and he doesn't use it. He actually just dry swings, which is a fade is like a big no-no. But Marv is stuck in elbow. They've seen him in U-Haul, so they need to swing out and try to take those duels. That's why we didn't see any of the
আম্মুর ফোন
silent hero
এর
ground.
জন্য
Guy has no utility.
আমিও ইমোসা আমার যখন ফোন ছিল তখন আমি ইমো চালাইতাম না
Ye's already coming up for 2 kills because he's taking death. Cryo, and then he'll finish it off with Air and of course Death, dying after the ultimate expired. This was an interesting round for me because the early impression on A got them some information, but they held, they waited, they stood in place for Ye to get that contact. No one was over aggressive, no one was swinging, they knew where their gaps were and they were watching for it. I think Optic played a really well-rounded round, even up against what seemed to be a pretty strong push from XSET. And that's just Ye when he hasn't got any abilities to work with. When he does, he's even scarier. Let's toss it back over to the desk so we can get this game started.
চলতেছে
Thank you so much.
সার্ভার CS পড়ছে একেএস ওটাও দেখছি 1 ঘন্টা হ্যাঁ স্ক্যাপেকের খেলা চলতেছে
Good news. We're flipping the conversation over to Brazil's #1 team, Loud. That's how a show works, people. This team is
Asia Pacific.
They've had ups and downs, Mimi, but they are here to play, and everyone in this bracket should be fearing what the Brazilians can bring to the table.
Yeah, second place back at Reykjavik. They had that fall off on Copenhagen, but now this event has been their big rebound. They're already into the top 4. And like you were saying earlier, Josh, this team is looking in absolute top form. The coordination of this squad has been on point. All their individuals are performing at incredibly high
Another
level.
coach.
And it feels like we're hitting that same point of momentum that they had when they were
ওটা স্বাভাবিকভাবে একটু মানে একটু ঝামেলা কিন্তু মেন্টালি না মেন্টালি করা
ওদের ওই সামনে যে একটা ওই যে কালা কালা ওটা Copenhagen it felt like
সামনে কালা কালা
falling to pieces and at this event all of the teamwork is right
ওটা তো কফি
pass back through like what's the big difference and to me it's all about less
ও ওই যে আরো ট্যাপ
and part of it being that he's not going towards chamber as much he's dialed back from that as you see people dominating on chamber. Your chamber player on Loud is actually pulling away from it. Look at the chamber pick percentage. Going from 50% of Copenhagen back down.
DUC. Hello bro. Hello.
As he's getting more frags, but crucially,
আমি কিন্তু Loud
in a massive way. He's getting almost 30% of Loud's
গেছে
and he is just everywhere, all at once. It feels like every player that's in front of Less at any point in time is getting
তাইলে আর খেলা হইবে না
just been a beast at this point.
Yeah, the trading on the attack side in particular has been fantastic.
থার্ড ম্যাপ খেললে কি করবে এলের
Roles to lean into those lurks in the late round and have other options for Loud when the going gets tough. But on top of that, he's still been playing some of the chamber. He's continuing to be a more flexible player and also one that is just looking way more comfortable for Loud on his current role.
Yeah, now Psycho, I know you haven't had a chance to like go up against these guys, but I'm actually kind of curious to seeing them play, seeing them do the things that they do. What's your take on Loud in this series?
Oh, we got some great practice against them in our boot camp as well as here in Copenhagen. Where we at?
That's a great question. That's
losing track these days, but yeah, they're a great team. And just like every team in the top 4 right now, just so well-rounded. There's no weaknesses on this roster. Doesn't matter who you swing in, they're ready to receive it. Seeing Less being able to do the same things he did on Chamber, but do them on agents like Cypher is absolutely just incredible. And I think we're missing a key point here. Man, Visca down there, rocking the suit. That's right, huge difference maker. It brings the confidence to the team, and it makes the team ready to go.
Look at Termy. Termy's got a suit too.
I want to see Chet in a suit. I want to see Chet
and Doom Bros. I want Chet and Doom Bros in suits. All coaches should wear suits. All right. Of course, they're going to hate us because we're not wearing suits. But we can demand it. Okay. So in any case, guys, enough of us going crazy about Loud. It's time to hear from the guys themselves. Here's Sadak on their big win against DRX and, of course, their upcoming matchup against Optic.
Center plus display.
ওটা ডিসপ্লে হইতে পারে অথবা ওটা গ্রাফিক্সের কাজ হইতে পারে
they are really coordinated team. For us, when we were playing Breeze, we were having a lack of attitude to play when we were on defense. So when we swapped the sides, we talked to each other and said, guys, we need to do our game. This is our moment to play. We can't let them do whatever they want. So I think that was the thing that changed for us. I think we started on really good. We knew what they were going to do on Heaven. So it went according to plan. We knew what they love to do on the map, the rotations they do, everything, and we just play our game and it went really good.
Trying to get back in, fighting through, it's into a 2 versus 2. Why is that just one? What a swing round coming back.
And it's really strong in this tournament. I think they do have a lot of good players.
DRX
that we can beat them. I think that when we are under pressure is when we shine the most, because our mentality is really good. We trust each other really like a lot, and we know that when the map is not over till it's over. So we're just gonna keep going and going and trying and trying.
Well, they're confident, but is the community? We actually asked you guys earlier a poll question, who's winning champions? And the results are in. Let's see what we got. Drum roll, please. Optic winning by 33%. Psycho, your reaction?
Just silencing the doubters one at a time. NA is here. We're strong. We're ready to be back on top.
Nah.
You know, this is step one of that process for Optic, but Chet, Finesse, and the boys, I think they're ready to close it out.
I feel like FPX got trolled by the classic conundrum of not having enough fans, because they really are one of the favorites to win this tournament, and they're at the very bottom of that poll.
I mean, they're favorites, except that they have the longest route to actually get there, because they have multiple lower bracket games to win, more chances to fall out. But I think there's a lot of faith there in DRX, no?
There is.
The community is flipping and flopping. Oh, so one day everyone believes in the curse, one day everyone says DRX are going to win the entire thing. We just need to see the results.
I think it could very well have just been Seth making a bunch of bot accounts.
He doesn't have blackmail material on that many people.
I don't know. But guys, we're down to the final 4 teams, and after today, only 3 will remain. The crown is within everyone's grasp. The only question is, who's gonna snatch it? Valorant champions Istanbul starts right now.
YouTube na Twitch
YouTube
YouTube একটু ডিলেস পরে দেখেন আরে টুইটে দেখেন মাতবর আজকে কি গিফট পাবেন ড্রপ পাবেন আজকে 90 কার্সের ইয়া দিবে স্প্রে
পদ্মে হইবে কি
স্প্রে মারবেন
যে বালের স্প্রে দেয় আর যে দেয় ও গিফট ও না দিলেও হয় ও টুইচ ড্রপ
এর আগে দিছে ফায়ার টাইটেল 90 কার্স দিবে আর ফাইনালে দিয়ে দিবে হিল কার্ড
ও দিয়ে কোনো লাভ নাই
We're coming to take everything.
How জিনিস
ফাও জিনিসও মনে করেন জঘন্য
সাদা কালো ও না না মাতবর এটা এরকমই হবে
এটা এরকমের একটু ওরকম আর কি গ্রাফিক্সটা এরকম এই যে দেখেন কালার হয়ে গেছে এই দেখেন কালার হয়ে গেছে
দেখেন কালার হবে
일단은 1단계 저주를 푸는 거는 끝났고 이제는 이제 끝까지 올라갈 일만 남은 것 같아요.
DRX should fear our preparation, to be honest. I think we're the best prep team in the whole event.
확실히 우승을 한 팀이다 보니까 확실히 강한 면이 있는 것 같고 자신감도 그 플레이에서 나오는 것 같아서 To win this game, we need to stay calm and start focusing more and more. 네, 당연히 승자라고 생각을 하고 2대1로 이기고 있는 거는 이제 기록상으로 나온 거기 때문에 저희가 FPX를 이기고 있다라고 생각을 해도 될 것 같죠?
Second time, they will be going to the upper finals.
Being able to represent Brazil every time here was really good, really amazing for me. The only thing that is left is win a tournament, you know.
Oh, I love beating Saucy. We've beaten him at this tournament, so we're confident we can do it again.
We're hyped.
পান্ডে কানা জানে কি একটা প্লেয়ার আছে না লাউডার
We can beat them.
I mean, I would say us and Loud are still like a rivalry, even though we do usually beat them, unfortunately for them.
And a quick spray down, crashes, reigns supreme.
When we're under pressure, we shine the most. You're gonna have to face us, and it's not gonna be easy.
Good luck, Loud. Play better than you did last time, and maybe you'll win.
Welcome back, everybody. I have a surprise for you guys. It's not me. It is one of the biggest brains in all of Valorant. Welcome,
Buster.
Tarek was here. No,
he's actually looking at you from above.
Oh, that's true. That's how I like it, up there.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you couldn't make it as far as you wanted to in this tournament, but I feel like we're secretly blessed that we get him for one desk here at Champions.
Yeah, well, I'm super excited to talk about the game. Obviously, Optic and Loud, big matchup, and it's to get to the upper bracket final. So yeah, let's get down to it.
Yeah, let's get down to it. Boaster said it, and it's time for us to activate the stage.
এবার মালেরা সব এন্ট্রি নেবে ওকে সব টিমের নাম আইতে আছে
For the ban face. Well, both of these teams are very familiar with each other. Saisha, what are you expecting when it comes to the picks and bans here?
I think Loud have an easy ban, but also Optic. Optic need to get rid of Breeze, in my opinion. Loud have been so good at it, and that's where Optic have struggled.
Well, let's see if they are going to get rid of the Breeze here. They played each other before in this tournament, and the last time they got rid of the Icebox. And Boaster, it's the Icebox once again. What do you make of this?
I was actually expecting the Icebox. It's mainly because if I was to think of it as an IGL and I was going to tally up my kind of tier list of my maps, so 1 to 7, I'd put it about 6 or 7 for Optic because they've had some...
Wildness and Loud, no?
Lost in the source comp. And then for...
Wildness and Loud.
They've been looking absolutely solid on that.
Yeah,
Odi ban, acha red ogula, acha ogula ban.
Last time these two played, Pro got through and they got dominated. Since then, they've been banning it away early.
Yeah, Bind makes perfect sense. I mean, Bind is the best pick that Optic can go for in this situation. Loud have only played it once. It was a pretty shaky win over Zeta Division. It didn't look convincing to me. And I don't know about you, Boaster, but I think they're probably the best team in the world on Bind.
Yeah, although I might have to contest that we might be able to put them at however, especially with this event. But yeah, we took most of our stuff from Optic. They really kind of set the standard of Bind, especially with that chamber.
Yeah, we're strong, but Ascent, this is where Loud Mimi...
ও মানে ম্যাপ নেওয়ার সময় ওরা সিলেক্ট করে যে আমরা কি নিব অ্যাটাক নিব না ডিফেন্স নিব তো ওরা দি মাত্র ম্যাক্স সিলেক্ট করার সময় ডিফেন্স নিয়ে সিলেক্ট করলো
I would have expected Loud to do that.
Yeah, Loud have not been favoring Haven. They've only played it once. It was against DRX. They look surprisingly good, actually. But I feel like they used most of their set plays up in that game against DRX, so I'm surprised that Optic didn't keep that in the pool.
I think they didn't because I'm actually more surprised that Optic banned Haven because Breeze...
ভালোই ডিসাইডার ব্রিজ হইলে
Loud did look good at Haven, I mean.
সেই হবে
And the fact that they kept Breeze open, I think is more of a coin toss map. They were close. If they can just kind of work out their attack side and they get enough rounds, I think Ye will close out the defense.
Attack sides for Breeze.
আমাগো মতো মিশেল ভাই
So rough.
ডিফেন্স ইজ স্ট্রং
Definitely an area that they've kind of maneuvered the map veto in that direction. So you've got to expect that they were expecting it, first of all, and have done some level of prep towards it, too, to make it better for this match.
Yeah, this team has shown willingness to make change on Breeze in particular. They've shown a couple different maps here and have tried out a couple different ideas. I think it is intentional that it's being left this late in the veto, and whatever they have ready for it is going to be very interesting, particularly as that final map.
I mean, this is the match we want to see over and over again. I'm excited to jump into it, but before that, we're going to take a little break, but do not go anywhere.
No.
Select for map 1 is coming up next.
ব্রেক নেওয়ার কোনো দরকারই নেই চলে আসো খেলা হবে নাকি মিশেল ভাই কি ব্রেক
আরে কালকে দেখলাম ফলো কি জানো ওয়ারজন 2.0 আসতেছে
ভালো তো ওটাও কি পেইড
না ওয়ারজন ফ্রি আর ওর সাথে যে গেমটা ওইটা পেইড
ওকে
ইনজোন কেমন ইনজোন হেডফোনটা
ইনজোন বলতে পারতেছ
ওর জন্য ম্যাপ অনেক সুন্দর করছে 2.2 সিক্রেট ল্যাব
অথবা ভাই একটা গেমিং চেয়ার আপনার কেনা লাগে কিন্তু খুব জরুরি
আসলে
আর এই স্ট্রিট লেভেলটাই দরকার আপনার আরে কিনে আলার মাতবর ভাই
দেখি এটা খোঁজ লাগা মনে
হ্যাঁ
আজকে এই এদের খেলা হবে এই চার গ্রুপ নাকি
হ্যাঁ
ও এরা যাবে সেমিফাইনাল না এই আজকে হচ্ছে সেমিফাইনাল মূলত তাই তো
না এখানে একটু কাহিনী আছে আজকের এই প্রথম যে গ্রুপের খেলা হবে এরা ডিরেক্ট একদম গ্র্যান্ড ফাইনালে চলে যাবে আর যারা বাদ পড়বে এরা আবার নিচের দুইজন দিয়ে যারা জিতবে এগুলোকে খেলবে হ্যাগো দিয়ে যারা জিতবে হ্যাগো ওই যে আবার উপরের টিম দিয়ে যারা চলে গেছিল হ্যাগোলোকে ফাইনাল হবে
কেন এই কাউন্টটা ক্যালকুলেশনটা এরকম
হ্যাঁ এরা এরকম রুলস করছে
আইপিএল এর খেলা জানি
আইপিএল এরকম হ্যাঁ
ডাবল এলিমিনেশন দেহরা আগামী বছরের খেলার অন্ত নেই খেলা দেখতে দেখতে
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Istanbul. Let's bring out the two teams fighting for a spot in that grand finals on Sunday. Here is Loud and Optic Gaming.
চলো 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 বসের এন্ট্রি নেবে এইটাই দেখতে হবে এই হালায় ভালো খেলে এই পেন কাটা খালি ফেলাং দেয় এই পেন কাটার বাচ্চা খালি ফেলাং মারে আর এইটা ফিনিক্স লয়ে খেলে মিশেল ভাই এই যে ভিক্টর আরে এত কুইক এন্ট্রি নিতে আছে গা আস্তে আস্তে খেল ঢোক
এই যে দেখেন মত করবে আর ওঠে আরে ওতে সেন্ড করতে মতন
और रहना है जोता पड़ते कौन सही से सासी बॉस है कोई है ऐसे मार ले ये आके ऐसे कोच
আপনি কোন টিমের সাপোর্ট মাতুবর ভাই লাউড ব্যাং ভাই আপনি কোন টিম
হ্যাঁ আপনি জানেন না আমি কোন টিম
ব্যাং ভাই লাউড আজকে
ঠিক আছে
থাইল্যান্ড আসলে কম
Well, both of these teams are no strangers to an upper bracket. A final, but the stakes have never been higher. Winning here will give you a massive
অপরে না থাকলে মজা হবে না তো ধরেন আপনি জিততে গেলেন হেকালে কি হইবে হ্যাঁ মনে করেন আপনি টিমে জিততে গেলেন হ্যাঁ ওই ফোন দিয়ে ওয়েবক্যামটা অন করিলেন আমি লাইভে দিব অনে
so heavily to avoid, but you still need to win this time around. And last time that map feeder advantage didn't really work in their favor because they're quite an inexperienced team. Now Loud have been to tournaments like this and they know how to win, they know how to close out opponents. This is a much more dangerous squad.
Yeah, and Boaster, you don't want to be in that lower bracket.
না না টিম ওই ক্লান ওই টিম লিকুইডের আর কি তোমার পাবজি তো টিম আছে কিন্তু এই সব অন্য যেগুলো আছে এগুলোর কোনো টিম নেই
especially when you might not have a solid 7 map pool just to get rid of those kind of safe map options and have the advantage in that grand final is massive. And I remember speaking to Pankard in the hotel lobby as well, and he was looking, he looked pretty confident with today's game. I'm going to give him that. He's like, we played Optic before, we want to beat him this time. And
সিল্লে মিল্লে উঠে ফাড়াইল কুত্তা নামে আগুলা কি সুন্দর কিউট ডল
American team, the last South American team left in this tournament. Who's going to be the best from the Americas?
And that's going to be a you just know it's going to be. So this is just a tantalizing taster to what could be.
তিনটা না এর পাশে দেখছেন কতগুলো
At the moment are vying for one of the best squads ever. That would be
আরে রেড বুল হইছে লোগো আসলে ওর মধ্যে রেড বুল নাই ওর মধ্যে সবার পার্সোনাল যার যেটা চয়েস পুরো এসি না
I'd say I'm more of a fan favorite of the Optic comp now. I think, especially when you have an impactful chamber, it really kind of changes the game with the fast TPs for rotations and the triple cell for control on the attack side. Because that was often our kind of struggle when we were running Loud's comp was we were a bit too slow to kind of get back to the other side of the map and execute, and thus we were getting punished when the anti-strat started coming in.
One of the wild things as well for me watching Optic is that they can make weird comps work. It's this map they play, I would agree with you, the best comp. And then they've played like Phoenix, Double Sentinel, they've played, you know, duelist comps where Ye is just ripping everyone's heads off. Feels like FNS has a really great understanding of how to run these attacks.
সব এটা নেছে কেডা সব বলই গেছে
So that's going to make things really difficult for Aspas and the rest of Loud.
Yeah, and there's a whole pack of dogs now, maybe.
এটা সব কম্পিটিটিভ গেমই প্রফেশনাল প্লেয়ার ওর মেরে খেলে
far 5 dogs on the stage. They want to make this six. They want to take home that trophy of all 7 dogs in their hands.
I mean, we are in Turkey. We've spoken a lot about the cats, but I feel like there's a lot of dogs here in Istanbul as well, and I think it's really, really cute for them. All the plushies to be represented on stage. Both of you, I don't think you guys ever take anything special on your desk, do you?
No, we did take a little game on for our first game, and we ended up losing that series.
order দারে order এসে ক্যাশে থতমার মোদ দেবে
not to take anything on, just leave it for the kind of like every other team.
Yeah. But the debuff, the stuffed animals debuff. I feel
এই পেন কাটা ফেলাঙ্কে থাকে ওরে আটকাই দেবে ও ফেলাঙ্ক দিয়ে গান মারিয়ে দেয়
Did you also give like a little stuffed animal to BenQ and now he's out of the tournament? Are you a curse?
Maybe I am, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the problem this whole time.
At least you didn't give stuffed animals to Aspas. You know, he's been able to go out and acquire
them.
That's it, he's earned them, he hasn't been given them. Maybe that's the difference here. I think Aspas is going to be such a pivotal player when he's heading towards this map. The way that Loud end up playing, he has to dive in so deep on a lot of these entries. He's double blast packing out of hookah, he's going out short, and he ends up getting somewhat isolated, but he's a good enough player that he can often go 1-for-1 and make a lot of space for the rest of the team. I'm just not sure how well that's going to work against Optic.
Yeah, I mean, when you have these two flavors of stars, Aspas and Ye going up against each other, you also have the kind of two different compositions. If Ye is locking in that chamber, as he pretty much always does, it's going to be him versus Aspas.
আমার ঝামেলা না আমার ফুল স্লিপে করে সমস্যা না আমি দুই মানে ন্যাচারালি খেলতে পারি দুইটাই
with his consistency, it's a very hard ask for a guy who has been one of the best eye players.
And it's with consistency on this map. It's one of those things that the team is going to take the win. For us, it was Alfia really hitting those 300 ACS raids. There were rounds where it's not going in your favor, and you just need those sort of players to kind of go, you know what, boys, I got this. And they go in and they just get those crazy 3Ks, and you're like, oh, my life is so easy as an IGL now. Let's go on to the next round.
Aspas doesn't always have those games against everybody, but he seems to always do it against Optic. Even in the grand finals where they got kind of owned.
অবজারভার বলতে ভিউ দিয়ে দেখতে পারে অবজারভারে তো মিশেল ভাই সবই দেখা যায় সব তো আর দেখে না হ্যাঁ এটা ও অবজারভারে খালি ম্যানের পিওভি দেখতে পারে আর 5 ম্যানের পিওভি আর 5 ম্যান কোন জায়গায় আছে
He always has those moments. On the other side, though, you have someone who is also tending to.
এটা ওই যে লজিটেকের যে নতুন ওই যে শ্রাউড এডিশন এটা
has been one of those big win conditions for Optic, stepping up and matching Ye in his stardom. But thus far, champion.
খাতা কলম লই আইছে এক গাদা.
Been just leaning more into just being that role player.
All right, heading into the Prime Gaming agent to select here. We spoke about the comps already. We're expecting both teams to likely stick to what they've been picking before, but both anything that
পেনকাটা বিনিম লই গেছে.
Differently, is there any agents you want to see them bring in?
To be fair, I don't think so. I think teams kind of have their own kind of set comps, their set style of playing, and they just kind of have to believe in it and know the kind of how the enemy team's playing as well, and just kind of play that game. You know, when I think about how we go into anti-strats, at the end of the day, I'm just like, we just have to play our game. Like we know what
double controller never bind
at least, but as long as we're kind of getting the information, so here with the sky and the fade. like that
Sassy.
information on defense because you have the sky on one side, the fade on the other, and you got to get that information.
মানে ভাইপার দিয়ে ভাইপারের লাইন আপ আমি দেখছি ভাইপারের লাইন আপ তোমার এক সাইডে মানে বি সাইডে মাইরে রায় হুকায় একটা ওইটা ফালায় তারপরে মনে করো ওয়ালও দিয়ে থয় তারপর মনে করো ডিপেন্ড করে যে ব্রিম স্টোন আর এক্সট্রা রায় কোন সাইডে যাইবো ওই সাইডে যদি পাইয়া যায় তাহলে তো মনে করো ঢুকিয়ে গেলে তাহলে ব্রিম স্টোনের স্মোক পরে ইউজ করে ওরা রিটার্ন করার জন্য আর মনে করো অন্য সাইডে গেলে তখন তো আর ভাইপার ওইগুলো ইউজ করতে পারে না তখন ওই সাইডে স্মোক দিয়ে ঢোকে এই হইছে যে ডাবল স্মোকের অগো
When Optic plays on that attacking side, which is where they start here, they love to slow down that place, exploit gaps. You don't have a chamber, you don't have the dedicated sentinel. It's going to have to come down to giving that space and leaning into the reclears.
Well, thank you very much, guys, for your input. It's time for us to get into game with your casters for today. It's Mitchman and...
Are gumuddar sidar bada ore ekota ghumaite de da.
Well, Tom, I'm excited to kick this one off. We've seen the age select and we're sticking to their guns. We know that they're playing comfortable comms.
Are gum thui ore anse khelte eta kono kotha.
I think it's an interesting veto, even just to start with. The fact that it's a slight switch up going for Bind, I don't think that's a surprise. It's more just a ban out of the side of Optic.
Are মানে আপনারা কি চান মানে শেষ হয়ে যাও আর আস্তে আস্তে সকাল পর্যন্ত ফজর পর্যন্ত দেই মাথা পারফেক্ট কাম আছে মানে হে ডাউনলোড করে রাখবে কালকে গাড়িতে বসে চালাইবে
We're about to dive into this map, and yes, Optic are the favorites here. They'll start on the attack, but Tom, it doesn't really seem like it matters which side they start on. They just dominate this map start to finish.
Yeah, I think over the last couple of events, the worst first half they've had is 7 rounds. So it's going to be really difficult to play up against
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Basically try and deny any aggression from Loud, which is mostly going to be their plan on this defensive side.
Right away, Optic are looking for a bit of control inside of Bath. They've already put in a flash, seen nothing there. Loud.
Well, double initiator, double controller, like realistic health. As a sentinel, rahe in our team.
But they get nothing for their troubles. They'll reset completely, not wanting to overextend.
The Viper wall lagay diye thuye jese dike.
It almost looks like they're playing for delay and playing for the retake, just hoping that this push comes in through towards that A site. Orb going to be collected early, but they're already finding out so much information. I wonder if they'll have to switch things up. And actually, Quincada, he's going to get the opener.
I mean, just too many bodies here. And look at this.
Parbe na, ei spike ar nete debe na mone hoy.
Running into a heavier site than they were ready for. And Marv is going to have to do something. The spike is in the open in front of him, trying to retrieve it as his teammates rush into the site. And
Silo সব সময় ট্রেড নিতে পারে না প্লেয়ারে.
Good trades again from Crashies. And that man who was alone on B is now alone on the server.
Yeah, they started off so strong with the openers they got, but the trades back from Optic leave this down to less. A long rotation all the way back, of course, the trap offline, so he can at least bypass that piece of utility.
Ready enter gun buddy.
The thing is though, the setup is so passive, and you can see just Crashy starting to get a little bit intrigued as to whether or not he's going to come from that CT spot. For now though, he's going to see absolutely no one.
Got his orb back as he moves towards the site. Low HP on Crashies, but that might not help. Still with a flash to play with. Marv just coming to swing on through, and Crashies.
Madar motte aya pere dira boriya this. Nice.
Fantastic resurgence from them. Like just seeing the re-aggression of players like Marv being able to get them back into the round, but Crashies mainly 3 kills from him, even low on HP for a couple of them, and honestly that's a pistol that probably should have gone the way of Loud. It was a push into the stack with 2 openers going the way of the Brazilian side, and wow, this man ends up...
What a movement, what a run and gun.
That poison orb there right from the start for less as well, so...
Oh, FPX e kichu movement as. Last year da to full door upre geche, or SPS holo koto oi player tar, একটু খানি SPS holo.
Results for Optic taking the pistol. Now we see if Cloud have any special plans for this round. Of course, they're coming in with pistols. Aspis, interestingly, has got the Stinger, and that's not a buy that I think I've ever seen for this kind of round.
No, the Stinger, no shields. I don't know how he's going to make this one work. Of course, on the other side of things, they have themselves full shields on every player, so it's not even like he can get away with, okay, the 2-shot kill like you would on the other side. So I don't know if that was a misfire or if just a specific plan that he has in mind to try and do some damage.
It's definitely a curious one. And look at the pressure they're putting on B main now as Optics. They're coming over to Hookah, they flashed in, they put through their boombot, they see no one there, the flash reveals no one. Starting to look pretty convincingly like it's clear. They'll even commit
a little bit of extra utility to it. The problem is, from Loud's perspective, they have already read that this is a fake. Whether Optic commit to A.
That's the thing. I feel like he's getting far enough that they made
দেখছো মলের লাইনআপটা অনেক খারাইতে পারবে না ওর বেশি
this fake is being sold and eventually the players are just going to run straight back through the team.
ফেক দেওয়া শেষ প্লেয়ার একটা মারিয়া লাইছে ফেক দিয়ে দিয়েছে মারাত্মক সাইড পেয়ে গেছে ইয়ে প্ল্যান দিতেছে
Still a little bit of a fake. All the players are going to stick around. The only danger is actually Marv. He could lose his gun.
Yeah, they know this. That's why they made the push they did, so quickly reacting around middle. He's only got 20 HP. A right click enough to take him out. There is the one to find the frag, but Marv has made up for it. They'll go looking for this Bulldog. This is a valuable weapon. You don't want Aspis to have it. With it removed, this round, I think, altogether can be looked at as a success.
Oh, massive one. Especially the ult you want to be charging up is going to be that orbital strike. So Marv is now only one away. There's so many aspects of this map where that can be just incredibly valuable for them. So that's a worry. I wouldn't be surprised to see Optic challenge the orb early in this round.
That's actually so sad. 42% of Loud's international matches against Optic. And, you know, it's Optic that beat them every single time. That's why they haven't had a chance to play even more international games, because Optic keep on knocking them out. They won it way back. And ever since then, it's just been a dominant North American.
এটা হলে রাজদেব এই পয়জনটা যে ইর ওই যে ইর বক্সের পাশে পড়ে হেইটা মনে হয়
got one rifle bought up on Marv. Everyone else has kept the weapons from the previous.
And this gives them so many opportunities in terms of executes. Now,
লাভ হয় না কোনো বালের
Loud have started to move players out of lamps. Just basically making that, that's one of the most obvious spots for them to try and clear. The other is normally the back of the B site, which seems to be the more direct call at the moment, because you can sort of section everything else off with utility, clear some of the close cubby corners, but that back site is always a difficult place to fight from. If they can clear that for free, it becomes incredibly easy for Optic to take this site.
I think Sassy might have tried to bait out the ult as well by putting that Prowler from so far back. You're not really going to get much information from that unless they decide to shoot it. But maybe they think they're in there, and then the map is arriving on the back side. Decent holdout from Les. All his shields stripped and his health very low. And he's got no support. With his teammates smoked out, he's just going to concede the side. This is the right call.
They managed to hold on to Hookah though. Sanak has almost managed to do that alone, aggressively pushing towards Marv just to make sure that he can't really use that ultimate or even try and bait him into using it. It also gives them a much freer rotation, although that flash hasn't come to plan.
Not exactly, no. A little bump in the road. Plan secured for Optic, able to play post-plant. Orbital strike online, but...
ওটা রিটেক সবাই নিতে পারে না রিটেক নিতে হইলে হাগো গড লেভেলের এম লাগে হেজারা কইছে ওটা কইলে লাভ নাই আমাগো ওরম গড লেভেলের এম কারণ নাই আমরা রিটেক জীবনেও নিতে পারবো না ওরম করে ফুল সেট ছেড়ে দিয়ে হ্যাঁ রেম আছে এটা আমি মানি হ্যাঁ রেম আছে হে নিতে পারবে
in a very good position, especially with post-plant orbital strike.
Yeah.
This round was looking
রিটেক নেওয়া আর সাইডে এন্ট্রি নেওয়া মানে অ্যাটাক দেওয়া দুইটাই এক জিনিস তা আমরা তো অ্যাটাকে এমনিই দুর্বল আমরা কেমনে রিটেক নেব
In all honesty, the space he managed to take basically won them that round. Like he pushed
তাহলে হে তো হের পার্সোনাল অ্যাবিলিটি দিয়ে কইছে আমাগো তো পার্সোনাল অ্যাবিলিটি ওটা না
he then holds onto it as well, forcing them to go all the way back around and fight.
Desale re halai ganda mare desale.
Even though he goes down, he makes sure that his teammates are still safe within that angle, not being pressured from anywhere else. So great work from him. Of course, there is still going to be a purchase, and you can see Marv may only have a pistol.
ये खेले of the maximum.
That's the thing, right? And obviously bought up the rifle previous round. They tried to bolster their buy that little bit extra. They'll take those.
Oh, जैसे गांड मार रहे थे.
The operator for Ye dropping Pancada off the rip and
ওটা জানো না কোন জায়গা দিয়ে দেয় ওটা আমি হেদিনকে শিখছি টুর্নামেন্টের ওই পিছনের একটা মনে করো তক্তা ব্যাকা কইরা দ্বারা ই করা আছে স্মোক দিলে কেউ যদি মেইনে স্মোক দেয় তাহলে ওই তক্তাটার উপরে ওঠা যায় উঠলেই একদম মেইনের ভিউ পাওয়া যায় এটা আমি হেদিনকে দেখছি ওকে ওকে আর লাইনে পাউলি হেলাইস
Adaptation from Loud is just to have deeper control. The problem is there goes that info. Just one going in that direction, clearing out the back of the side for free, and actually Sassy, he's going to get one through the edge of the smoke. This lurk play could be huge from FNS, but he goes down as well.
A perfect honk through, a good kill, and now Loud. Oh, they've got themselves another potential retake. Same position. They found value in before.
Baba.
Oh, that's insane. The boom
Here's Scully, yeah,
the kill. Les is alone, and even with a beautiful dropout, Ye He has
মারাত্মক খেলায়
position that he was dead to rights.
That's the thing. I don't know how this man
আনতে পারে না বোঝে নাই মনে হয় হুকার মধ্যে লাভ দিয়ে উঠছে কিন্তু টাইমে হয় না মনে হয়
ability to just
লাগবে না এটা
destroy
তেমনি ই
players
করুন
even after that operator doesn't become any more valuable, and he basically just waits for that boombot to connect onto him, and Sadak goes down as well. Again, we see the value of this superstar chamber, and unfortunately on the other side of things, Loud, okay, they've got a couple of ults to play with. Maybe they can try and do something with the Viper's pit, but
ও এর আল্ট আছে এর জন্য ওই যে আল্ট মারিয়ে দিয়েছে এর জন্য আর কেউ আনতে কয় না লোডে চালাইবে কেন টিমের মধ্যে ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে
Really push up inside of showers now. They try to take the space, but Aspis is
এত মাথা নিয়ে ওরা কেমনে থাকে কেনা জানে
I think he wanted to exec out of it. They could have put I mean, they don't have flashes over here, right? Maybe a sky flash through the TP, something like that, but they've completely canceled any sort of aggressive plays. And again, we see this Prowler going out on mid from very far back. It almost makes me think they're clear.
ইউটিউবে দাও সমস্যা কি কয়েক সেকেন্ডের ডিলে দেখ পাও হালকা পাতলা
How much control Loud have given up for that early fight that got them nothing.
ইউটিউব চলবে ইউটিউবে ঝামেলা করবে না
those slow lurks through mid, and with the aggression on the other side, just trying to get a little bit of information off the back
ও
of
মরবে না আলার ফেলায় আরে আরেকটা খালি আলাই মরতে
He's going to do a little bit of damage as they make their way through, but this is looking calm and collected so far for Optic, and there's nobody even within the site anymore.
I do like the idea as well for Ye using his ultimate in this round. Nobody can pick up a weapon if they kill him, so you can see him playing a much more heavy lurk role.
They also lost the ult.
This
managed to save it last round.
আপটা দিয়ে this
Yeah, but of course he could go for a rifle.
এই ইয়ার পিওবি দেখে না খেলবো না কিন্তু
A more important round where your opponents have better weapons, but I like the call, really minimizing how much they can pick up, and now he can recover the weapon from his teammate Finesse, probably not wanting to carry the stinger he had picked up through. And 4-1, this is looking as dominant as I think we expected. This map is a specialty for Optic, and with the pistol under their belt, you have to expect this early lead to go their way.
এজন্যই তো সেন্সি লাগাইতে আছি
Easily some of the best teams in the world at this map. HYPERX, FPX, we saw them beat Liquid.
আমি তো 0.27 করব ইয়ার খেলা হ্যাঁ পিওবি খুব কম আনতে আছে বুঝতেছি না
There you go. He is in the room. Oh, we got Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Tom Holland in the audience, of course. Very big Valorant fans.
As we know, as we know.
That's a Viper ult.
Online for Loud, one away on Sassy. Everyone else has theirs.
তো শাওয়ার লাগবে না খালি বেইনেট খেলি হইবে
When you look at Optic, I'm really curious to see how they deal with this pit. They've got a ton of utility that could grab them the information, but it looks like they don't want to challenge it.
ধরে থাক তারপর মানে আলটিটা তো দুই সাইডে আটকা যাওয়ার মতো আল্ট দেওয়া যায় হালকা হালকা পায় আর কি
A choke point that is now being held.
না ওই জায়গা দিয়ে মোহের জায়গা হালকা একটু ফাঁকা থাকে
He has to. Now the Tiger's going to give him the information. If they break this and just look to try and
বিসি কান্দে পিছে যা
they do have the orb to try and slow them down. Making sure any of
One way
them
this
look at the rotation because they've taken deep hookah control straight away. They're looking to stack this A side.
পিক দিস না দেবে কিন্তু ইয়ে ওটা বস
After showing so much info on that side of the map, and now making a move all the way around.
And a good job too. You just saw the C's nade land. It would have been at their feet.
ইনস্টা ক্লিয়ার হয়ে যাবে
15 seconds earlier, but Optic shifting it over. They're adapting to the information that they've read.
As a louder
exactly the same. The
Solish.
This round for both teams, they're trying to figure out where the other one is at. But with Loud having this control, it's Pankata. He has his ultimate to play with. If he keeps
না অপটিকের কেন জানি মনে হইতেছে যাইবে না এরাউন্ড এটা লাউডার যাইবে
That's the control. There's and even a showstopper through. I mean, this looks like a death sentence for Optic. 15 seconds, 3 players on the site. And absolutely no way in.
পারবে না আগো ওই আলটিটা খাইয়া ভাইপারের ওরা অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক কিছুই লইতে পারে না
boost to their economy, so probably not going to hunt down too much, knowing that there's a high likelihood that no matter what happens, Optic are going to be able to buy. But I am liking the sort of re-aggression and rotations we're starting to see from Loud. It hasn't worked in every single round because I feel like it is almost that battle of the brains, the IGL sort of try and pick their route back through, but this time they get it correct. And I actually want to see Optic challenge a little bit more for that hookah control, because I think that's where the crux of the matter is you've had now in one being able to help them as they try and push it, and then in this round the exact same thing from Pankata again.
Or you'll see from some teams like playing inside of Hookah, and then when they fall out, it's difficulty to get that player out of position. But you've had the retake wall in that previous round as well on B site from Viper. So you're playing inside of Hookah, you get your fight, you fall back, and now the wall's up. So even the guys on long can't cover you crossing over. They've got to push through a Viper wall, and it just adds so much more pressure to Optic. That stopping power of a man and a Viper wall worked perfectly in, well, a showstopper as well. I mean, you can't really downplay that one.
Okay, এত ড্যামেজ হয়ে গেছে এর খালি একটা মলি পড়ছে
drained the entire ult economy out of Loud in that previous round. They only have the orbital strike to work with now, and with a showstopper of their own to try an entry, Hookah seems like a great.
মিশেল ভাই আছে না চলে গেছে সানিদা
Again, it is only the one man that's leaning towards there though, being Marved. He didn't do too well in the
what? Okay, Pancada. Just a little bit of spam, predicting that they'd taken log control. And
oh, Sanida.
I don't think you're going to get many kills like that throughout the match.
Okay. মিশেল ভাই আছে না চলে গেছে
And there is no commitment to the rest of the map for Optic.
কথাটা তো কোন না মানে বুঝলাম না কি ওয়াজ পার্টি করেন
Huge risk and try and run back towards the A site or they
মনোযোগ দিয়ে তো দেখবেন তাকে কইছি যে মনোযোগ দেখবেন না মনোযোগ দিয়ে দেখবেন সিলও করবেন বুঝলাম না কি করতে আছেন বুঝি না কিছুই
take that control and they've gotten one, but they have to account for the player up close. That Trailblazer was fired out by somebody. Static is still around the area. He's making his way through Hookah. With 10 seconds left, if they can get an angle to stop it, it could be everything. And now they own Hookah, a foothold to get back in.
Arena!
This is difficult now. Optic are split completely. FNS. I mean, he's alone. Victor's just been wall banged to death. A snake bite making it so much easier, and Finesse has to do it all time. Not really on his side with 3 players to take.
Ore baba, Pincutter response.
Fantastic round. This guy's been on fire so far.
Yeah, he's having a great tournament in general. Like we've seen that throughout, where I think he's been like trading places for top 1, top 2 controllers. I think a few rougher games as well in there for Marved, but definitely towards the latter stages of the tournament he's been great. But again, like it seemed like it was just going swimmingly, but just this reset coming out from Optic, falling all the way
externally এই কিল গুলো আমি পাই ওই স্মোকটা স্মোক করে রানা যায় কতক্ষণ স্পের দিয়েই মানে পাই মাঝে মাঝে
critical angles as they look for that retake through Hookah, and it just works out wonderfully for them.
I mean, it really is getting to the point, though, where Optic have got to be realizing that Hookah control, they've found it so hard to gain control, and even in the previous, to hold control of it.
Yeah.
That part of the map seems to be loud. Gets into a heavier presence there, aggression early round. They look again
আরে এই ম্যাপটাই শুধুমাত্র ভাইপারটা কঠিন এছাড়া বাকি সবগুলাই ইজি আর এটাও আমি পারতাম কিন্তু এমনি লাইন আপ খেলে
The defense was just waiting around the outside, but they are going to be able to make their way through. The problem is there could be an easy spam to try and deny anything for this plant, and actually they're going to do it instead with the blast packs.
Oh wow, a double for Optic though. They punished completely, and with this sneaky position, even able to his way into heaven if he wanted. There is a constant doubt in the back of Loud's mind. They need to find a safe spot to fight from. I simply put, there were none. They need a duel right here and now. Time is ticking away with weaker weapons on the side of Optic, but a pit to play inside of.
Cityর মধ্যে যায় ঢুকে যাইতে পারছ.
Inside of it, there's not a whole lot that you can see going their way. Controls already too much for Optic, and they close this one out beautifully, only leaving less. 1 versus 3, and the players remaining on Optic have upgraded. They're back up to 3 rifles. They've got time. They've got utility still to pit up. It's done. Les is out of here in a 50.
এই গানটা ভালো লাগছিল কিন্তু এই গানটার সাউন্ডটা কেন জানি ভালো না গ্যার 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 করে সাউন্ড ভালো না
I don't even think they full bought. They still had enough to buy into the next one.
Step by step.
Just the fact that they got so much space into middle.
আমার দ্বারা সবচেয়ে ভারী লাগে হইছে এল্ডার ফ্রেমটা মনে হইতেছে একটা গর্জন করা একটা গানই আরে পানিটা অনেক সুন্দর কুল বুদবুদের মতো আওয়াজ হয় আমার তো ভালোই লাগে আমি এদিন কার কাছে যেন পাইছিলাম মারিয়ে দেখছিলাম খারাপ না বুদবুদ বুদবুদ আওয়াজ হয় টাইম আউট নেছে কেটা লাউড
there's going to be some serious weaknesses in there. It makes sense to concede a small bit of control, but once that pit goes down and gives you the ability
Ar molla ko molla
they have to freeze. The guy in spawn is no longer coming to help his teammates. He's staring at a pit, waiting for someone to emerge from it with a weaker weapon. Such a thorn in the side of Loud really being able to structure any form of retake. They'll call a timeout here, and as it comes to an end, we're going to need to see some big steps.
আমাগো টাইম আউট দেওয়া উচিত প্ল্যাটের পরে সব লবিতে টাইম আউট লাগবে
Anywhere else Optic seem to go, they're free. Have free reign.
একটা ডিসাইডার মানে মিসাইল ভাই তখন কিছু বলবা না শিখাবা না একটু যে এইটা করেন ওইটা করেন না আসছে উড়াই দিলা
I would love to see them try and take Long away. The problem is most of the time you're going to have to face an entry duel versus Ye. And that's something we've seen many. I remember Demasic trying to do that a couple of times in their game. And eventually his head gets blown off. So probably not worth the risk. Ult-wise, it's actually fairly bare. But
অগমতে এতগুলা দেওয়া লাগবে না
maybe expecting to try
at
and
least
use
একটা দুই টিমের চান্স
in all honesty, once they have got into the afterplant, it looked pretty deadly.
Again, this Molly going over. We've seen different lineups coming through. One from short, this one right at the start of the round. Catching anybody going back towards elbow.
এইটা ওরা যে ইউজ করলো ওরা তো ঢুকলো না সাইডে কিছু করলো না বলে এটা আগের বারও যেটা মারলো এটা কোনো কামে লাগলো না
Well, they seem to be soon on their way. Marv has lost this duel almost every time, and now he's being
গেছে ও শেষ আরো দাও আরো মোবাইল চাপো
fantastic hold of Hookah, but how goes the sight? Because Crashy
আরো চাপো বেটা
towards the elbow, the smoke not fully blocking them out. There could be an opportunity here, especially with
ছিরি বিছিরি
Just gonna have to try and play this one safe. Finesse and a decent
আরে ফিনাস ওকে ওটার মধ্যে লাফাই লাফাই ঢুকাই দেওয়া যায় ইয়ে বস আরে না
and he's gonna win it. It leaves a man you'd want in these sort of scenarios, but can he pull off the 1v3?
He's been the clutch player in the past.
How 1v3?
Already at half, 3 players.
এরপর একটা বাজে একটা স্প্রে দিস
On the Viper, grabbing a 4th round here for Loud, and again that hookah control. It's always been something in this game that Loud have based the round off of. And we've seen that Trailblazer come through the TP a number of times.
ওরে হুকার দিকে ফেস করাইয়া স্কাইরে লং এ পাঠাইছে এরপর ও সাইডের দিকে পিক দিস বুঝনা নলে স্কাই বাইরে দিতে পারতে আসলো না
This time though it directly contributed to the kill.
combo
I
bro
guess because they've so easily been able to get into the B site without too many problems, but in every single retake they have
মার্ভের আলটিয়াস
that control. So
মানে বিরিমের আলটিয়াস হবে
Finesse is just going to say enough is enough, and they're just going to try and blitz their way through. And there are a few players setting up in that direction early in this round.
Again, this utility comes through, wall up, orb up. Whether you send someone with
balkale
about taking the info out of their hands. Again, we lose a player over towards Hookah. They try to double up and take it together, but Aspas is holding strong. They know for sure that Marv is here. Gonna have to get those Crocs into sport mode again if they're going back towards the A site. Finesse has got a lot of space for them, but now a kill on B, and it kind of goes up in the air. They have a ton of options on where they take.
বিশাল ভাই একটা জিনিস পাইলাম এই খেলায় মানে মাত্র খেলার চিন্তায় কি কও তো যখন মনে করো তোমরা দুইজনে হুকার দিকে যাও ঠিক আছে তোমরা মাইর খাওয়াই টিপি দিয়ে তখন আমাগো একটা প্লেয়ার এই বক্সের পাশে টিপিতে এই যে বক্সটার পাশে টিপিতে খেললেই তো আর টিপির মাইটগুলো খাও না এদিনকে আমি কি কইছো শুনি নাই এন্ড আমার এই বক্সের পেছনে একটা ম্যান আর বাকি দুইটা হইছে যাইয়া মেইনে খেলবে আর দুইটা হইছে যে হুকার মধ্যে খেলবে
Look at the push coming up from behind. Fantastic stuff from Ye. A great lurk, space taken, and he's gone.
PUBG spray দেওয়া শুরু করছিল
They'll rotate, but Aspas has kept the control. Aspas alone wins this round for Loud. 4 kills. That is a round that Loud
সাইবল স্যারের বলতে বাদ
to have under their belt. Optic
বলতে বাদ What's the result ভাই
Yeah, I said like in the games that we've seen from them in the last couple of events they've been able to
বলতে বাদ हो गया
in the first half.
হালাই এন্ড তিনটে মেরে হালাই দিয়েছে করছে নাকি
They've always looked incredible on this map, but
ওই যে কাছাইছি মিসাইল ভাই দেখছো
they are using that control they're able to get to take deeper positions. They're also using their ultimates incredibly well just to make sure they have that information. That's another round again where I'm looking at Sadai. Again, still at the bottom of the board, but he's able to find a crucial piece of information at the crucial time to make sure that
আমার প্রচুর শীত লাগে আমি তো আর জাম্বুটা অনেক কিছু পরে আবার খেলি
over on the stage.
ও সো এটা সারাই ফেলায়
Take that round, and that really puts the wind in your sails. I mean, it's one thing to win an important round and so on, but
মহিলা লাগবে কা ভাই
in the right position, that puts the morale up to new levels. Optic, they're pretty good no matter which side they're on. I don't expect an easy second half by any stretch.
মহিলা কোদারে যাইতে আমাকে সান অন্যের বউ মহিলা
So far. But the other thing as well, to go back to the sort of talk about Aspas, I think this player in terms of like ACS, like you look to basically at the whole Loud team, there's like 20-30 difference between the entirety of the team. He is the X factor. When we've seen them have these super incredible runs at tournaments, normally he is right at the top of the helm. So if he can have a good matchup here, as it was mentioned on the desk, he normally does. That could be the difference between them making it through to the
এইরমেরই হয় ওইরমেরে তুমি খালি হুদাহুদি আমাকে উপরে চিল্লাও আরে ওই হুটহাট মারিয়ে দেয় কি করবে আর তুমি অনেক কবা তোমরা অনেক তিনটে ম্যান মরিয়ে গেলা এখনো কথা আর ও যে ওরমের করে গানটা মারিয়ে দেছে একটা ম্যানের মানে হেডা তো বুঝ দেবে তুমি তো মাঝে মাঝে চিল্লি ওঠো তোমরা একটা ম্যান মানে দুইটা ম্যান কি করলা দুইটা ম্যান মরিয়ে গেল আরে ভাই ওটা হয় সিচুয়েশন গানটা মারা খাই আমরা
There's absolutely no one there. It's a complete role reversal. Maybe that's what Loud were actually expecting. Okay.
তিনটা পরে না দুইটাই পরে দুইটার বেশি পরে না তিনটা পরে না
this tour de force to just run right. If anybody peeks anywhere near this,
ওই যে ডাবল কম্বো দেয় স্যান্ডউইচ মারে হুকা দিয়ে এই সাইড দেয়
I think if you consider Hookah's being the danger place, you've got an orbital strike coming in here. You've got timeout just called. Like they're going to have an idea of how to take.
আরে না এই সাইড দিয়ে হুকা দিয়েও তো বোম টম থরো মারে আর হুকা না টিপি দিয়ে
was about to jump up in there to check it, which I would have lost my mind. You got two info characters. He dodged the flash. Oh, that could have been awkward if someone tried to swing with it. Luckily they didn't. Oh god, Victor's being destroyed. The showstopper online. It's wow. Oh wait.
Oh sheesh.
Not a chance. He even got one there. I thought they're looking at him, but Finesse coming ahead. This is the round we needed to see from this guy. He's had a tough half so far.
Halay ultimate soldier
Spike planted, post plans to be played with yay pressure from both sides. Another flash coming in and Marv can't see a damn thing. But Finesse again.
Yere covered da dile kyo.
The round. He's going absolutely nuclear. What is that round from Finesse? This man came.
Ay Finesse খুব ভালো খেলছে ওই রাউন্ড আননে দেশ ইয়ে মরতে অনে শিওর
pulling out that. Wow.
Like that's another. We've seen a couple of those already throughout.
Skyr flash এরপরে ওইটার যে ছোট একটা টান দেয়
The double spray down. The flashes in utility that were coming out, we saw Ye stuck in a seize, flashed up, and then Finesse just saves his life with a crazy peek, and then even catches the player behind him as well.
Bahati.
One kill. He just coming into round 11.
That was Daddy's round. That's all we got to say.
8 times 5 this kills.
Oh he আছে
Well, let's just manage to get Viper's pit.
ভাইপার মরে যাওয়ার কথা না হে এতক্ষণ ধরে তো কোনো কথা কইলে না কা
He's getting healed up as well, and they're going to use the Viper's pit as cover.
আমার কথা কোনো রিঅ্যাকশন দেয় না কেন ওরা
হ্যাঁ এটা কেমন কথা রিঅ্যাকশন দেয় না ওরা
Faked out a rotation. You can see Sassy now moving all the way back, and the timing could be wonderful for Optic.
ও আপনি গেছিলেন না সাউন্ডের কাজ করতে হ্যাঁ ওই যে সাউন্ডের কাজ করতে গেছিল
Trailblazer to confirm nobody was pushing up on it, about to take control. And that leaves him in this spot where A is almost like a retake, still holding on to that crucial position of Showers. The rotation this time a little more cautious, making sure there's no one around them, but that might even play out as the fake, or a disengage from an impending Doom duel. Instead, they reset, and with 45 seconds left on the clock, they need to make a decision on where to go, but they haven't really...
Shot de, pore debe, shot de.
Flash through. Crashies knowing that they still have control in this direction, and Optic, they've tried to play with the rotations, but ultimately they failed. This fight could be
everything. Nice.
Just about able to deny it. Also Pancada getting a couple of kills and doing so well off the back of his ultimate. It leaves it all on to Crashies. 20 seconds left. Chance is looking impossible. The fact is he's got a rotation coming in from behind. He's going to get the TP timing almost perfect though. That should allow him a plant, and maybe even the Seekers as well.
Soyas.
Anywhere near this side if
Andar kaaz hoibe na
2 seconds earlier it could be done. Indeed it will be anyways. Loud tying it up at the halftime. This is a map that Optic are hailed as the kings of the world on. but Loud are challenging for that crown in the first half.
Well, they are incredible on that defensive side as well, so I don't think it's going to get any easier for the Brazilians, but let's see what the Des thought of that first half.
তবে এই হিসাবে অপটিক ভালো খেলছে কারণ ওরা ডিফেন্স ভালো করতে পারে না এটা পুরো ডিফেন্স করা ম্যাপ
Yeah, Loud really came back. I think their game plan was being shut down.
এটা একটা ডিফেন্স ম্যাপ এটা আরো বেশি হওয়ার কথা
And a big part of that was Auspice and his kind of step up on the raise thus far in
এই মিমি এরা বলে 19 বছর বয়সী মাত্র
space in hookah. He did a very good job at it, but just on the other side, the guy we've been building
আচ্ছা
so much throughout this tournament.
আমি আর একটু ডিটেইলস দেখতে ওইছে অ্যাপেক্স লেজেন্ড আর ওইছে যে তোমার এই যে ভ্যালরেন্ট এই দুইটার কাস্টার
Be it with the op or with the rifle.
Yeah, and but in the beginning though, Boso wasn't looking great for Loud.
No, especially this round. Even though they won it, I felt they gave Optic way too much control of showers at the start, and then they had this idea of hooker crunching, but it all relies on this less guy staying alive and being able to kind of contain the elbow push. Fortunately, he gets to 2-0 this round. However, in the next round and the round after that, they gave him way too much space. Viper ultis were going out, Razer ultis had so much space, and it was kind of really looking squeaky bum time for Loud there, but they managed to pull it through with their strong sides getting that information.
It was just interesting in general though, because they came with such a different plan from what you would expect, and it was Aspas a lot diving through that teleporter to get the retake. Such an aggressive looking at Aspas on the other side of things as well. Look at this is where Aspas gets his kills on the attack side against Zeta Division earlier in the tournament. You can't get those kills on
আরে ওই জায়গায় যাওয়ার ভাই ওই জায়গায় যাওয়ার জন্য যে কোনো একটা পাইলেই হইছে ওই জায়গায় যাই বইয়া পরে বুঝলাম না মানে তোমরা তো মানে কোন জায়গায় চলে যাও এই তো ঠিক আছে বুঝতে পারছি মাতব্বর ভাই ওই জায়গায় ওই প্লেসে বয়া মাতব্বর ভাই এটা কি সাইড টেকনিকতা
good as Optic, so it's so important that they push the star player off the line.
I think as we look ahead to this half, the priority will really be on those two initiators.
আরে না মাতব্বর ভাই ওনে যাওয়ার বরাবর একটা দিতেও আছে যে এইটা তোমার এইটা আমার তাই তো কইছি যে দুইটা জন পাইতেও আছে তাহলে দুইটার মধ্যে একটা দিলেও হয় যাইতে পারা এইটা একটা বড় ব্যাপার এরপর যাইতেও আছে আবার ফিরিতে পারা একটা সাধ্যও আছে এইটা তোমার এইটা আমার কও মাতব্বর ভাই মাতব্বর ভাই মনে করেন হ্যাঁ মিশেল ভাই বলো ওই যে শেয়ার দিলে সরাই দি কইলে দি ওই যে সিক্রেটারে সরাইবে টাকলাটারে সরাইবে তুমি তো মেয়া আরো ঝামেলা লোক
in recent memory. Absolutely. Moving towards the B site quickly. Utility. Look how much is coming their way. Players are stunned up and soon to be gunned up, but the Viper wall, the TPs have changed Loud's mind.
They're running all the way back. They basically have.
Or I think the TP cards or I think the TP cards. ঠিক আছে. সাইড খালি হয়ে গেছে একটা. খালি মালে আছে.
It's not an angle you'd normally clear, but the fact is he's just delayed them so much, even with a single kill.
হ্যাঁ প্ল্যান করতে সোলো করে দিয়ে গেছে
going again in Optic's favor, or at least they were. Les has managed to turn it back. What a couple of headshots!
Les এটা কি করলো বুঝলাম না দুইটা হেডশট ফাক এই যে জিনিসটা এইটা আমি সেখানে রিসেন্টলি ট্রাই করতেছি এই যে মাত্র যে ওই যে লেস গোস্টটা চালাইলো মানে সিঙ্গেল শট কইরা পরে আরেকটা মানে ডাবল শট আবার হোল্ড আবার ডাবল শট আমি তো করি ট্রিপল শট এইটা এই যে এইটা খুব সুন্দর এই যে ডাবল করে আবার সোলো এই যে ডাবল সোলো আবার ডাবল এইটা খুব ভালো লাগে আমার ইদানিং এটা আমরা ট্রাই করতেছি
Loud answering back to Optic's opening to the map. And that could give them the injection of rounds they need to get off to a flying start.
No, আমি কষ্ট পেয়ে গেলাম আমি তো কই রাউন্ড দিয়ে আইবো
It's not so worrying anymore. And actually the entire team
আর তুমি যেটা কভার রাউন্ড আইয়ে পড়ছো ওইটাই ওই রাউন্ডের গান্ড মারা যায়
I think as though the delay that Crashies has been able to pull off actually full team to rotate towards this B side they've left.
আর তুমি যারা কইছো মাহিম ভাইরে যে তুমি আমার এরপরে মাহিম ভাই অন্য রয়ে গেছে মানে তুমি যেটা কবা তোমার হেই শেষ
crazy play, at least you'd imagine.
মিসাল ভাই ঠিক আছে না আরেকজনের মোবাইলে চলে গেছে
Limited time to make a decision. This is a scary spot to be in. Look, Classics on their own, you should be able to take them down. But when they have these crossfires, 4 players able to 3 players able to split at any time.
তার একটা তো ফাইনালের দিন একদম
Was good. The follow-up not there with Sassy eliminating everyone on the B side. Left in the hands of Ye.
Unfortunately, Marv was just a little
কোথায়
That's all it really was. He had the extra C.
I think Tarek
he was spotted from behind. He's actually just headshot him through the wall. He's got no headhunter bullets left. It's fine. Thankfully, he used a few of them earlier, and that made it less dangerous. Only a single.
তারা কি ওই জায়গায় বসে লাইভ করতেছ
Going to be retrieving the extra weaponry, and actually quite a heavy purchase into that previous round for Loud. So it's good that they don't lose anyone. Also the fact that Let's
আমি দেখলে সিললেও সিল দিতে পারতাম
one of the most deadly ultimates you can have going into a bonus round, because that Spectre very quickly becomes very dangerous.
তারেক না তারিক
When you have the Stinger inspectors as well, I mean, Les has gone for the Vandal, which
আরে তারেক ভাই না
probably not the best weapon to have. Those tracers can give you away.
ওরা কয় অন্য কথা আপনি বুঝছেন অন্য কথা
আমি তাকে কইছি তারেক ভাই utility tried to deny that free control they could be getting if these prowlers went uncontested. But those smokes are coming down, and it looks like Loud.
এইটা কেমন অ্যাঙ্গেল হোল্ড
They are rushing in. At least that's how it appeared. Losing out on any hookah control might change their mind a little bit.
I think also just the spam, just not allowing them to get through that choke point too quickly. Counter nade out.
আরে কভার হালার পালা
But it's at the expense of Aspas, and they're still just trapped towards this position. Also the deep hold that's there from the inside means they go.
Oh!
And Victor, double headshot. He's now looking to try and ace this out. Could even get the ult online if he manages to find that final man. And while the crowd wants him to go for this, although it seems he might get beaten to the punch. Never mind.
The chance is still on. The ace could be his. It's a 3v1 though. This isn't a moment for bravado. Close the round out any way you can. And it's with
একজনে ক্রাউস করে রইছে একজনে দাঁড়ায় রইছে কারে কারে এম করবা
He was in a horrible scenario, ends up taking 3 kills. He's going to get ever closer to having his orbital strike online, which is now only 1 away. They're coming in with a purchase on the other side.
Victor's holder দেখছ কত
There's
সুন্দর
not a lot that's actually going to help them out economically.
Very true. Yeah, look, the losses here will definitely be felt. Those ripples coming into the next few rounds, and ultimately you're playing against weaker weapons. So altogether, yes, they've recovered that nicely in the final seconds. That's why you don't see one guy running down to try get the ace.
আরে আমি ইয়ার ভিডিও দিব আর টেনশন করো না তুমি টেনশন নিও না আমি আর ইয়ার ভিডিও দিব
এর মধ্যে ইয়ে বানাই হেলাবে ব্যাং ভাই
আর আমি ইয়ার ভিডিও দিব আর
Not quite the rifle. The prowler
Yun ang
has
mahin
gone
bay
right past him.
Oh no.
The judge.
Oh, he might have actually spotted him. He's not going to get the kill.
আরে বাল খেল
Give us and the judge taketh away. That has gone as badly as it could have. Okay, Aspas is going to be a little low.
সাই বলছান ওই যে কারে কারে পাইতে যাইবে এখানে বইবে কোলে কি কি সব কইলেন না
He loses the fight as well.
আরে যাইয়ে মরতেছে আমি খেলবো না
If he stood a pixel or two further forward, that judge would have taken him down. And instead he's ended
আইয়ের মরার শখ করছে সুলকানি করছে মরনের সুলকানি করছে
Now the advantage for Loud. Let's see how they can close it out, or if Optic got something up their sleeve. 3 man stacked up on A, hoping the rotation comes through. But Tom, we can see that spike and the rest of the team gravitating towards the B site. Looks like they might have a pretty easy time.
Basically committed to either.
মাতব ভাই কথা বলতে হবে তো মাতব ভাই
Probably going to tell Optic a little bit late that this is going to be a B play. For Loud, this is
ওই যে যেটা এরা ছিল ওই যে আপনাদের লগে খেলতে একটা পোলা আছে না
get up to 9 rounds, and as I said, I don't expect
কি জানো নাম নাইবুতের একটা ব্যান্ডেল আছে না
Yeah, it really is just too much of an investment.
ওইটা
হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ এই যে
probably not worth even losing the weapon for. Whether he gets a choice or not is a different thing.
He looks like he disagrees, because he is pushing quite far forward, especially in comparison to the rest of the team. I guess
মিসকিন কেন লাগবে না স্কিন কিনলে হবে
it's actually an upgrade for Ye.
One kill and survive, even better. True. If he gets an orb, he can drop his teammate a weapon, and all of a sudden, it's a full buy. You've got a showstopper there, and you've got Ye with a tour de force, which at this point, well, he's either going to have that handle, or he's going to have his ult next round. You probably just want him to survive.
Gun কমাই দিতে হবে, gun.
That ulti right off the bat. And we saw there.
ইকোনমি খারাপ করতে হবে।
The only 2 kills that came into play.
যাতে পরবর্তীতে ওরা গান না কিনতে পারে।
Both taken down, and then he's healed to 100 HP and doing exactly what Sideshow was mentioning on the desk. Blast packing out, taking the space, putting his life on the line for his teammates. I mean, the value that he has brought in the first half was tangible. Here, I think it goes even beyond what we see on our screens. I mean, this guy is the tip of the spear.
Yeah, very different superstars, I guess you would say. Like Victor is taking up that role on the other side, and then Ye is roaming, looking to try and catch you out as you get aggressive. This round, though, assume that Ye's plan would just be to try and find a kill, and damn, this is aggressive from Optic on the other side of the map, pushing all the way through. Will be able to stabilize. All 3 players gone.
এটা আসতে পারে যদি ভালো খেলে, নইলে কাজ হইবে না। কুত্তা স্যার ওদিকে কুত্তা স্যার।
This round could leave Optic with very little. So many of their players low on cash.
এই খেলাটা দিতে হবে, যেটা দিতে যাইতে আছে। আরে যে খেলাটাও দিতে যাইতে আছে এইটা দিলেই হবে, সমস্যা নাই।
Rotation out of Pancada, he's got the spike. If he goes down here, this could be bad. The damage though, it's huge. 48 HP left on Ye. Finesse on the B side. He's completely out of this for now. Has to be Ye to try and do something, and he's caught.
Last player standing.
Yeah, Finesse time to go and get a gun on the other side of the map. Had to make sure that he wasn't just facing into a lurker. And we saw him get a 4K earlier. This one would be so much more important, but Les doesn't even give him an opportunity. 10 rounds on the board. Bear in mind.
মজা কি তোমার টিম জিতলে কি খালি মজা হইবে? খেলা হইতে আছে, খেলার মধ্যে মজা নিতে হবে না?
3 rounds away from a deficit, and I am not surprised that they have taken a pause here.
No, this is definitely a moment to go back to the drawing board. You know, they've tried many different
क्या है ये खुलले की करबे?
It's not even that. All out aggression. 3 players swinging B long, looking for the duels, and all in the chaos. Loud.
लुंगी खुलले.
How things have been going. Their defense was really just a staple. More flexibility.
আমি তো কই খুলবে হইছে যায় গেঞ্জি, আমি তো কই কি কয় এবার সানে তুমি কও কি?
লুঙ্গি খোলা কি
Poster, do you want to catch?
প্রথম থেকে লুঙ্গি খোলার কথা বলি না, প্রথম থেকে বলছি যে লুঙ্গি জায়গায় নাচ দেবে।
ও মানে হেতেও হের দেখতে হবে, মানে জায়গায় হইলো হের পরে দেখতে হবে।
আর তোমার এই হেরে ভাইরাল বানাই দেবে না?
ঠিক আছে, হেরে ভাইরাল মানে লুঙ্গি খুললে ভাইরাল করতে হবে বলছেন মাতব্বর ভাই, আপনি ভাইরাল করতে আছে।
The other 2 ults not too far away, and some big ults on the other side as well. And the Vipers get to strike. Like, there is so much to play with in this round that even though the weaponry for Optic is weak, there is still a huge amount of potential that they could steal this one away. Ye alone is enough that there's potential they could steal this away.
Oh yeah, for sure. Ye's position, well, he hasn't invested in all, so I'm assuming he's not keeping that ult. He popped out here to try bridge the gap.
মিশেল ভাই তোমারে আমি যে নতুন যে ই দিছি না সেটিংসটা, ওটা ওইরকম একদম ব্লু কমানো, ব্লু একদম 50% করা, এই যে এইরকমেরই না। ব্রাইটনেস তো কমাইবি নি, ব্রাইটনেস না কমাইলে তো চোখ যাইবে।
All the way down towards their spawn, and then they've got the cheaper weaponry just hiding within the smoke. None of the bullets currently connecting, but they have been spotted. And eventually the spray comes through. Marv still does well to get one and a dink onto a second. Marv, Finesse, he's so close to taking a kill away, but they're just getting wiped out.
Yeah, look at the HP. 2 unsassy. 29 on Pancada. If these fights go their way, maybe there's even 2 more players alive on Optic right now. They could have the advantage. Instead, it's Ye left to do it all, and with the weapon in his hands, he's not even going to... Okay, not going to take advantage of low HP players, I say. But he's just walked out, taking down 2 to the head.
এ ভাই সুইচ করে হেড হান্টারের শটটা দিল কি ভাই?
It was looking possible, and when it's Ye in these spots, it always does. But at the end of the day, allowed push up to 11, and now Optic have their buy round.
না মাইপেরা উঠতে এরপর এটা মানুষ না, মাইপেরে মনে করেন আগে দেখে রাখছে মনে করেন হেরপরে ঘুরে হেড হ্যান্ডার হাতে আনছে একটু তো এই আপ আর ডাউন হইছে ওই নাম করে দিয়েছে হেডটার উপরে কোর্সেটা কি ভাই হ্যাঁ স্কাইপরে গেলে খেলা হইতো কিন্তু স্কাইপ পরে নাই না ওই দেশে এই হোগা মনে রাউন্ডের মারলে যাও রাউন্ডে আইতে হোগা মনে মারি গেছে ওই সামনে যা কল লগে লগে অপটিকের দুইটা ডাউন মানে এই লোকটার মুহের কথা এত
left to 19, pops the Seekers, the panic in full effect. The control now taken. As you can see, Victor following the Seekers down, and somehow that didn't get him.
Seekers se mollo na ka bhai?
And leave Sadik alone, the 1v3, unlikely, it's being watched by Ye.
না 140 ড্যামেজ খাও কিন্তু সিকারের পিছনে দৌড়াইতে আছে আলটিডি একদম পাশে পড়ছে একদম পাশে এরপর ম্যান্ডা মরে নাই তারপরে তো সান তোমারে কয় কি আলটি মারলা ম্যান মরে নাই
Take that as you will. That is insane. Can we slow that down? I want to see.
ইয়েটা কি দিলে
It's just ridiculous. The shots that EA is able to hit even in the game aren't necessarily going down.
না 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 এরা এরকমের গড লেভেলের এইরকমের মারিতে লে কেমন হয় ভাই অজম হইতেছে না এ দেখলে খেলা ছাড়িয়ে দেওয়ার ইচ্ছে করতে আস জেডু খেলি হাও ছাড়িয়ে দেব এই এলটিটা তো অ্যাট লিস্ট দুই সেট মিলাই দেওয়া যায় হুকা সহ আমি ওকে আলটি দেওয়া বুঝতে আসি না ভাইপারের
না ওরা হচ্ছে এক সাইড হোল্ড করে ওরকম দুই সেট করে
what this signals on their side.
অন্যদিকে ধরেন এই যে ইয়ে যেটা রাখছে ওই সাইড আর ওই সাইড শুধু ভাইপারের একদিকে একজন
Hookah controls being conceded completely. It wasn't somewhere Optic really wanted to fight for much on the attack. Makes sense, it's not somewhere they defend all that much either.
Fade. Ha, Fader alt ready. Mario this koite na koite.
Switches to the headhunter and this time, well, it's not instantaneous. The thing is they've thrown out that Nightfall and they got nothing.
Alti purri ges.
Enough that ult basically just found a tag. Okay, sure it got rid of the Viper's pit, but that wasn't worth the trade.
And this has allowed Optic to reset completely, even healing Ye up, getting him on an angle. They had an orb up to block any sort of a peek coming out of Hookah, so he was free to hold long the entire time. And looking over at this site, getting onto it doesn't seem difficult. Getting the spike planted will be 20 seconds left on the clock. Orbital strike online for Marv. The nade coming through from Victor.
Hey, Zereta, Hogada Maria se pelanter, bhai.
You can see the ulti in hand. It's going down from above. Marv has taken the kills, and with that, probably the round. They need a plan right now, and it will be denied 4 seconds. Closing the round, and Optic are hot on Loud's heels.
Fantastic ult usage all the way through the round from Optic. Like that setup, I don't think you could have gone much better. You had the Viper's pit almost baiting them into pushing into Ye. Man's not going to miss the shot. And then on the other side of things, you were just ready to plant deny. Even if it was earlier in the round, you still bought enough time for that rotation to come all the way back through.
Missile bhai 700 maren missile bhai.
That was an
pen shield upgrade koro tomar. Version 2 te nao.
Like that was a showstopper and a Nightfall used in that previous round, which ultimately garnered Loud nothing.
Now look at the work with next to nothing on the attack. Victor up top here. He's in a little bit of danger. Nade going to be deployed. The Prowler hit.
Are o ye asana Cecil asana bhai re guys.
That's crucial control removed. A weapon upgrade and a sight in Loud's hands. They've got a Viper's pit, Tom.
এই ইকো রাউন্ড লয়ে গেলে মানে ইকো না আবার পুরা হাফ ভাই
But no, this Viper's pit is not on the site. It's in their spawn. Loud are looking to take the
লোক হালার পালা হ্যাক করে দিস
which is often to certain death, but for now no one's watching it.
The thing is though is to play from distance is not going to be particularly easy.
আমারও মনে হয় লস হয়ে গেছে
Get towards that spike almost wrapping around the Viper's pit. So this really could be problematic for Loud.
এটারও আল্টি দিয়া সাইডে রাখলে মনে হয় ভালো হতো
is going to buy them that time. They expected this to happen, but the trades are coming through once again. I think they even have the Seekers one more time as they start to win every single battle. It's left on to Pancada. He has delayed them a little bit. The shot connected eventually, and I think the time
এক মলিতে this হোগা মারিয়া এনিও
an Optic just couldn't get on the spike.
What a ludicrous round. That is not
মলিটা মারিয়ে দিয়েছে শেষ
You want to see that in Prax? I mean, that was madness, pure chaos harnessed by Loud.
হ্যাঁ ব্রিমটা মার খাইছে হুদাই
Like even the distraction play around middle as the duel was coming in. That's when you have the swing coming through. As Pancada takes the fight, takes the control. Gorgeous work. 3 chances now for Loud to close out a map that even the best in the world have failed to do up against Optic.
It's not a death sentence, but it is a statement to come in to bind a map that even in the past they haven't been able to beat them on and look to take the lead in the series that could send them to the grand final. Still, the weaponry not the best for Loud. It's still a better purchase for Optic just because of the cost of the previous.
জিততে যাইবে
We've seen them do it a million times.
It's certainly not over.
হেডশট দিয়েছে কিন্তু 145 মানে 140
No one on this team can help him out. Now he's pure support. One flash to work with. Trailblazer already used dedicated spike carrier. That's his role from now on. 50 seconds on the clock. They're looking for B. And look at Optic's setup. I mean, it is gorgeous. They've got a wall. They've got a sky to flash through that wall. Potential retake coming in from Victor, who still has his nade online. And then we mentioned Ye, who we saw at the start of the round holding this angle. He hasn't moved ever since.
এই মনে আবার হোগাটা মারলে
He's so desperately low. He's going to go down straight away. The orb sections the remaining players apart. And the spike is down on the site. 20 seconds left. You might
miss.
Especially now. Pancada on just 3 HP.
আরে ইয়ার মিস হইছে শর্ট ওপেন না
Again, they looked into the trap that Optic has set. The double digits will be held.
Victor may be a Chad, but he was looking like a
দেশর কত মিছিল ভাই অপের শটে
lobbing him out. Nothing Loud can do. Diving
লেগ শট পড়ছে দেখে মনে হয় 100 দিছে
into bullets, into another nade. Round was done before it even got started. A great response from Optic. And they didn't even need Ye.
পারসন লঙ্গি পারসন লাউডের ভাই নাই ভাই এই রাউন্ড এই যদি এইটা উফ একটা খেলা হইতে পারে
Getting behind Optic.
দুই ম্যানের ভাই হবে না
To push us to an OT. 2 more rounds. And look at Loud. They're putting it all on the board here. All their
EMP নেন লয়ে খেলবে
down to this, and that's why they call a timeout. You do not want to just blaze into this round and end up throwing away your chance to close it.
Yeah, the funny thing is with the weaponry bought by Aspas, I think that is exactly what he's going to do. Plays into the round, like trying to
get
as much space as humanly possible. Unfortunately for them, it's not
even loudness.
Okay, let's work the orbs, get ourselves a certain ult online that might give us some extra space. There are actually no ults.
একটু আগে কি কইলো একটু আগে মাত্র ভাই সান কি কইলো আর কি খেলা হইতেছে কোনো মজাই হইতেছে না এটাকে সানিতে কি কইলো যে কি খেলা হইতেছে কোনো মজাই হইতেছে না এখন আবার কইতেছে আজকে খেলাটা ভালোই মজা হইতেছে এখন কোন এই দামে রইলে কেমনে চলবে হয় যে অন্যান্য বুঝেন না অনেকের বাসায় চলে গেলে অনেক ধরনের মুডের সম্মুখীন হয় না
The thing is, though, it seems like Optic have a pretty decent read that in lower economy rounds, in weaker rounds, a lot of the time you're going to want to try and pressure into this A site.
না দিতে যাইয়েন না মারবে.
That's what we've seen so far now. Out of this timeout, take a look at where Loud are standing. I mean, there's only going to be a couple seconds on the clock. I don't imagine they'll be rotating all the way around, and I'm seeing blast pack in. Flash from the sky. There it is. It's on its way. It's popping. And with the blast pack, Aspis is already up close. And the volley goes down. The control is theirs. They can grab an orb.
But already KLS.
Optic are willing to make. You can have your control in your orb.
Okay.
We'll keep on ranged fights.
Well, that's the thing as well. We already have hookah control and deep B long control. So they're not going to be rotating anybody off any of their angles on the A site until it is ultimately pressured, and that's going to be Pancada's job. If he kills Finesse, there's a pretty decent chance that Optic's setup completely falls apart. Instead, though, they're taking their that someone on the other side of things over aggresses, and at the moment, with the stack into
very disciplined play from
লুঙ্গি খুলতে গেছে একজনে পড়তে গেছে আর একজনে খুলতে গেছে
and outside of that everyone else is spotting their angle, holding for extra information, but ultimately waiting for these guys on mid to get the fight, and it looks like it's coming. 40 seconds on the clock.
ঠিক
No ultis for Loud.
সহমত পেশ করছি
They'll assume there's a player holding this angle, whether they
হালা দুই হালা এক লগে সুইং মারছে না শটটা লাগতো আরে না
What are those fights for Sadik with a double kill? Optic are now having to play read.
Oh! It's almost a couple of kills coming through, but they just wipe out the
Sass.
Faster play in towards that mid push, and the battle's being won by Sadik and Pancada. Loud are going to take themselves bind. I think that was something that most, including myself, thought was an impossibility, and the terrifying prospect the next two maps. Ascent, probably the best map of Loud, and Breeze, one they smashed them on earlier in the tournament with an 11-1 defensive half. This is now, well, what seems like a landslide first map in terms of the fact that you now have to climb that mountain once again.
It's a crazy thing to imagine. I mean, Optic have rarely come into this map and had more than 1 or 2 rounds versus a team where they look a little confused, where they're caught off guard, and they have to call those pauses and say, okay, but they figure it out afterwards. That's always been the difference. Right here,
oh, yes, Spirit tennis, but
so many ideas of where they wanted to take things, and
আর এইটা একদম সানের মতো সাইপে ধরছে তো ধরছেই
by any stretch of the imagination. This was a close game, 13-10. Ye still performed. The reality is, though, this map was guaranteed for Optic, and now the series is wide open.
4 kill Towner.
They've done this before.
Ghost King.
Bracket of an international event, just been able to make their way through into that final, and then we saw Optic return to prevalence. The question will be, can Optic now do that within this series? They are not a bad Ascent team, but at previous events they've lost to Loud, lost to Exet earlier. Now they're going to have to step up and show why they are a team that always makes it to the top 3, why they are a team that's widely considered the best team in the world right now. It's an uphill battle for Optic, but it's a fun one.
It absolutely is. And looking at Optic's spot, I mean, they are now moving on to that map of Ascent with their upper bracket life on the line. I mean, that is not somewhere that they expected to be at coming into today, and we'll find out if they've got what it takes to bring us all the way to a map 3, or if Brazil is going to be locking in that spot in the grand finals convincingly. For now, though, we're going to go to a break.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Register now for your national qualifier.
এই গানের স্ক্রিনটা সবারই দিলেও তো হইছে গোস্টের যে টুর্নামেন্ট খেলা দেখতে আছে সবাই এটা এই গোস্টের স্ক্রিন আসো মিশেল ভাই না নাই টাট্টি লোক গ্যাস সানিদা কি করতে আছেন সানিদা
আমি বসে আছি
এটা তো বসেই আছেন সাথে আর কি করতে আছে
সাথে কার্ড মিলাই
হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে
What a start for Loud. They become the third team internationally to be able to take down Optic Unbind. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here joined by Mimi, Boaster and a Sideshow. And Mimi, what a record that is for Loud and also Optic. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, for Optic here, they've only ever lost this map internationally to tournament winners in the past. And for Loud, they really came out here and were looking like they could be a tournament winner. On this map, I think they came in very well prepared for the way that Optic likes to play this composition when they're on Bind. Obviously, they've shown this map quite a lot before. And while I think some of the ideas weren't quite functioning in that first half, once we switched over and got an opportunity to see Loud over on that attacking side, they really were able to stay on top of that adaptation.
I mean, look, Optic won 0 retakes there. Every single post plant working well from Loud. And on top of that, in terms of when both teams had guns in hands, Optic won 5 out of 13 of those rounds. I thought that might be a bit of a problem for them coming into this game because there's such a mad discrepancy just in champs in general. Optic have somehow got to this point winning less than half of their gun rounds, which is mad.
Alright, so let's start off this round here. Obviously, FNS dodges both the dog and the boombot. Aspas takes him out, and then he just freeze and hold the call from Sardak there. They punish the push, 5v3, win that round. And this round was called here because Victor and Crashies were one off orb. However, Loud had like 2 ultimates that were quite crucial, so FNS went for the call for the long push, and it kind of got, both calls were like, FNS was trying to punish the ultimates, whereas Loud were trying to punish the one off the orb, and then what happened was they ended up just clashing into each other, not kind of understanding what the other IGL was going to call, and that was a big round, I thought.
The crazy part about that too is those swing the economy completely, because that final one that we showed, FNS bought into it with only a frenzy full armor, so they were full committing to that plan, and it did not work out, and it just swung the game totally in the other direction.
Yeah, and it was a very close game to end up with as well. After the timeouts, we saw 2. But I mean, both of these top fraggers on each side too, Mimi. I mean, Ye just had a great game as always.
Yeah, he always does. This is one of his absolute best maps. But the player that I was fixated on for the side of Loud really was less. I think on that attacking side, he had some really impactful, slower rounds where not only he was being that great trade player, kind of second entry to help out with Auspice, but also having a few quite impactful lurks to be able to close. I think thus far for Loud, this has been the tournament of step-ups for Les, and this map was no different.
Yeah, and speaking of Les, let's take a look at this 4K he managed to pull off in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. And Sideshow, what a moment this was.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of have to win the pistol round here because it puts all of that pressure onto Optic. And Les is left in a 1v2 after the trading kind of gets a bit funky. Or I guess a 2v2 there, but he does all of the work. And Les just popped off.
And as an IGL, I always think it's lovely when you win the pistol round because you can really start building that economy and kind of getting the kind of momentum and the snowball kind of going. So yeah, getting that kill, especially in that fashion as well, really shutting down those Optic players, showing some real nice individual plays. Surely that's going to bolster your other teammates. Fist bumps will be flying. And yeah, win that eco. Please win that eco, and then bonus round should be yours as well.
Yeah, the momentum was on the side of Loud in the end, but Optic, they gave it a good go, thanks to Ye. Here he is in the AIM Lab shoot-around, and if it's anybody that can pull Optic out of a bad position, Mimi, over and over again, it feels like it's Ye.
Yeah, it always is this guy to step up and pull them out of these kind of tough moments. And for him, he's been really good, at least to start on that map. But I think that for Loud, they did a very nice job of being able to shut him down and keep him from having those repeated heavy impact rounds on the defensive side with their initiator utility, which meant that you were having a lot of those just good trade moments where you get Auspice in quickly and Les is there to back up.
Yeah, to me, it's not even about shutting down Ye, actually. It's that other players stepped up, too. Ye's still 5-1 in first kills to first deaths. That's absurd. But on the other side of things, Aspas, 3-1, Pancada, 5-2.
ততই যা করে মিসেল ভাইয়ের স্কোর ভাঙতে পারবে না ইয়ে মিসেল ভাই হচ্ছে গড লেভেলের স্কোর
I was really happy watching Loud's attack side. Honestly, with the executes, when they were coming in, they came in brute force, utility flying and trades were going out as well. You know, like they had Victor and we call it get right, which is close right on A.
You call it cubby, I think.
Yeah, in the cubby. Everyone else will call it cubby, but we've got weird
Yeah.
call-outs. But what I'm saying is Victor there was isolated. He was only able to get one before instantly getting traded. And then that was when all the other soldiers were coming in, like trading out the end, trading out towards the backside as well. What am I saying?
Yeah, I mean, I know you're supporting Loud right now, so you're probably getting a little bit overexcited as we head to the next map. The question is, Sideshow, can Loud keep this up?
Yeah, definitely they can. Ascent is already an area where they're favored, I think. Their defense side is absolutely bonkers on Ascent. Their attack side, not so much. And listen, Optic's good here, but the first map was the one that they're the most, or rather the least favored on. Heading into the next two, they're odds on. It's slim, the advantage they have, I think, because we've seen Optic be good in both of these maps, but specifically on Ascent, it should be a great matchup where Loud have all the momentum.
Yeah, and when I was kind of thinking about the matchup, I honestly thought Optic won a 2-0 here. They want to win bind, they want to win out Ascent. Looking at what I thought what the comps are, I don't actually know what comps are choosing yet, but what I know that they do, they have that triple initiator comp, and against Loud, they run the same comp as us with the Killjoy and the Omen. So if they keep up that tradition, I think the triple initiator comp really kind of slightly has a higher win rate on that one.
We're heading to the agent, the Prime Gaming agent select here even. And Mimi, you know, what do you like to see from both of these teams?
I think what I'm looking for, in particular on the side of Optic, is it does look like they'll return to this triple initiator comp, is Marv.
KJ নিয়েছে KJ
He's been a consistently world-class controller, and maybe hasn't quite hit that mark.
কেজে আমি খুব পছন্দ করতাম, কেজে আমার খুব পছন্দের ক্যারেক্টার।
আমারও ব্যাং ভাই কেজে খুব পছন্দ।
কিন্তু এই লাইন আপ না জানা কেজে এই উপরের লেভেলে কোনো কাজে আইবে না।
লাইন আপ জানি না অলওয়েজ টেনশন করি না।
আর আমরা সেমবার তুমি এলা ইনিশিয়েটর খেলবে কেডা?
না বলি ওরা মানুষ আমরাও মানুষ। লাইন আপের সাথে তোমার এমডি বিল্ড আপ করা ডিফিকাল্ট।
If they have a good mid default and are able to kind of push chamber off, push the A off.
এর জন্য খাড়া লাগে, লাইন আপের জন্য মাথা লাগে।
No info utility, they should be able to kind of work that B split, work that A split.
আমার ধরে লাইন আপে কষ্ট বেশি, এইমে কোনো কষ্ট নাই, পিটাপিটি শুরু। লাইন আপের সাথে মানে বলতে ওভারঅল ইউটিলিটি ইউজ মার্ড। Oh man.
Yeah, it should be a close one for sure. But Optic, they have to win this map if they want a chance to go straight into that grand finals. Mitch and Tom, let's see if they can.
Well, the final hope of North America needs 2 maps in a row to continue on, or they will be jumping down to that lower and be in a little bit of danger. I mean, this has already been a surprising result to start it off. Coming into this map, I think we both thought Loud have got to be the favorites. You still sticking with that now?
But look, Optic, they have gone to 3 maps in every single series of this tournament so far. So if anybody can fight back from this moment, it is going to be them. I will say they have to have a good first half though, because Loud on the defensive stat are ridiculous. Over the last 3 games they've played, they are 21-3 in defensive rounds. Like, that is an absurd statistic. Now, obviously in a lot of cases they've still had good attacks, but that's still like 6-0, 7-1, like 8-2 defensive halves. So you need to start off strong if you're Optic, otherwise it's going to get tougher when you go into that second half.
The last pistol round we saw, it looked like Optic were going to win both of them, but we had less. A hero stepping up with 4 fantastic kills. It was the high-speed moment over in the break, and now as barriers go up, we're going to see Loud on the attack. Less playing the Killjoy for now, and the turret clearing out mid. They'll quickly take the space on the back of it, moving up. Good kill onto Ye already.
কেমন কথা?
Now taken the utility out of play. It looks like it could be
He's a madman. Absolute madman, but the flash is even better. Even still though, Sada Kapitana
Loud to পুরো সুকরে দিল সবাই।
All on to Crash. It's not pretty on the first, but he still manages to get the kill.
Even dodge the paranoia as well. Here's the steps coming behind him. Isolates one duel.
গার্ড মেরে দিল প্রথমেই।
এই ব্যাটাকে সুকরে দিল কেমনে ভাই?
Pick up the pistol. Said it's important for Optic to start strong, but it looks like they're going to have a buffer of a few rounds before that's a possibility.
Yeah, and I just like the sheer pace of which Loud are already coming into this map. You can see the strength that they have even just by the stats of them on Ascent. Although, there's at least the silver lining for Optic that they were the one team to beat them.
That is true. That is true. I mean, you look back actually for Optic. I feel like this map, it's not somewhere that I look at and think, well, they're playing this so that they're at a disadvantage immediately. It's just more so Loud are so strong here. But that also means there's a lot of VOD, a lot of tape out there on how they like to play. And you know how difficult rematches can be. We've seen this one happen again and again. Over on Loud side, this attack sees quite a bit of space. They're only up against classics. The Headhunter in play as well. The utility through reveals getting not too much with the door closed. That flash expected.
Are pisone check de gand marre dilo doro.
Control from the get-go.
একটা ম্যান একদম পুরো খেলাটার গান্ড মেরে দিল দা
Going into the bonus would be very helpful if he's able to. Even still though, this is where things should get a little bit more interesting for Optic. They're going to have the rifles, every single player. I think Shield's only missing for Ye.
Loud to year pura dominate karte
The question will be what sort of ideas the Loud have here. Sure, they've got a few rifles coming in themselves, playing that sort of extended bonus round with some extra weaponry. By the looks of things, they want an early challenge.
You can see the arrow wiggling as Sassy was waiting to swing through and fire it. The reveal clears close. With a smoke down, there could be a player sneaking up inside.
যারা ম্যাপ পিক দেবে এরা অ্যাটাক দিবে এই হচ্ছে এই রুলস
Clear enough on that info. Unfortunately, Sassy then found out there's a player the hard way.
Well, they sort of forced back one player in the form of Victor, but Ye stuck around. And after that opener, you can just see how passive this setup becomes from Optic. They put themselves into a solid position. It looks like Aspaz is just going to dive into the site again, though. The same as the previous round. This time it's being watched for by Marv. He doesn't connect the initial shot, though.
Paranoia didn't land on him. He's still good to fight. As Sadik goes down, utility on its way to clear Marved out, but Ye is holding strong. Kill after kill going his way, and with finesse landing. Round goes convincingly into Optic's hands. I mean, Marved surviving like he did, dodging the Paranoia, being able to cut off Sadik, stopping any extra utility from making its way to the site, and well, Ye just had free reign from that point while they were focused on Jenny.
That's the thing I really like with Marv. Is I feel like he truly is that controller specialist. Yes. Like, seeing him on Breach, KO, I've not really had anywhere near the same enjoyment, but you give him the utility to play around, and he truly is that superstar. He truly is the person you even put in the conversation with Ye.
You know, I mentioned that last time these guys played over on Pearl, when I was doing the Telestrator, I said that it was, Ye was 1-0 in opening duels. Marv was 6-1. Yeah. And it's so often that Ye will be there trying to get the early duel, falling back, and then Marv plays these nasty angles, able to capitalize off the gaps in spacing. Right here, you see that face to Ye, the aggressive early duel. It works out, and he doesn't even need his TP to get out of there, sitting comfortably with a man advantage now on Optic.
Yeah, the thing is, that's their lurk down as well. Les is normally looking to try and hold one half while there's pressure elsewhere. This means that Loud have to be a lot more careful of all of these aggressive positions that could have been taken, and a lot of the time are taken by players like Ye. Falling back into what looks like an A setup, and in fact, there's still 3 players within B, so maybe a slight misread here. Victor, I don't know if his spot was actually checked whatsoever, and they're still holding on to this short lead.
They definitely noticed Victor. They've caught Marv though, taking down the first man that they saw. The spams coming back find nothing as the plant comes in. Loud regain the advantage, and with the ult online, Sadik is going to stop any heavy utility retakes. It could mean that Optic run the clock down a bit more and wait for it to be gone, but then they'll have such limited time on that clock to get in. They really need to force some fights without the utility, and well, dry swinging into the angles isn't always the best approach with kill after kill going Loud's way. They're still going for it. They're still pushing through, and Victor's got 2. Pancata stuck below.
Oh!
He needs to survive. Up close now, Crashies could get him, but the TP, he's got into wine, he's buying time, and he won't cancel. Instead, he'll use this position to deny the defuse, shoulder peeking.
আরে ভাই কি অবস্থা একে স্পিড
with a Red Bull clutch, 3 rounds for Loud.
Oof.
There were 2 shot darts, I believe, on Crashies. You just if he fires one of those in,
মারু করে স্পিনে ও টিমমেট কল দিছে না ও হাফ করে তাকা ধরে রইছে তো ধরে রইছে
absurd. And I think he actually dinks up the final player as well, almost solo retaking versus the entirety of Loud. The problem now is what's left on the other side. weaponry in the bin. Okay, one off the tour de force for Ye could be a game changer. The fact is, what orb do they challenge for if they challenge for one at all?
Well, it certainly looks like B main is under the control of Loud. They're not going to be giving anything away. And Ye sitting passively on the A side will just be headhunting this round. Again, if he goes
this
back to back, and the entirety of the team, bar and Pancada is actually tagged. Also with delay utility as well, going through this would have its risks, especially now there's 4 players here and a 5th rotating in.
Oh, this is a bad read. Loud are walking right into the trap. They find the first. The spam is good, and the follow-up there. Weaker weapons really a saving grace for the attacker side. Not up against the heavy weaponry. They could have been. Some kills still. And it's Marv sitting on the site. Spectre in hand. They know about Victor. He's an accounted for property. Marv might be able to catch them by surprise, but he's being spotted, and with that, the round seems to be 18 health left as he swings in. Taking an extra round, and the lead becoming more and more exaggerated. Optic have got to start
when it comes to the defense,
কতক্ষণ কোন ইয়ে আপনার মতো খেলে, কতক্ষণ কোন লাউড আপনার মতো খেলে, কতক্ষণ সবাই আমার মতো খেলে এই এখন। কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমার মতো কেউই খেলতে পারে না। এই তো বললাম অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমার মতো কেউ পারে না। আমি হচ্ছে ইউনিক, চাইলেও সম্ভব না। Without utility use, only gunfire is real. ওটারও ইউটিলিটি ইউজ আছে ভাইয়া, ওটাও মারতে ইচ্ছে করে না, খালি পিটাও। আরে না ভাইয়া, বিরিমেই কম, বিরিমে একদমই নাই, খালি ওই যে স্মোকটা দিয়া মলি মারা একদম ইজি, আলটিও একদম ইজি, মানে বিরিম চালানো সোজা অনেক।
আরে গলি সোজা, কিন্তু ধরেন আপনার ড্রিম চলে দিলে ম্যাপ কই দেখতে হবে, রেনার আলটি করতে হলে আপনার ম্যাপ দেখতে হবে, কিছু দেখতে হবে, রেনার ফ্ল্যাশ
আর ম্যাপ দেখা যায়, ওডু তো ওডু তো দেখা যায় ম্যাপ।
রেনার মতো মনে করেন ইজি করে
ওই যে ডিয়াবলোর কথা না, রেনা আপনি চালান কা, এটার কোনো কাম নাই।
We spoke about this man. He can't put everything on his shoulders, but in this round it looks like he's trying.
He's only died once so far, Pancada. This could be the second. The jump spot shallow each time. If he goes out that little bit wider, there's no telling whether Ye hits the shot or not. In fact, I'd say he probably does. Knowing that it's Ye. That's why they're being so cautious, so careful about giving away these advantages. Smokes haven't yet been thrown out and bloomed on mid.
কি ওর কি মিডের ওদিকে কোনো ই নাই? ইয়ে যে ওদিকে তাকাই রইছে, ওরা তো এই সাইডে করে কভারই দিতেছে না মিডের, তো ওরম মানে কনফিডেন্টলি ওরম কেমনে তাকাই আসলে দেখো। আরে হ্যাক না, এটা হচ্ছে একটা খেলার টেকনিক, এই টেকনিকটাই তো শিখতে হবে। আমরা ভ্যালোরেন্টের জানি বালডা, আমরা ভ্যালোরেন্টের বালডা জানি, এই যে টেকনিক মেকনিক ওরা যে কুইক বহুত অ্যাডভান্টেজ দিয়ে অনেক বাচ্চা যায়, আমরা পারি না। দেশে গান মারিয়া ইয়ার, দেশে ইয়ার গানটা মারিয়া অপটা একবার আলটিটা মারছিলে শেষ বুঝতে পারছি, লোয়ার ব্রেকেটে চলে যাইবে।
Only losing Sadik, and for the control they got, that is worthwhile. Crashies alone, credits in the bin. 4.2k on Ye, nobody else can afford to buy. Wouldn't blame him if he saved, but even then what are you saving for?
না, এর আগের দিনও 3 ম্যাপে কোন ম্যাপে ওরা ডুয়েলিস্ট ইউজ করে না, আগের দিন যেতে নাই 3টে ম্যাপ খেলছে, 3টে ম্যাপ ডুয়েলিস্ট ছাড়া খেলছে।
Again though, just so
duelist লাগে না।
loud on those takes. The fact is, initially they get hit. I think by the KO9, 4 of the players as they look to try and entry in, they're a little bit patient as they look to make their move, and then you just see as the utility comes.
আরে এইটা অনেকটা চালাইতে দেয়, এই যে ফ্যান্টমটা যে চালায় সেনাবাহিনী।
The flashes that come through on the other side just leave him completely blinded.
Sequoia does a
Site looked way too easy, and okay, Les has gone down right at the end, but as you mentioned, financially it's meaningless, and they're going to go running to try and take this gun away.
You can't understate the importance of taking down Jay in those early rounds. Wrecks their economy completely. I mean, they have a hero rifle to be saved instead.
मर गया.
You can see potentially Ye. Okay, he's going in for the open light shields. So that's going to be the hero of the round. That needs
मर
to be
गया.
pulls them through. But I can't agree with you more on that.
ওরা ADS লঙ্গি খুলতে গেছে. ওরা ADS অন করে যে শট দেয়.
You've got the numbers there when again you're able to pop your flashes and so on, but it seems like Loud are expecting that. They know, okay.
हमने ये देखी करবেন. আমি একটু আইতে আছি কয়েক সেকেন্ড.
Now he's able to flash. Let's just spam around the smoke. Oh look, he's basically dead already. A frustrating round for Optic though, because it feels like they set up for their plan and then never got to actually execute it.
Again, a patient default. Les, well, his impact of taking down Ye in the previous round can't be understated, almost seeming to have a hard read on what he was wanting to do, and almost forces Optic to play slightly more passively until they've actually cleared this man out of position. In the early round,
I'm
going to have this double spot towards short, like basically the anti-flash being played by Victor, and the angle being held by Ye. They've got the right read on where this is going, it's whether they can stop them.
This could be so dangerous. It's not the first man or the second. It's the operator of Ye that I'm worried about. He's blinded up though. A fantastic paranoia. Crashies could be a hero here to step in and do some damage, but only
মুরগির মতো মারি দিয়েছে মুরগির মতো.
And the lead extends even further in the Brazilians' favor as Loud are now 6-1 in the lead. Guaranteed. Worst case scenario. An equal half, and knowing how strong they are on the defense with this being their map pick and
এই অ্যাসেন্টের মতো ম্যাপে অ্যাটাক দিতে কষ্ট হয়ে যায় আর হ্যাঁ অ্যাটাক দিয়া
last time the players on Optic lost because they weren't even Optic at the time. It was last year at Champs up against Ascend. Like they don't lose that map, and when they do, it's to the best teams in the world. Like
একটার খাচ্ছি দাদা মার.
Such a strong lead. I mean, we need to see Optic put rounds on the board now.
Operator for Ye again. They've been able to counter it in most rounds so far. The utility out, especially from Sadak, the flashes that we're seeing combined with Pancada's paranoia.
না কবেন আপনারা এখন কেমন বোধ করতে আছেন?
A little bit aggressive as well. They haven't seen anything, but instead Crashies has been going in off the mid. Shot dart again, like Crashies has been at least chipping away at a couple of these players, and he's
okay. কি ওয়াল ব্যাংকটা দিলে? এদিন আমার হ্যান্ড এর ওয়াল ব্যাংক মারছে আলার ফলায় কোন আল্লাহ জানি.
That is such a unique early duel. I mean, especially with the shock darts, they seem magnetized to his feet, just landing perfectly on him. Sadak did not have a nice time. And you know, Aspis has stood here, of course, rightfully so, waiting for a repeat, waiting for something else, and it never comes through. They've pressured A again.
Full team is
stay heavy on A, heavy on Wine. They even take Sassy down there, but the objective of this round.
এই রাউন্ডটা আসবে মনে হইতাছে অপটিক্স.
They cannot afford to even end up in trades moving onto the site. They need to be convincing in these duels, and they've been slowed down completely, pushed out of mid. There's only 25 seconds left.
This rotation back is going to be impossible. You've got Marved already playing deep. They're going to have to try and switch this up again. They look like they've got a little bit lost. Not the prettiest of fights for Les either, and now the remaining two. I don't even know if they had time to get to the site. They definitely don't now. For Optic to a Prime Gaming flawless just moments later. They have at least taken their second round, but Mitch, they need so much more.
They really do. That was a fantastic attempt by Loud, by the way. So you have this attempted push and almost fake on the A side. They move to B, they look to go, but then there's so much meeting them on the B side that they have two players run back down on mid. That was Pancada and Aspis. They rush mid, they run up short, they're stampeding. They're letting them know, we're coming back, we're faking it again. And then that's when they try to take the space with Les walking through the smoke to catch them on rotations. The panic on A of, oh, they're coming back, I need help. Everyone moves out of position. Les gets in with a great flank. Unfortunately, that reality isn't the one we live in. They've just been shut down. But fortunately, if you're a North American fan, because that was a round Optic needed, they would have been out of cash completely, and Loud would have ran away with this half. Instead, it's still up for grabs, at least to equalize.
Look, they're using the Killjoy ult just to get rid of that Hunter's Fury. In the meantime, they're looking at pressure on the other side, and Aspas actually gets away with that. Now you have the Hunter's Fury to try and take him down. Marved has nowhere to go. It's a double early opener, but at least there is a trade, a little bit more searched for by Ye.
Yeah, actor dese, Zuider dese.
Pancada forced out into the open.
Arekta lage dada.
3 versus 3.
Yeah, I mean, he could have just tanked it. It was only a nightfall coming, but instead ends up going down, trying to evade it, save some extra. Again from Les. This guy has been unaccounted for in a number of rounds, and the value found almost every time. Finesse trying to break the door, almost meets his demise. That fight could be everything. Yay on 10 HP. This is done. He knows it. He'll pick up the op and run for the hills. Loud may let him save it. A little consolation for the half now guaranteed to be a loss. 7 rounds on the board for Loud, and a frankly ridiculous start to this map.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Optic are looking out. Like, they're looking like they're going to that lower bracket already. After losing the first map and just the way that Loud have come into this, the opening duels. And I feel like as well, a lot of the times, even in the last map, where we would see that sort of 3v5, like a couple of rounds go the way of Optic from being down a man, this time Loud looks so much more stabilized. Les has been an absolute demon at just...
Ascent দেখছো সবাই at least দুইটা ইনিশিয়েটর ইউজ করতেছে দুই টিমে আর যায়নি
And then, as said, just the amount of assists that is currently just really stacking up for both Zanuck and Pancada when it comes to just taking that space, leaving players in the most awkward of fights, that even Ye getting 2 kills off the back of the operator is not even close to enough for them to win a round.
Time out.
The frustration on the Optic players' faces there as we swap to the player cams after replays. Timeout.
Nah, loudness.
No doubt. They'll be attempting to reset not just their game plan, get more rounds on there, but also put some smiles on those faces. I think this team is looking to jack.
ওর অপটিক এনেছে না আমি উপরে লোগো দেখছিলাম আমি মনে করছি লোগো তো লাউডের ছিল
Again, at least in theory, expect to be Loud's weakest.
The timeout will at least lead through with a buy afterwards. No command online is the only ult bar that Cosmic Divide, which I think Marv has had online for quite a while. Setting up Ye has been a lot of them just trying to almost post him somewhere on the map, have him have that early access, but the fact is with mid control going mostly the way of Loud, they're able to set up these lurks, they're able to set up these splits, but more importantly they're just taking close range battles that he can't really get involved in. We've seen them so much like fight towards that tree position in the early stages of the round. I want to see that challenge like we did early on from Ye, even though it didn't go well, just something to not allow them all of that control for free.
We had Pancada start this map out incredibly hot. Now Sadek really stepping it up, but for me, Les is the most important player so far, purely because he is consistently changing Optic's game plan. He is a thorn in the side anytime they try to set up. Look at even the last round, 3 players heaven. Yeah, you have to. You have to. And this is the thing. Some of the other fights you lose, you're like, I lost that duel, that sucks. For Les, it's like you are thinking constantly, where is this guy? What is he doing? Is he behind me? Is he going to push the smoke? Is he... That is so irritating. And if you can get in your opponent's head like that and make them adapt to you, you're already winning. A lot of the time, at least. 2 hostiles detected up close. 1 on the A side a little further back. This has prompted the ult out of them. The panic ult almost.
They popped it just before. It will force almost a reset, and actually still just leaving 1-man post on the other side. The thing is though, Loud have been very happy to play into the lane. Wait patiently. Now they're going to start splitting back. There's only 1 man on this side. Nobody in position to help out Ye. Is this the round he takes over? It's not looking likely. He's completely surrounded and has to fall back to the site.
Crashies was jump spotting, left it open as they walked on through. Ye is gone, despite that trade back that they had just moments ago. The round seems to be going into Loud's favor, and again it's Les! A quick double seems to secure it. Marv, the last man standing, 1v3.
Round etarও হোগা মারা ছাড়া
That's about where the benefits end. As a Cosmic Divide, we don't expect to see used in time. Well, it's the least of his concerns with those numbers against him and a smoke that he'd have to walk through.
Well, of the players left in the tournament coming into today, he did have his clutch percentage, but honestly, at this stage, I wouldn't mind it so much. Of course, I don't expect him to necessarily win it, but they need something. This team needs a hero to almost just bring them back from the brink, because at the moment, well, this is probably the most shut down Ye's been the
Balda.
tournament, probably.
It's the most shutdown I've seen Optic be, I think, just period. I mean, Loud are playing an absolutely incredible game. As we said, you know, sometimes you get these upset games and you're like, I kind of feel close. I kind of feel like the favorite team like messed up. They didn't play their best game, like all this sort of stuff. And sometimes that's true, but you cannot take anything away from
আমার কত থাকে
playing such a clean game. It was tangible from the first half on Bind, and it got even better.
40 কে জীবনে কোনোদিন কম্পিটিটিভই করছি জীবনে হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে এরকম ভাবে না পাসাইলেও হইতে হ্যাঁ 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 এর জন্য তো এমনটাই কইছেন যেটা জীবনে করা হয় না এলে তো পসাই দিয়ে
They've left the A site completely. Yeah, there are 4 players currently outside of it. They're looking to try and pressure into mid. It's something I mentioned just a round or so ago that this has been somewhere that has been taken for free, and Loud have adapted. Just patiently waiting. I guess as well with no aggression from Ye, which has been a staple of this A site. There's at least less information.
আর যাইও কে কুফা জানি আমাগো মানে খেলায় না লাগে হ্যাঁ এখানে গেলে তো মনে করেন হালকা পাতলা মনের উপর দিয়ে যাইবে
As they go past the door. But with spotting absolutely no one, the knife not even going to connect onto anything.
আর অনেক গেলে ওই যে মাইন্ডের লাগে অন্য অনেক কিছু ফাঁক হয়ে যাবে
They've destroyed the turret. They know he should be close by. He's in the corner. Damage done, but no kills. Optic coming ahead now. 5 versus 3. They've lost the site. They may well concede a plant as well. The retake is set up to be in their favor. They've got a cosmic divide as well, and that basically forces Loud to play on site.
Make their move back through. Only going to give them a little bit of information, but this is looking much better from Optic. Sassy, 1 versus 5. Maybe to put the final nail in the coffin. He's looking for the lineup, and while body blocked and taken out by Marv. A much better round from them. A complete, almost takedown of everything that was being attempted on the other side. And I like the idea especially from Crashies. Just basically, my job is get 1 kill on the cross. And that's exactly what he did. Another Prime Gaming flawless, by the way. 2 of the rounds that they've won have been flawless. But every time, Loud swung back instantly.
And
I mean, to be honest, the adaptation alone
No, I mean,
get rid of less, send a player with make sure he's gone. You keep Ye alive in the late round, fantastic. But if Les comes up behind you at any point, no, he will. This is the thing. So I said Les is being forcing them to change. He's getting in their heads in that sense. Well, now,
আর সব সময় অন্য অনেক কিছু ডাউনলোড চলতেই থাকে আর
could have all put the pace of the round. Last one of the half, and Loud again.
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ এর জন্য মনে করুন বলছে আর অন্য সময় যেগুলো চলে বলা টলা যায় না এর জন্য বলেও না
So that just means that they're going to have this site almost for free, and Crashy's desperately hoping to try and find someone around the edge of the door, but he won't.
Okay, this could be a problem. Still the Cosmic Divide. So you know these players are going to remain on site. Les, not again! He changed it up again and again!
Yay! Gand Maria.
Chance to play the round.
আর ওরা কি বোঝে না বারবার ওরকম করে একটা মার খাইতে আছে
doesn't lock them out nearly as much as Optic would hope it does. Instead, they're willing to fight, losing the duels. 2 versus 3. Only the men underneath now remain, with Pankata finding one and Sassy tripling up in the round.
That's it.
9-3. Loud have put on one of the best performances on this attack side that I've seen from them. This is
দুই টিমে ডাবল ইনিশিয়েটর
কেজি আছে ওই একটা সাইডে তো ঢুকতে গেলি আর কেজের বটে টুক মারাই
1 and 3 in terms of their defensive rounds. They go in with one of the best attack in half.
না কেজের বট সেটআপ করছে পিছনে একদম
They go on to their favored side of the map.
ইয়েরে মারে অনে সেটআপ করে ইয়েরে মারে
Battle for Optic to get back into this series, and while I want to know if there's anybody on the desk who believes they can do it.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. 9 rounds on the attack. Mimi, this is a dream start for Loud.
Yeah, it has been a dream indeed. And one of the guys leading the charge for this squad has been Sadok. I've been really impressed with Loud being able to consistently just lean into these 4-1 executes where Optic realizes where they're going and still they're getting away with the rounds. I think a big part of it has been this guy. He's really good to help Auspus being that second entry and setting him up with those flashes. Marv is always anchoring towards A, and you have those those deep flashes to be able to shut down. But on top of that, Loud's adaptations have been great.
Yeah, I think honestly, Loud starting off with that A main control, making sure that Astra's pressured and making sure that somehow they opted to get info back. And they end up going back, pushing A up the middle, and then they end with an A execute. Knife goes in, any util gets thrown out, they can't throw util for another 8 seconds. Loud wait, and then they just hit again with an Omen flash and all the other util, job done.
One of my biggest, one of the things I love the most about how Loud approach that as well is they don't commit to the A and get caught. Wasn't turned off. They just hold and wait for all of those swings to come out. And this now puts insane pressure upon Optic heading into the next half. And when you look at how they've been playing their attack side, I think Ye's been the most interesting part of it. This is attack side kills from Ye, and he's getting a lot of kills in their spawn. He's going and working mid in a lot of these rounds, and the rest of the team pivots around him to set him up for these looks. Kind of how HYPERX plays with Forsaken. The problem is, I mean, this is just almost an unwinnable spot. Louder averaging 9 rounds on defense this year. That is just absurd. Yeah, he can't do all of that. Yeah, Optic can't do all of that.
It has to be an entire team effort for them to even have a chance in this one. But we saw some moments. They take that nice retake at the end of that half. The fans are chanting for them. For once, Optic has a crowd behind them. And now the grand final, having that clean run, it relies.
Misal bhai dekho ei jersey ta count ta koto?
It's just about this pistol round. If Optic get this pistol round, it's like what I be.
Misal bhai aso?
I can bring it back, boys. I can do some nice pulls here.
Are nai. Indian jersey asle global esports er dorshoker moddhe.
Mitch and Tom, back to you.
Did she mean us or Finesse?
I think it might be Finesse.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Tom. I don't want to get your hopes up, but...
Boast is right here, I was about to say.
Loud of 93%.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
93%.
Yeah, so we mentioned this coming into the game. We heard it from the desk. Like, this is the half we expect Loud to put up the most numbers. That's not possible. They're going to put up 4 and it's done. And
unless we go to mega OTs.
Crowd is behind Optic, that's for sure. We need this pistol to go their way. Loud have won 2 out of 3 of them with big individual performances stepping it up. Not even the game plan that took it across the line. For Optic, they're taking it slowly. You know, you can feel how much this round means to them. This is not one that they go into and look for some loose kills. They need to take every advantage they can possibly get here.
Unda sillerum padannan.
3 players and a 4th looking to hold on to the cross. Victor, he's having trouble just breaking the turret. Timmy surviving far longer than he should, and he gets hit by a shot. Akbas already demolishing 2 members. It is a shambles on the way through, but Marv might have just rectified it. The ping up is going to give some information, but the trades are so good on the side of Loud. There's a chance. Pancada, if he goes...
Guard marriya. Aate utai dese.
Double digits for Loud. And while they are moments away from getting themselves into the grand final again.
It certainly seems that way. A tale as old as time between these 2 teams. That rivalry not going to end in Brazil, or sorry, in North America's favor for now, it seems. Another pistol that follows the same pattern. In a 4K, 3K, a 4K, individuals on
final e jaitase direct.
You can see Optic in a moment, they get a little bit tunnel visioned into
2 match na ek match khelte hobe arekta abar.
But then there's 2 more. They ran into the stack and realized it too late, and now they're left to classics. This should be 11 rounds for Loud, and then a basically flawless half if Optic are to have any chance in this series.
I feel like there's
Are Optic ই করতে চায় না, ডিআই ফাইনালে যাইতে চায় না, 2টা ম্যাচ খেললে যাচ্ছে, আরটা গরম বানাই যাচ্ছে, এর জন্য আজকে হারতে আছে ইচ্ছে করে, যাতে আরেকটা ম্যাচ খেলা হয় আরেকদিন, এটা আরটা গরম হইবে।
Strong performers on this squad, and now it's on to Finesse. He's even getting spammed up. Would need some classic magic, and it's happening. Still a decent round, but in the context of things, I don't know how much difference it will make.
Yeah, it's a silver lining at best, but you got to capitalize on it. And so far, Optic have struggled to get anything on the board. We have rounds where Ye's pulling up 2 kills with an op, and then
ওরা দেখছো এত রাউন্ড হারতেছে, এরপরও সেকেন্ড রাউন্ডটা বাই দেয় নাই।
Yep. Oh no. It's been shaky. And I don't know what's leading to it, but Loud are playing some of the best Valorant I've seen out of this region, out of this team.
They're pushing both extremities.
Of anyone.
They've got so much control already, and with the weaker weapons, this is just the perfect positioning for them to be in. They're not going to be able to take any of that control, and instead, mid is going to be 4-4. It's not gone well for Marv. That's going to be a rifle into the hands of his opponents, and they only came into this with mostly stickers.
Oh, re aspasser shot.
And a trap gone, which means no information for Optic anymore. There are 3 players stacked up on A, and they basically need to commit to it. Crashies is kept out for a moment, but okay, they've got Static. Now they can look towards the site. You've got an Omen here. They know that. The paranoia already put out, and so he's the last man standing on the site. As he goes down, it's a 2v2, but look at Crashies. My man has got 1 health left. Victor, he had a 2K earlier on. He had 2 more kills since. We need to see this as a round where he delivers, because I don't think Crashies is going to have it in him to win these duels. Luckily, there's no damage dealing utility, so they will have to do it with the bullets.
Timmy disagrees. 1 bullet from the turret could be enough. It means there can't really be a swing, and they're just looking to try and play off of each other. Victor almost just going to hide in the corner.
ওরে বেট বানাইতেছে ওরে এক এসপি কয় তুই যে খেল আমার পজিশন জানে না
Still just lurking around this angle. Does Aspas actually go back in for this peek? He does, but he loses the fight. And they know roughly where Les is going to be. He's just sticking this defusal, looking to try and get it.
Oh!
Let's go! And lands the headshot. This man is unstoppable this series.
মারাত্মক আর পসাইয়েন না থাক বাজে খেলি ঠিক আছে মানি আমরা আমরা তো বলি না যে আমরা ভালো খেলি করছে নাকি আল্লাহ উঠতে একটা হেডশট
9 chances to close this out. Loud have kept this energy up from step 1, and this guy's got an Odin.
এরপর ধরছে অডিন এবার হবে শোকমারা অডিন অফ জাজ
Of course, yeah. No, naturally.
Taking a little bit of early space. Aspas, the thing is he's been hit, but might give the bait, but there's not a second player there, and they're almost being funneled towards this judge. It does seem like Optic are going to lose this game, but you don't want to lose it to that gun.
Not like this. Okay, Victor's making a good call. Well, maybe not. I mean, there is an op here, and the bullets ringing out from Les. They're a distraction.
দিয়েছে ইয়ার গান্ড মেরে দিয়েছে
That KO knife. Nowhere to go. No utility to get him out.
They all got hit by the knife on the other side, so they know that basically the entirety of Optic are in mid. They have 40 seconds to play with. Aspas! To try and clutch this out, but Aspas has had enough. A knife needed to
গান্ড মারা সারা
put them down. Loud dominates Optic to make their way through to the final, and we already know we're heading to Brazil at the beginning of next year. Loud want to take a trophy there.
They want to go with the crown into the next year. What a fantastic display. Map number 1 was Optics. We knew it from the get-go. But they came through and delivered beyond what we expected. Putting Brazil on the map for the millionth time. Getting themselves into the grand final. They might have a rematch on their hands, but
এর পরের ম্যাপটা মানে ম্যাচটাতে মনে তারিখ রে আনবে তারিখ আর ওই আবার জুনসটা
decimated Optic 13-3, a loss the likes of which they haven't felt for a long time.
But that's the thing, we talk about Brazil as a region as being very top heavy. There's been the Vikings before them and now Loud leading the way, but I imagine if you're one of the teams from that region right now, you can see this is what we have to play against week in, week out. This is who we have to try and beat to qualify every single time. They looked unstoppable today. And again, this is the thing we've said the whole tournament. It isn't one
এমনি করোনা ওদিকে এরপর আবার হাত মিলে হালারা
we're not looking at maybe a Durka, we're not looking at someone having to just win or basically put up crazy numbers every single time. The fact is, we have seen every single member of this Loud squad step up. Even just looking at the frags, it's like 5 between top and bottom. every single member had their impact. The supportive players of Sadak and Pancada have had world-class matches throughout this event. And honestly, at this tournament, this looks like the most complete team.
That is for sure. You can have 1, 2, maybe even 3 players have a bad day. It doesn't matter. There's always someone to pick up the slack. And the reality is, every time these guys have played, it's gone to 3 maps at least. I mean, it was 3-0 even in a BO5 to Optic. Never have they been dealt a hand like this. Unbelievable stuff from Loud from the get-go. And I mean, sure, there's a couple of rounds that came close that could have put more on the board for Optic. But even if they win a couple more clutches, it just looked too solid from Loud. They were in control from the get-go, and they never let their hands off the reins.
But that's the thing, this is also for Optic their first loss within the tournament. Sure, they've had maps go in the other direction, but it seems like this feud between these two teams, it's just going to continue to go. And obviously, if you're an Optic fan, if you're a North American fan, this isn't them out of the tournament. This is just sending them into the lower bracket, which means we could have the matchup of the miracle story of DRX looking to try and take them down, or we could have the champions of the first Masters versus the champions of the second Masters to try and go and play against that best team within Brazil. Either way, we have got stories for days heading forward in this tournament.
The contrast between each side of the stage there, you can see the frustration as Optic take their headsets off.
Don't blame them.
They're flinging paper across. I can only imagine what was written on that, possibly something for the celebration. It won't be happening this time. And you know, the desk said, I think it was Sideshow that said, this rivalry, it's been alive for a long time, and it's not going anywhere coming into next year. I think they've just cemented that. Optic will not forget this game for quite a while. MVP vote time. Scan the QR code down below for your in-zone MVP, Aspis Les Pancada, or a coach in there for one of the first times.
To be honest, I don't really blame them at this point. Like,
yes,
this man has been leading the way in terms of just pushing this team forward and basically just seeing that consistent improvement from the squad. Again, I feel like it's a tough choice either way because you could have put anybody on that list, but that's why it's down to you guys. You get to decide who is going to be that player of the match, and obviously that is us done for this event, but there is so much more to come even today. DRX versus FPX is the next matchup, but first, back to the desk.
কি আপনার কি হয়েছে?
হেরে গেল ব্যাং ভাই।
হেরে গেল তো যাবেই, বাজে খেলছে, বাজে খেললে তো হারবেই। প্যান খুলে নিয়ে গেছে।
আপনি থাকলে ইয়ার করতে তো।
এতক্ষণ অপমান করছে গেম দিয়ে, এখন বাকি ডু করতেছ, বাকি ডু এখন চাইতেছ।
আরে না রং ভাই, তোমার উপরে উঠে দিতে হাই।
হাতে অত দূরে যাওয়ার লাগে, আমার বাড়ি ধরে গেলেই তো একখানে উপরে উড়াই দিতে।
আরে হাতে
উপরে উপরে মনে করেন অ্যালার্ম বট উপরে উঠে দিতে।
তুমি মেয়া গতকালকে না কবে জানি কে জেলে বট কয় এনে বয় না কা উপরে উঠে না কা, আচ্ছা উপরে উঠা লাগবে মেয়া তোমার। জান জান জান, আপনাদের সবারই তো এখন সময় দেওয়ার সময় হয়ে গেছে। ठीक है ठीक, अरे हम लोग मालूम है ना, जाओ जाओ जाओ।
अरे ना,
अरे हाँ जाओ,
गेलम गेलम।
हाँ हाँ ठीक है,
खाइते हो
ठीक है। লাউডার খেলা যদি এরকম ধরিয়ে রাখতে পারে, মানে যে খেলাটা দিল অপটিক্যাল লাগে, তাইলে চ্যাম্পিয়ন ওরাই হবে। আর ওই সাইডে মনে হয় ডিআরএক্স উঠবে।
কেন ব্যাং ভাই এফপিএক্স পারবে না?
এফপিএক্স এর এক ম্যানের উপরে এতগুলা ভরসা করাটা মানে কেন জানি, মানে বর্ষা আমি করতে পারি না, ওই একটা ম্যান খুব ভালো খেলে, এছাড়া মানে এভারেজ যেমন এই যে যেমন লাউড মনে করেন কোর্সেটা কি দেখছেন, কোন এক ম্যানে খেলছে, সবাই ভালো খেলছে। আর ডিআরএক্স এর কিন্তু সবকটা ওই চাইনিজের ওই সবকটা প্লেয়ার ভালো খেলে। আর চাইনিজ টিম না কোরিয়ান টিম ওটা?
ওটা তো কোরিয়ান কোরিয়ান
কোরিয়ান টিম। এটা তো ফার্স্ট টাইম না কোরিয়ান টিম চান্স পেয়েছে?
না না আগে কত ইয়েতেও খেলছে, মাস্টার্স সরি মাস্টার্স চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স খেলছে।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, আমি ঠিক।
কত বড় খেলা দেখছি, ওই যে মাকো মুকো গুলো এগুলো খেলা আমি আগে দেখছি, স্ট্যাক্স মাকো আর কি আমি আগে দেখছি।
হেডফোন মেলা মারছে, হাতে যে দিয়ে ব্যায়াম করে ফিক্কে মারছে, মাথা মুথা গেছে খারাপ হয়ে গেল। ইয়ের কোনো শীত গরম দেখলাম না, সুন্দর মতো হারছে আবার উঠে চলে গেছে। আরে প্রতি কে হ্যাঁ কই ভাই, আমাকে টিম সবাই যে লাউডের সবাই ভালো খেলে। তুমি আমার অন্য টিমমেট গুলারে পছাইও না, সবাই ভালো খেলে। আরে ফেট চললে আইছে, আরে সান চললে
Going absolutely nuclear.
That was Daddy's round. That's all we got to say.
The flash was good. The follow-up not there with Sassy eliminating everyone on the B side.
What is going on?
সানিদা কি একবার রাতে আসবে? আমরা এগুলো
মনে হয় খেতে যাচ্ছে। তারপর সময় দিতে হবে না, তোমাকে তো সময় দেওয়ার সময় এসে পড়ছে, তোমারও তার টুবার সময় দেওয়ার সময় চলে আসবে।
সানিদা আজকে 3টা থেকে 2টা থেকে সময় দিতেছিল,
তার সময় দেওয়ার সময় এখন একটু বাড়িয়ে গেছে, তোমরা এমন করো গা।
হ্যাঁ 3টা থেকে সেই 6টা পর্যন্ত আমি তো খেলছি, কয়েকটা ডেথ ম্যাচ, তারপর একটু বাজারে গেলাম, আবার আইলাম, আইও দিই যে বলছি সানিদা তো
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Youngsu, and I have Mimi, Boaster, and Saisho with me. As Tom said at the end of that cast, we are heading to Brazil. And Saisho, it's time to invest.
Yeah, come to Brazil and bring a trophy with you. I love that, because that's exactly the form that Loud seem to be in right now. I don't know how Optic could have won that game. Loud were just in unreal form. Every game plan worked. Every player's popping off. That's what happens when you build a super team and have a great game plan behind.
হ্যাঁ আরেকটা ম্যাচ যে ওই তো ওই যে 1 ঘন্টা, এই 1 ঘন্টা মনে করেন ই হয়ে গেছে না, পিছিয়ে গেছে না।
In these games, and in this one they didn't even have to make it close whatsoever. What a performance across the board for Loud.
Honestly, yeah, I really have to credit the coach, analyst, or whoever was kind of in that prep diff, you know, getting those individual players like shooting heads, but also kind of really anti-stratting that Optic side on Ascent, especially like taking that A main. Optic really struggling to get the information back. Marv was really under pressure. It was like, honestly, I was like, why didn't we do that against DRX? What were we doing?
I mean, as you heard FNS say, what is going on? You don't often hear him question those things, but also what a performance from Loud to getting to that grand final. Mimi, they've been there before, but not like this.
No, not in this fashion. Previously, it was a slogfest versus Optic.
আমাগো টিম রেকে মিশেল ভাই অ্যাগ্রেসিভ করা লাগবে একটা জিনিস কিন্তু খেয়াল করছে আমাগো টিম কিন্তু সবসময় মানে ডিফেন্সের সময় করে কেউ কিন্তু মেইনে থাকে না বা মিডে যাইয়া কেউ ধরে না বা টিরিতে এক্সট্রা পিক দিয়ে কেউ খেলে না
এইসব এক্সট্রা পিক দিয়ে খেলতে পারে সিম্বার জেটেরা কজেরা আছে ব্যাক করতে পারে
আর সব সাইডে তো মনে করেন একটু আগে তুমি খেলা দেখছো আগো ওরা সব সাইডে সব প্লেয়ার অ্যাগ্রেসিভ যায় খেলছে না কনফিডেন্স ছাড়ো কে প্রথমে তো ওরা ডিফেন্স ই করছে মানে প্রথমে তো ওরা ই করছে তাতে কি কনফিডেন্স পাওয়া ছিল প্রথমে তো প্রথম দিকে শুরুতে তো কনফিডেন্স আসলো না ওরা তো প্রথমে যাইয়ে যায় বহু মরছে
মানে আমি যেটা বলতেছি যে সিম্বার আর জেট পিক দিলে এরা ফিরে আসতে পারবে মানে মরা
না আমি ওটা কইতে পারছি আমি কইতাছি এইটা কি স্ট্র্যাটেজির মধ্যে পড়ে কিনা যেমন এইটা আমার কেন জানি মনে হইতেছে এটা একটা স্ট্র্যাটেজির মধ্যে পড়ে যে সব সাইড দিয়ে প্লেয়ার এগ্রো খেলাও একটা স্ট্র্যাটেজির অংশ যেটা এখন আমরা বুঝতেছি না যেমন আমরা অনেক কিছুদিন আগে আমরা অনেক কিছুই বুঝতাম না যে কোনটা কেমন করতে হয় কারণ আমরা এটা বুঝি কিন্তু ওই যে এখন দাও সবাই মনে করে এক সাইডে পুশ হইলে অন্য দিক দিয়ে এগ্রো হয় মানে মিড দিয়া যে জিনিসটা ওই প্লেয়ারটাও কইছে এই জিনিসটা আমি এই যে টুর্নামেন্টে খেয়াল করে দেখতেছি এটাই করে কিন্তু আমরা এটা জীবনেও করিনি মানে লাইক মানে কোনোদিনও না
আমাদের এরকম ধরেন 1v1 ডুয়েলে অনেক প্লেয়ার মরে যায় এজন্য হচ্ছে ধরেন আমরা যদি ডিফেন্সে যদি প্লেয়ার মরে যায় তাহলে অ্যাটাকারের অনেক অ্যাডভান্টেজ তখন হচ্ছে অ্যাটাকার অ্যাডভান্টেজ পড়ে যায় এক সাইডে একটা প্লেয়ার খালি হয়ে গেল ওই সাইড ফাঁকা হয়ে ওই দুই এক রাউন্ডে প্রতি রাউন্ডে গেলে এরকম দুই এক রাউন্ডে দেওয়া যায়
Yeah, and he's facing the guy who's known for being ice cold.
তাও ধরেন ক্যালকুলেটিভ ধরেন ওই যে সাইফুলসান ওইরকম করতে পারলো অথবা হিডিল এটা ওরকম করে এমনি কিন্তু গুড শট টানতো এমনি শুধু আমি দিই সিম্বার সিটার আছে পিক দিয়া বাইরে ট্রাই করতে ওরকম খেলে আপনার ওই HYPERX পুশ দিয়ে খেলে এটা ডিফেন্স
না একরকম সাইডে চলে যায় না আমি সাইডে চলে যাওয়ার কথা কই না এই যে ওরা যেগুলা যেমন জাজ নিয়া আপনার ট্রিতে একজন ম্যান পুরো মনে করেন ওখানেই কন্ট্রোলে বইয়ে রইছে তারপর আবার মেইনে ওখানে মনে করেন আবার অগজেট বইয়ে রইছে এরপরে আবার কেজে আবার মনে করেন ওই বীর সাইড দিয়ে এগ্রো খেলতে আছে মনে করেন সব সাইডে সব প্লেয়ার এগ্রো মানে ভিতরে কোনো ম্যানই নেই মানে সাইড যেমন আমাগো ইসে কি বলে ওই যে জেনারেটরের পিছনে একটা ম্যান থাকে তারপর হইছে যে আমাদের ইর পিছনে ম্যান থাকে ওই যে বোট হাউস ওই ইর পিছনে একদম ওটার কি কয় বোট হাউস না হ্যাঁ বোট হাউসের ভিতরে প্লেয়ার থাকে তারপর আমাগো বীর একদম সাইডের দিকে মানে যে আমাগো যে সাইড দিয়ে স্পন সাইড দিয়ে দৌড়ে যায় না যায় ওখানে ম্যান থাকে কিন্তু অগো এইসব জায়গায় এইসব প্লেসে কোনো প্লেয়ারই নেই না জাজের ডাবা কিন্তু বাকিগুলা দুই সাইডের পয়েন্ট অফ ভিউ কিন্তু কারণ দুই সাইডই কিন্তু ডিফেন্স খেলছে
অথবা ওই মনে করেন ওই ইতে জেনারেটরের পিছে আমরা এদিকে খেলি আমি খেলি ট্রিতে খেলি অথবা খেললে ওই যে দেন যে সুইচ আছে না সুইচের রাইট খেলি
Alfia.
What was the name?
He's like at Ascent, and we're like, no, it was Haven. We're talking about Haven on
live. What's going on? ব্যাপক মার কি তখন বোটাও যে সুইচে দেই কজ সে মিড দে পুষে নে তো যদি কেউ না ধরতে পারে তখন বোটাও যে খেলা চালু করে
having that experience to kind of switch up his positions and catch the enemy rotations off is it was really quite
other entry to the to খেলাই তো
to keep those young guns in check. One of them is Sassy. He's standing by right now with Chrissy in the Verizon post-match interview. Thank you so much, Iansu. Yes, I am standing by
এই মেয়েটা এভারেজ জোনাসের জন্য কি হয় এই যে চাসি আছে এই যে এইটা আছে না এই যে মেয়েটা কাস্টার এটা এভারেজ জোনাসের কি জানি হয়
অর্ডার যদি অ্যাগ্রেসিভ একটু পিগানতে পারে তাহলে মনে করেন ওদের একটা ই থাকে সব রাউন্ডে না ম্যাক্সিমাম রাউন্ডে আর টিম্বার হচ্ছে অনেক আনইউজুয়াল পজিশনে ধরতে পারে যেগুলা যেতে পারে টিম্বার পারে এরকম আপডেট দিয়ে উঠা
you, they knock you out in Copenhagen very early on. Does this feel like redemption to you, or will you not feel like it's redemption until you've taken it all?
I mean, honestly, it's not over yet. You know, the history can repeat itself. So I'm working to make it not happen. So yeah, I mean.
You want to bring home that trophy?
Yeah,
first,
yeah.
Before
I
you
mean,
say
I want
anything.
the trophy this time, you know. So.
But it's got to be a weight off your shoulders to know you've secured your spot in the grand finals. You're going there, have a day off, pick your feet up,
চেম্বার
relax,
সেন্টিনেল হিসেবে এখন অনেক লেস ইফেক্টিভ চেম্বারের সেন্টিনেল ধরে থাকলে হবে না খেলা
চেম্বার এখন ডুয়েলিস্ট কেন গতকালকে তো আমরা গতকাল কেন তার আগের দিন ওই যে সময় নার্সা খেলতে চেম্বারের সাথে আমরা কেজে খেলাইছি না
বাট আমাদের আসলে ডিফেন্সে ধরা যায় সাইট এটাকে আরো ইয়ে লাগে পাওয়ার লাগে
আমি এগ্রো খেলতে যাই না কিরফান না আমি একটা কন্ট্রোলার আমি যদি যাই মরে যাই তাই আর জীবনও সাইডে ঢুকতে পারবো না
ডাবল ইনিশিয়েটরে খেলা উচিত ডাবল কন্ট্রোলারতে খেলতে পারবো না ডাবল ইনিশিয়েটর দিয়ে খেলা উচিত চেম্বার ডাবল ইনিশিয়েটর বেটার তো আমরা সাইডে হোল্ড এমনি করতে পারবো ম্যাক্সিমাম হয়ে যাবে
Next year we're going to be coming to you in Brazil, and hopefully we're going to come visit your trophy there, right?
Oh, I hope so.
Hope so.
First this one.
First this one, yeah. We'll bring the
duelist
trophy back to Brazil.
ইনিশিয়েটর আর কন্ট্রোলারের বেশি ইয়া লাগে কম্বিনেশন ইনিশিয়েটর একটা ধরেন রিভিল মারলো অথবা কুত্তে দিয়ে চেক মারলো স্পোক ফ্ল্যাশ এন্ট্রি এই ফার্স্ট স্পোক দেন ফ্ল্যাশ দেন এন্ট্রি এরকম করে দিতে হবে
ঠিক ঠিক
ধরেন একজনে স্পোক দিল তারপরে এন্ট্রি দিলাম তারপর ফ্ল্যাশ হয়ে গেল হবে না মনে করেন আগে ফ্ল্যাশ স্পোক আসতে দিতে হবে তারপর ফ্ল্যাশ এর পরে অথবা স্মোক রিভিল এন্ট্রি এরকম করে দিতে হবে হেড অথবা স্কাই খেলা
Tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
খেলা শুরু হইতে হইতে বহুত সময় না
অবশ্যই ব্যাং ভাই
ততক্ষণে আমরা কি করব
আরে আমি তো সিনেমা দেখতেছি ব্যাং ভাই কত দেখো
मजा नहीं आ रहा है टीम हेरे गलो
পরেরটাই কারে সাপোর্ট করবেন
পরেরটায় ডিআরএক্স রে हाँ DRX और FPX
ওই FPX ব্যাং ভাই খেলার আগামী খেলাটা ভালো হবে যারা নাম FPX
हाँ अरे
সানিদা কোন টিম সানিদা দেখ
সানি দেয় কইবে আমি পাশের বাসার টিম ঠিক আছে সানি দেয় কইবে পাশের বাসার টিম আরে ওবিএস রিকানেক্ট খাইতেছে খানের ছেলে কানেক্ট
কেন ভাই নেট কি চলে যাচ্ছে
মনে হয় যা বলতেছি নেটে গান মারা গেছে কানেক্ট হইতে পারবে না মনে তো হইতেছে
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Istanbul and our lower bracket semifinals between DRX and Masters Copenhagen champs. Fun plus Phoenix is up next. We just saw Optic and Loud, obviously Loud, absolute decimation. I'm Chrissy Costanza and joining me at the desk, it's Mimi.
দাম করে নেটে একটা বাড়ি দিলে 32 সেকেন্ড ডিলেতে চলে গেছে
It's my first time on the desk with you. I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's my third time on the desk with DRX. So
না আজকে নেটে সমস্যা নেই কালকে দিন নেটে সমস্যা আজকে নাকি বিকেল হইলো বর্তমানে কইছে আমি একটু বিকেলে ছিলাম না দুপুরে খেলছি
সানু তো বলছে বিকেলে সমস্যা ছিল
ও আচ্ছা বিকেলে হলে এরা পাইছে আমি বিকেলে ছিলাম না
There's a lot more than that.
We didn't discredit the DRX fan club.
কালকে দিন নেট বাজে ছিল 50%
Very fun rematch on day 9. DRX sent FPX to the bracket, and now they meet here again. Except this time it is elimination time. Ooh, spooky.
Yeah, this is a scary place to be in because FPX right now, when it comes down to rematches in particular, are utterly incredible. But this is the fourth time now that they are meeting against DRX. I kind of teed this up the last time that they faced off. These guys just seem to be fated to meet, much like Optic and Loud.
Yeah, and it is the second rematch. We saw DRX win the first time, FPX win the second at Copenhagen. Could be the same story here as it was DRX to take the first matchup at Champions.
And it's really incredible that DRX, don't kill me for this, are still here. They have broken their 5th, 6th place curse. FPX, on the other hand, they're trying to become the first ever back-to-back winners here. They're competing with Optic for, first team for 2 international titles this year, but they're the most recent winner, so for them, this would be back-to-back titles.
Yeah. It'd be absolutely massive if they could pull it off, and once again, they would have to do it while running through the lower bracket. It would really affirm them as being the best team in the world if they can make that happen back-to-back times. Honestly, even if they make it to the grand final for the lower bracket yet again, I think it's still so damn impressive. But FPX, they are a completely different beast. This is a team that is really hard to knock off their
এই পোম্বা হালাই সারা ওগো কোনো প্লেয়ারই নেই ভালো খেলে
But on the other side, it It's a DRX who has been looking absurd, and now at this point, BenQ, they are the flag carrier for the Asian region. They're the last team standing from that entire part of the world.
Okay.
Yeah, all of my hopes and dreams lie on their shoulders right now.
সবাই
It's all on them to do what I could not in Copenhagen.
সানিজারে কইতে হবে যে
And they
সানিজা
have
খালি
all my support.
আজকে বলতে হবে যে
But I just wanna
সানিজারে
talk
খালি
about,
লাগাই
like,
দিতে হবে যে বলবে
the
যে
win
খালি
conditions
DRX
for
দিতেছে এইটা
DRX
তো
right
DRX
now.
হয়ে গেছে
তাহলে হোক আমার সানি যদি দেয় কয় তাহলে DRX মনে করেন শেষ আজকে
Let Buzz off the leash because I feel like it's very restricted now with the way that they structure their everything, and I just feel like he needs to be less afraid to make
যে কয়বার কইছে যে পিস্তল রাউন্ডে ভাই এই তো উইন এটা দাম করে ওই হালায় 3 না 4 মেরে দিলে
DRX is a very academic team. They like a lot of prep. They like to really analyze and study their opponents and kind of get into the head of who they're going to be up against. Isn't that right, Mimi?
Yeah, I mean, this team just has the 4-coach buff. They really put in the time and effort to counter-strat their opponents. This round versus Loud, a great example. They know how that Cypher setup is done, have a shock dart to get rid of the utility, and then just really good scaling out of their entry and buzz to set them up for success. This team loves watching back on the type, coming up on ideas to counter, and it's part of the reason that they've been so good when they get into these late parts of tournaments and their opponents have showed up.
Yeah, and especially
Okay, I mean,
FPX is definitely going to have studied DRX, and they're going to realize that DRX is a super heavy prep team, and how they can counter that is just to recognize like the kind of timings that DRX have and their entryways, and just like just play around it.
Yeah, and on the other side here for FPX, this is a team that has a lot of different looks. It makes them incredibly hard to prep against if you're a team like DRX, because they have multiple comps on pretty much every map. If you look at all the maps they've played thus far, they have at least 4 maps where they have shown multiple different iterations, multiple different compositions thus far at this event. And for teams that are going into them or playing into them, particularly if it's a rematch for the second time, you don't know which FPX to expect. And I wanted to ask you about that, BenQ, because as an IGL, when you're prepping against a team like this, they can show you so many different options. How does that change how you set up for a match?
Honestly, for me, the take that my team did against FPX was just to play our own comp and just go with our own game plan and not try to counter what FPX has in store for us, because they just keep switching up almost everything that they have, and you literally can't study them. And it's going to be a huge challenge for DRX because they rely so heavily on their anti-strategy.
Yeah, need to be able to make those mid-round adjustments and whatnot, try to adjust to how FPX is playing, and that is something that DRX have struggled with in the past, so I'm curious to see if maybe that has been the focal point rather than trying to study FPX, trying to figure out how they can make those adaptations on the fly.
Right, is there an advantage in BenQ when you're kind of thinking about how you're going to play against an opponent? How much do you spend, how much of your time do you spend counter-strategizing, and how much of your time do you spend just doing what you think is going to have your team be set up for success the most? Because I think that's something that FPX have done a lot of, is that they know what they're good at, and that's why it's hard to counter them, is because they can do so many different things.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very delicate balance between the two, because on one hand, a team could play a lot better when they know what the other teams have in store for them, like in terms of anti-stratting, and on the other hand, like take my team for example, we thrive on just being able to do what we do best and what we think will work. And I think FPX is the kind of team that will just follow whatever they think is right, and they'll just like steamroll the opponent. So I'm kind of excited to see what DRX is doing in terms of prep.
Right. Well, for more on this matchup, let's hear from a man that knows these two teams inside and out. It's FPX's coach, Doombros.
It felt amazing to get the revenge on next set, but obviously a bit tiring. But we got to win 2 times in the same day, so I'm happy. I think the map Vita was a bit different. We banned Breeze, we brought in some new comps on Pearl, and we had a little bit more preparation, so that always helps us.
They only want more, and now it's a 2v2 with Angel and Deadpan! Send them home!
DRX is one of the strongest teams in this tournament, both strategically and individually. I like the guys in the team as well. So I think it will be a really great matchup, you know, with the masterminds of tactics. So our mentality in FPX is really strong. The things we have gone through this whole year, if we put any other team in this situation, I don't think they could do as good as we are. Our confidence is always high. We believe we can win it, but obviously we take it match by match. Some matches are harder, some matches are easier, but in the end, you know, we can win it all.
Well, I, for one, am very excited to see what happens next between these two teams. I cannot wait to see who the outcome is, who we're going to be seeing tomorrow in the lower final. So with that being said, let's get down to the stage to get into map selection.
Last time these two teams played, it is of course that rematch, and we got to see Ascent, Breeze, and Icebox. Series didn't go all the way, but there's at least some history. And now I think the biggest question with this veto is, does that repeat itself? At least for the versus span, it will stick the same. FPX have loved getting rid of this Breeze.
Yep, I think this is pretty unsurprising. DRX have looked incredibly strong on this map pick throughout the entire tournament. And okay, it's gonna be the bind. This is a map that throughout this, all of stage 2, DRX were actually very much favoring going here, but it's a lot of respect being shown to FPX that they take this off the board.
Yeah, now a lot of interesting maps are left open in this one. The Icebox, for example, is one that FPX has looked quite good on, and DRX just kind of showed this for the first time fairly recently. So, well, I think that is one that leans pretty heavily towards FPX. They have had to show a lot of the map.
Yeah, we saw them float it versus FPX last time, but obviously it was a 2-0 for DRX, so we never got to go there. But then we saw DRX playing it for the first time versus Loud, and it did not look very inspiring. Loud really handled them well on that, but with Haven being open, this makes sense that DRX are going to look to go here. This is a map that we have not seen from FPX yet internationally, so curious to see what they have prepared. And DRX, I mean, again, BenQ, this is that conversation of how do you prepare for a team that hasn't even shown this map? Do you expect DRX is just going to go for maximum comfort on Haven?
I definitely think they're gonna go on the offensive right now, because just from what I'm seeing right now, they picked attacker on Icebox, so I'm pretty sure they really have a lot of things really prepped for them. I think they're just gonna try and steamroll them on the first few rounds and just carry that momentum throughout the series, but I'm not really sure if they're gonna be able to translate that into Haven.
Yeah, DRX have really been trying to stay away from this Pearl, and that's what they do ban. Fracture comes up as that decider. I think either Pearl or Fracture would have been a solid map for the side of FPX if we do go to the distance.
Have we seen Pearl from either of these teams during this tournament so far?
FPX has shown it twice versus XSET. They haven't been able to get the wins there, but
so no success has been shown this tournament.
But
no.
DRX has not shown Pearl at all. They haven't really even been willing to float this map as a third and decider map. They just look to avoid it.
Yeah, they really have been. And I think that's wise. Even though FPX have lost twice in the past, I think they're still a team that has a really strong intent and has been dedicated to improving that map. They've now shown 2 compositions there. What I do think is interesting is, my brain was a little fried, but it is flipped back and forth. Last time Haven banned, this time the Breeze. So the Haven comes through, and that is something new for FPX.
Yeah.
Well, with the map picks locked in, we're going to take a quick break, but DRX and FPX, try and say that 3 times fast, will be taking the stage in just a few minutes. You're not going to want to miss this rematch. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Istanbul. We are about to kick off our lower bracket semi-final between the best of Korea and the best of EMEA. It is DRX and FPX. Let's head to the stage for the Prime Gaming Agent Select.
Angel. Chow. Stacks. Cypher. Buzz. Dim Bros. Tammy.
The crowd is very fired up right now, chanting for FPX, waking up a lot more during this second match already. Clearly super excited about the EMEA and Asia matchup here of the two giants. And we're seeing a lot of excitement out of the crowd and the players right now.
Yeah, both these teams have so many fans in attendance for them. DRX, a lot of people coming all the way out from Korea to cheer them on. Some members of the org, just some fans of the team, and some people here from Turkey that have gone over to that side. The stadium is divided between these two squads, but only one can continue after this.
It's going to be hard to tell who's chanting for who, because it kind of all gets, you hear an X at the end, you're like, X, and you're like, I'm not really sure which way that's going. Either way, lots of cheers for the playoff walkouts. It's really exciting atmosphere in here right now, isn't it, BenQ? As a player, does it get you really hyped when the crowd is really energetic, or does it make you more nervous?
It's really surreal when you hear the crowd cheering for you for the first time. Like I was the first team to play in front of a crowd, so I kind of miss it. I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, it's just so nice to just watch the crowd cheer for these other teams as well.
For FPX, though, they've been here so many different times, right? This is the most experienced team pretty much in front of crowds, and they love it. You can see Artis just having fun with it, enjoying his time in front of the fans. For DRX, they've had a little bit less experience in these stage games. It's only here at Champions that they've gotten an opportunity at that international crowd outside of their home region in Korea. And for them, the pressure is really on. They've already broken that curse. Now they need to see if they can break further than that.
Yeah. Honestly, I think Stax looks pretty comfortable in front of a crowd, so I think he's going to be really feeding off of this energy here. Let's jump into the Prime Gaming Agent Select and see what these two giants are going to be picking for this massive rematch here. What are we expecting to see here, Seth?
Perhaps some changes, given how things went last time on Icebox for them. I misspoke earlier, it was versus Fnatic with that 17-13 loss that DRX did suffer. And yeah, we actually are going to be seeing quite a few changes. Buzz is going back over to the chamber. This is something that we've only been seeing from him on Fracture thus far.
Yeah, they do go back to a fairly standard comp on this map where they have that no duelist. I think the Fade is the biggest adaptation that some teams have shown a willingness to play. I think that, well, I like the idea behind the Killjoy comp. Their implementation didn't really work, and it didn't feel like it played to their style super well. So I'm happy to see this change. On the other side, though, to talk about FPX, this team has shown two different comps thus far. An iteration with the Raze, an iteration with the KO. Both have their strengths, but it seems like they're again landing on this Raze comp. It really enables Zipan to step up as an individual.
BenQ, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, and I think not having just having the solo fade on FPX right now is gonna make DRX's job a bit easier for their chamber, because sometimes the fade dog, like the Prowler, doesn't detect like the high angles that chamber can be playing at. So I'm gonna be looking onto their chamber player to make a lot of impact in terms of the early round stage.
Yeah, and as long as Buzz can stay up, if he can find value on this chamber when they get over to that defensive side, can shut down Zipan on that dive, it could be massive. But they start on the attack, so it's going to come down to what can they do on these lurks, what can they do on these slower rounds to be able to find space and deny an FPX, who is a comp that is very heavy in shutting down those plants, in letting you in and punishing you with traps on the race.
So how do you think DRX counters FPX here? What are their chances? How are we looking?
I think you say Buzz go kill. Buzz needs to have an incredibly strong game. We've seen him pop in the past. Stacks as well, somebody who's kind of bringing up the rear in their series versus Fnatic. If he can have a normal Stacks performance and everyone else is operating on a similar level as we saw versus Fnatic, I think this could be taken by DRX. But FPX, they are the rematch masters. It's a 78% chance for them to be able to take this one statistically. They haven't lost a rematch yet.
All right, well, let's find out which team moves one step closer to that crown and send it over to our casters. Here's Doug and Bala.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. The crowd is electric. The vibes in here, immaculate. I mean, you can feel the tension building behind us. It's going to be a good match.
খেলা তো তাড়াতাড়ি শুরু হয়ে গেল কেন মাচো?
Multiple times, and we haven't even gotten started.
মাচো হ্যাঁ তুম.
The rematch history between these two teams, not just here. Yeah. Right. You rewind time back a little bit. Go back into the calendar. These two teams have danced before.
Yeah, Copenhagen, DRX gave FPX problems getting out of groups. That was the first time they met up, and this will decide who's going to take the lead or DRX to tie it up.
Okay, সুন্দর সময় চলে এসেছি.
Once again, turn our attention to Icebox, the opener in this best of 3, elimination on the mind. Potentially a dance with Optic tomorrow.
Lower bracket finals. One more step, one more chance for both of these teams. The last hopes for their respective regions. The last for a podium finish for both of them.
शुरू करते हैं.
FPX, potential second one, and DRX, their first ever.
I mean, they've already defied expectations. They've already laughed in the face of a curse that was before them for so long that plagued them the entire year. For them to get further is just icing on the cake. But you know their eyes are set on far much more than that. You see a DRX starting off on attack. They're going to make their way over to A, and it's really just...
Yeah, they're playing retake FPX. Yeah. And look, all 5 members are already rotating through. They want to use the utility that Zipan has, paired up with a bunch of other stuff too, to get back in this fast, and there immediately the season and nade.
What a nade, man.
He just exploded.
And the problem here is this wall is going to fall, but they're not fast enough actually with the pistols.
Second time's a charm, or so they say. The spike eventually does get planted. CFPX approaching, or at least attempting to approach and think through this retake. They're going to have to do with the pesky player who's playing further up.
Marco is playing lineup as well.
He swings as the wall goes down, and Artist is there to greet him. But you're right, lineups are going to be a problem here. Shao has gotten it all the way to half. Has to peel back. Buzz waiting for their challenge, and boy, did he get one. But can Mako? I don't know that it's going to be enough. Yeah, Angel's just going to stick it. There was not enough in the post point.
নিয়ে গেল কি সুন্দর রাউন্ড.
All the players that he was leaving to fight.
Let's go DRX, let's go.
Went down immediately too. DRX started that series as well. Fnatic on this map as well.
Thank you for watching, guys. Like kar do.
And FPX starting off with the same type of fire. That sees nade right off the rip. It's not usually something you're seeing DRX be caught off guard by. They're usually the ones who are bringing in that prep immediately. And the first challenge here. Do some damage to this anti-eco of FPX.
I know DRX are set up towards A, but look at that brutal setup down B long. You've got Artist with a Vandal and Zipan with the Guardian.
Ooh.
Immediately getting the heal off too, so he gets happy to face check there with no risk. And the wall funnels them too. They're playing this anti-eco very well so far.
Land করতে দিবে না দাদা. Land করার উপরে একদম রেখে দিয়েছে ওয়াল করে.
Remember, he was the one who just got destroyed by the Season 8 combo previously. still holding the spike in the same spot he was in before. A couple of spams through the Viper wall, nothing doing quite yet.
Two wall here, they could be really up close though.
It's a really light wall. Xiao's already spotted the first. A little bit of spam through. There's still time to pivot if need be. But for now they stay. For now they hold their ground. Committed to getting into A at whatever which way possible. And Buzz from up top with the Headhunter is going to get one down. 4v4 here. The fact that they've gotten this far up, the fact that they've gotten Spike down is impressive in and of itself. But Sugetsu with the spam through the smoke shows he's pretty impressive himself. Now you see DRX start to fall apart. Sugetsu has already gotten 3 on the round. And while Mako has 2 this time, surely.
Oh, Adam!
There still has 2!
The orb isn't down though. And oh my goodness,
Artist just gonna hold it.
He could definitely hold it through that even.
Mako, Artist goes up top. Mako's so weak, he has to back up. Second molly gone. No more post plant to deal with. Artist has a massive decision before him. Artist on the tap. The swing! And Artist stops.
Nice.
Puts down the 1v4.
My goodness.
That was so ridiculously close. But talk about goal achieved, Doug. 4 kills on the round, and that is not something that happens to FPX.
No, bro, with a ghost? Good night.
It's 2 plants now, too, for DRX. Huge buy available for them. FPX, honestly, they're looking like they're mostly saving here.
Yeah, remember, they invested 2 Spectres, a Guardian, and a Vandal. The Vandal's the only one that survived.
So cancel out the bonus. Actually, they're still going to go for it. But look at Mako. He has his Viper's Pit online already. So win condition here for FPX. Make sure they don't get on the site, especially this B side.
Hard is playing top yellow. And really everyone from DRX is here. Patience from the attacking side is now the utility goes up. Now they want to make a play. Artist having to give the space up. The rendezvous. Getting him back, and Artist goes back in.
Everybody flashed?
Yeah, but this time there's nothing for him to get out with. Stacks on the plant. Angel playing close by.
Super unconventional.
Yeah.
That wall, I mean, there's no way you can get those nades in.
Not easily. And now you have the Viper's Pit you're going to have to deal with too. Angel trying to get that back yellow.
কি এম করছে তারা দাদা?
A 4v3 here. Zip on the only one with a weapon. The only one. Actually, Xiao just upgraded. Now he has a Vandal. Still so healthy. DRX are still so patient. Oh my gosh. Oh no! Xiao only gets 1, but Zipan's gotten 3 on the round. How has Sax gotten to this point? A 1v1. Sugetsu on the swing. There's not.
Nice, DRX. Nice.
And it was heroics. It was fireworks. It was so electric the last 2 times these 2 teams played, especially in that first map. We're 3 maps in.
DRX.
For what's to come. Look at this. The dive down from the FPX player Xiao. I mean, he almost got 2 even.
Yeah, he did.
And Stacks holds strong. That is ridiculous. But it was just the bonus, so FPX have their pit of their own now.
Bro, if every round is going to be like that, we're in for a wild ride.
Look at that. Slow as well. No, the pits. It failed.
ষোলোতেই চলে গেছে।
Everybody's thinking right now, the chip on the shoulder coming in with FPX, and that's what happens.
What the heck?
Oh my gosh. Oh, tried getting away.
ষোলোতে ভাইপার আল্টি শেষ।
Just ridiculous. And the entire game plan was set up to use that pit. So we'll see what happens here, but Sugetsu has to play with just his wall. He didn't even get a chance to put his orb.
Still has 1 molly to play with too.
And they still have that massive denial potential with Zipon's nade still up. They have a slow. They still have as well a molly as well to combine, and the C's.
They have tools, and they've shown efficacy in those tools in the past. This time it's going to be.
আরে বেনম পারে চলে গেল।
Nonetheless, heal, top and back off, and they back right up. But now Buzz pushing forward, or at least anticipating someone to be swinging around the corner. While FPX patient on how they approach this, now you see the utility swerve through the sky and dump onto the side, and Sax wants to go aggressive. He's just waiting on the other side of the wall, and he's flashed up to high heaven. Can't see a bloody thing. That Sax has got two. He tries to hold line, but RB is the one who cleans it up. But Xiao down low. It's the jumping classic that cleans up Xiao and gets DRX to do.
Noise. Noise, boys.
Very slow approach there. I mean, because they lost the first player on the other side of the map, they're really, really slow to rotate in. So Zipon's not there to deny. Everybody has to play off the site. All because of that cascading effect of the pit missing. They still have tools to fight in here. Yes, the buy looks a little scuffed, but
I mean, very scuffed.
They have the showstopper, the tour de force. If they want to pop it, if they find themselves in a situation where they get a pick, and you've seen artists work magic with the Guardian.
Choosing to be the one to tote the weapon here is Artist, and that's exactly where they're pushing into. And you see DRX, they crouch down.
RB has his knife up too. So they can potentially sniff out the fact that Artist is over on this side, but
oh
they did get
no.
RB.
And she gets to swung at the exact same time, but the res brings RB back. Remember here, the weaponry, not great for FPX.
This angle from Buzz is so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, there's a little something you can look through too. You see Stacks trying to play close by, Mako waiting for any sort of rotation through mid. And there it is! Oh, but Sugetu was wise to it. What a clean shot! Zest able to take care of Zipon.
Look at that patience from Zestu. He could have gone for that kill, but he falls back into his team. Where he can be
What a shot, man. Sheriff shot.
Artist playing up top. The party finds nothing, while DRX find it all.
Nice, 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 DRX. Chalo, chalo, chalo.
That was that low buy round. Remember, Artist purchased a little bit more because he's going to use this tour de force.
Point one stay.
So DRX, while they've broken FPX right off the bat, I mean, even just that second round, the heroics that we saw from Mako. That shot from Zest.
He had plenty of challenges, that's for sure.
You're seeing a very composed DRX right off the bat. Specifically Zest there. Other players too, RB, Stacks. Everybody super strong to start things off.
Again, seemingly unfazed by the historic run that they're making right now. A cozy one-round lead. You see Artist, who had the tour de force, as you mentioned.
मार 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 मार.
Boy, has he gone up far.
सबका गांड मार दे.
You see the knife, you see the prowler, you see the
that nade.
Oh.
You're right. That changes things.
की नेट मार लो.
To actually use utility on their execute, they're all behind this pipes position, so they use a nade and a seize, and it's perfectly placed. Now Zipan can cause so much trouble with the showstopper.
I mean, he's just waiting for the cue, right? Whatever it is.
बाल मारे.
He's patient. The wall up until the eye didn't.
আরে কোনো কিছুই কাজে হয় না.
Nobody's swinging with him there. Xiao way too far away from the wall. Doesn't want to go through the decay either.
Stacks playing close by is now
अरे भोसरी के जा.
few that remain, having to deal with that pesky wall, and they get through one panel.
अरे तो ना गांड मारा ऑफ चला है हमार.
Find value out of this tour de force here. He still has a vandal. He's managed to upgrade too as well. Sugetu has fallen.
अरे दौड़ से दौड़ से दौड़ से दौड़ से.
No. Mako gets 3. DRX get 4.
DRX, DRX.
Solid start here from DRX. They force the eco again. Maybe there's a force here in the cards for FPX.
About eco.
But it's 4-2. Remember the start in their last game was a brutal beginning of this half against Fnatic in the hands of Durka and his team. And this is a completely different look now.
चलो 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 लाइन अप किधर पर है কোথায় যাবে এটা মিডে পড়বে নাকি না বয়লারে গিয়ে পড়বে আরে বালটা দেখা তো যে বালটা যায় পড়বে কই
And remember, BenQ mentioned the height difference with these prowlers.
Absolutely right. Is he going to find value? Oh my goodness, he is. With nothing but a Spectre.
চু করে চলে গেল চু করে मतलब তো বুঝছেন না চু করে চলে গেছে
Still fighting for this though. They're going to actually push.
They're going to swing into him. Oh my gosh, they're gonna swing the room, and he's
Why are the knives out? They're just not committing to that push. Want to fall back instead.
নয়টা ammo আছে খানের সেলে নয়টা ammo আছে রিলোড করো ওরে ওয়াল রে
indecision is failure oftentimes.
সেই লেভেলে বার
Walking up close. I think maybe they're trying to scoop a gun. Maybe.
গান্ড মেরে হাতে দিয়ে দিয়েছে এরকম করছে
So for sure you're expecting fights.
গান্ড মেরে পুরো হাতে দিয়ে দিয়েছে
There's the timeout.
আর মারা খাওয়া যাইতেছে না টাইম আউট দিয়ে দিস মারা খাওয়া সারা
He needs to start being able to take these first contacts. He's just not finding so far in this game. He did swap over to that B site, but only when he had the Guardian. Every other time he's rotating in super late. And for the most consistent player of FPX, you need to find him value immediately. So I'm looking for a mid push here from Artist, something like that to try
কি সাপতে আছে তোরা ওডি সাপাসাপি করিস না
have to see him getting involved early, not late, not trying to rotate in past the Viper's wall while his teammates are really making the space gathering that he needs.
DRX's approach has netted them a 3-round lead. They're not running a duelist at all, so there is no crazy go. Right? It's been a bit more methodical, it's been a bit slower, and it's cost FPX this. You're right. Artist has not found as much value as we are used to seeing him find here. And maybe this round is where they can turn it around. You see the operator in his hands.
আর বাবা এখানে লিফটও আছে
DRX have found a lot of success towards
it. প্লেস কোন জায়গায় এজবক্সে যেতে হবে তো আরে সুমন ভাই আগুন সুমন ভাই আপনি আগুন মিয়া
Crowd is asking for this moment right here from Artist. He's just top of Gen.
আরে নেটের মায়েরে বাপ
You can easily dodge this angle.
There's no satchel or anything to go fast off of, right? There's got to be flash, there's got to be something. But no!
গান্ড মেরে দিয়েছে গো গান্ড মেরে দিয়েছে
Potentially the worst player to fall here for stacks on this attack side.
Absolutely.
No sage wall now, and they've been relying on it.
এবার সেজের ওয়াল নাই এবার আর প্ল্যান্ট হবে না প্ল্যান্টের এবার মারা সারা সেজ ডেকেও রিভাইভ দে আবার গান্ড মেরে দিয়েছে ও শীশ তিনটা জিনিস মারছে ফেইরের টান ভাইপারের ভেনম আর হচ্ছে গিয়ে কায়োর বম তিনটা মিলে প্লেয়ারটারে মারলো নাইস ইউটিলিটি ইউজ নাইস 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 করা সেরা
With the noise not being there for them, you have to consider that.
আরে 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 সবগুলো এই জিতেছে নেটের তো একদম পুরা আকাশ ভরা তারা আরে 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 শেষ শেষ আরে নাইস হোয়াট আ এন্ট্রি
Snatch it back. Can Mako do this 1v2? He's waiting. You see the rotation starting to come through. He has already spotted Zipan. Who else is there? Spots them both. 13 seconds left.
They got time on their side.
আর হলো না ভরে দিল একদম
Gets the op as well. Zipan for sure has been good on this role specifically.
Yeah, he has.
হলো না
Close to Artist on any sort of statistical leaderboard, and also contributing so much to the entries, no matter what role he plays. But it's just much
এই স্পিরিটাই একদম
activating to see him play this
ফাটা ফাটা করে দিল
instead of the KO, which, by the way, DRX.
দুইটা মেডা
That old comp that FPX was running.
Yeah.
That XPX kind of gave up on. Yet so far, it's not showing up in the scoreline.
আবার টাইম আউট মারছে কেডা
Call an early timeout. We're still in the first half.
আরে ডিআরএক্স তোমরা ভালো খেলতেছো তোমাকে টাইম আউট লাগে না খানের ছেলেরা কনফিডেন্স নেই তোমাদের চালাই যাবা তা না
The galaxy brain chess moves that this guy on your screen can pull off in these timeouts. Remember how he's burned 2 of them back to back once he has a read on his situation. To be a fly on the wall right now in those comms.
Termy, absolute legend right think definitely cementing himself here as well as the coach for DRX. And the interesting thing so far about this game,
সবদি লাল লাল হয়ে গেল
these two teams gave us the
আরে সর্বনাশ
tournament so far.
চোখ দূরে দিচ্ছিস
First engagement in playoffs. Fnatic gone, but still here in spirit. The first engagement that they had, FPX, we're winning a lot of those clutches. We're winning a lot of those crazy moments. So far, DRX are the only guys who've really shown up in that regard, except for that last round there with Zipon.
Yeah.
Remember, Artis started off that round, and RB just walked through a wall. Look at this FPX.
কোনো প্লেয়ার অ্যাগ্রেসিভ নাই চলো 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 ঘুষো সব লোক ঘুষো
Artis set up here. Sugetsu finally rotates in, but they get the wall. So
ইউ আর পাওয়ারলেস সব পড়ে যাবে ওয়াল টল এখনই
Look, RB and Sax are both up top already. Excuse me. Yeah, it all works out. Angel's already fallen. Wall goes up. Remember how important that's been to their success. There's got to be a challenge.
আরে প্ল্যান করতেছে কভার দিও আরে নাইস গুড কভার সেরা কভার
A 5v3 in favor of DRX off of the timeout.
আরে ভস্রি वालो মারো মারো মারো
Seems gorgeous. Full control in this round. Full control in this site.
उसके मारो साला
Trying to find something free.
So they're trying to call it right now, trying to get out of there.
सेव तीनটা প্লেয়ার লাইফ সেভ 3v5 tell us না 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 এটা মরবে
I mean, you don't expect a little random attacker to walk out of your own.
পয়সা গেল কেমনে হালার পুতে সোনা চালাওয়ালা
Could end up being a pivotal miss.
Yeah, perhaps ominous.
If they can't break the economy at some point this game, this half.
এই কভারটা জোস ছিল সুন্দর কভার
Phenomenal this event. Always been the punching bag, I think, of most DRX.
এবার অ্যাগ্রেসিভ খেলবে FPX
But this role swap has worked, and obviously now in the top 4, in the lead so far. 2 rounds, he just walks through and gets entries against top tier players here.
And again, if he doesn't swing and get that kill, the spike doesn't get planted. That was enormous. This time, DRX pushing towards Belong. They're all here, with the exception.
They're all here.
They're gonna go here. No ultimates on the side of FPX. Sugetsu's close. Mowed them down.
Nothing to break that high-low setup. Just nothing.
গার্ডে একদম মেরে দিল পুরো দাদা
And there's just nothing else.
একে বলে কম্বো অ্যাটাকে একদম কম্বো খেয়ে দিল একজন উপরে একজন নিচে দুইজন উপর নিচ করে মেরে দিল দেখো তোর গান লাগবে না সামনে যা হ্যাঁ গেছে গান দিয়ে দিস শেষ শেষ টাইম আউট নিয়ে অ্যাডভান্টেজ দিয়ে দিল ওগো টাইম আউট নিল এরপরে রাউন্ড পেয়ে গেল ওরা লাভ হইলো কি টাইম আউট নিয়ে না ডিসকাস করে না ঠিকমতো টাট্টি চলো ভস্রি হলো চলো ফিরছে Round like round.
Over towards this B side completely. Last round he was paired up with the two who had that high-low setup.
Remember here, the last time they pushed into Artis with the op here on A, he found a lot of value. He wasn't able to close out the round.
একদম পুরো পিছনে চলে গেল
That slow that's landing top pipes, that's Artis's most preferred position.
পাইপে উঠছো না তাহলে কিন্তু একদম পাইপ দিয়ে দিবে
Top gen peak or down below.
পাইপ একদম খাওয়াইয়ে দিবে আজকে সকাল সকাল ঘুম দিয়ে ওঠা লাগছে আর ঘুম চলে এসেছে
Now he's got the rendezvous set up so he can get away safely.
Knife from RP is up again though. He has to get out.
চলে গিয়েছে দাদাই ক্লিক করে আরে আর পিওবিটা দিবেন অফ দূরে বয়ে রয়েছে না
Swing out from RB. Artist gives the space back up. You see him trying to spam through that wall up in net.
That's gonna get. Oh my goodness! He has
almost got spammed, and there's Event with the ult. The Phantom gets one, not able to get the second. 4v3 in favor of FPX.
Stacks has his res. It's behind the wall right now. They want to go for it. They're going for it.
Oh no! আরে কি রাউন্ড পাইলো ওরে সেজ বেট কইরা পুরো রাউন্ড নিয়ে আসলো
And mistakes were made here in this round by DRX. I mean, they didn't have the presence that they normally do on top 410.
করা সেরা দাদা সেরা
Completely on the back of that site. Almost completely because he still gets more value, but
করা শেষ করা কপিয়ে দিয়েছে দাদা
absolute peak.
Last round of the half, and he seems to be having a good time. Really, all of DRX are. They find themselves up 3 in the first half on FPX's map hit.
Knife there designed to instantly find Artist. The tour de force up now in this last round. Doesn't find him.
আপনাদের সে কোন জায়গায় ও ক্লোজ আচ্ছা 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 চলো গুটি গুটি पे এগিয়ে যাও
Now that knife that RB continues to throw, if they wait for it, Artist can stick it, and Zipon can jump on top pipes here.
About 15 seconds roughly before he gets it back. Maybe even a little less, so we'll see. And there it is.
সবাই পিছনে পড়লাই থাকো গাড়ি কাউরে খুঁজে পাবে না
Still though, Mako has the threat of lurking down mid.
Nice.
And there's really nothing to hold it. I mean, you've got Angel who's looking close by. Oh, and they just dropped the Haunt in there too. Rotations start to come through. RB waiting with the flash and the Prowler to clear him out. They spot the knife, and that should give them some space. But they're going to repeat. They're going to go right back into it. Angel's already fallen, but Zipon.
Oh no 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 no. Ah, 4.
And what a way to close out the half. Surely we got to look at that one again.
আরে রেস্টটা নিতে দিতে ভস্রী আলো রেস্টটা নিতে পোলাডায় না 1 2 3 4 এখন হবে 4 আর ম্যান্ডারে মারিয়ে দিল না খানের ছেলে টিমমেট শালা না এস তো নিতে দিবি শালারা সুমন ভাই আপনি কি করেন এক্সট্রা তো নেওয়া দরকার ছিল
This is a real competition, a real game we have in our hands, don't we, BenQ?
Yeah, you can just see the back and forth between these two teams, man. Like, and you can just see how well prepped the DRX is when they're executing into the site, and how happy FPX is to just play back and just play that retake with them every time.
Yeah.
I'm you know, not too worried yet, mainly because this guy is still in the lobby.
Mako
has been putting up incredible
carry 2.8.
And this is the kind of performance that we need
nice.
to see. Mako was utterly impeccable. He was a big part of why they were able to win versus Fnatic. And right now with the performance
চলো ভস্রী আলো টাইম আউট নিছে না সুইচ হয়েছে আইতে বুঝলাম না কি খেলা দেখতেছিলাম সুইচিং সাইড হইছে মানে আরে এই মাইটটা করা ফেট East or west, fade is the best. Oh.
Yeah, really good stuff out of them. You even see they have the deep orb there to lean into the retake, a sage wall up to close things out. FPX is really solid with this composition, and the first time that I saw this Raze fade that they were showing on this map, I wasn't a huge fan of it. I felt like they struggled to shut down the plants, but they really were playing well to the win conditions here. Although, as we look ahead towards our second half now, I think the player to keep our eyes on is definitely Sugetsu. He's been really stellar for this team throughout their run at the tournament, and I think on Icebox in particular, he's really enabled
কিল হইছে সব একদম এ সাইডটার ভিতরে আর ওদিকে একদম বি সাইডের ভিতরে মিডেও কিল নাই কোনো জায়গায় তেমন কোনো কিলই নেই কেউ অ্যাগ্রেসিভ না, সবাই হোল্ড খেলতেছে, সবাই হোল্ড খেলতেছে। এই দুইটা টিম একদম পুরো হোল্ড খেলা টিম, অ্যাগ্রেসিভ কোনো খেলা নেই। অনলি সেফ গেম প্লে ইজ রিয়েল। 12 রাউন্ড নাউস। আমি হচ্ছে ডিআরএক্স এ সাপোর্ট করি। ডিআরএক্স কোরিয়া টিম, কোরিয়া। কিন্তু দুই টিমেরই মনে করেন গান ফাইটের সময় আর কি কল দিতে আছে। আর একটু খেলায় একটু বোঝানো ট্রাই করতেছি কেটা কিরম করে খেলতেছে।
Thank you so much, Chrissy. I think the desk hit the nail on the head. This has felt like a slugfest between these two teams where they've just tried to one-up each other consistently, and now we're going to get the chance to see it again, this time with FPX on attack. Remember, undefeated this year in lower bracket.
আগের ম্যাচটা দেখছেন? আগের ম্যাচটা একদম পুরো বাস চলে গেল, একদম বাস চলে গেছে। ইয়ের টিম হেরে গিয়েছে, অপটিক্স হেরে গিয়েছে, লাউড জিতে গিয়েছে। আরে শর্ট দে ভস্রি ভালো বাল। এটা কেমন খেলা হয়েছিল? একদম টাট্টি চেম্বার, ঘাটিয়া চেম্বার থা। না 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 না, নো ফ্লাঙ্ক। চলো চলো চলো, হিল পেয়ে গেছে। রোটেশন দিতেছে, দৌড়া ভস্রি হলো, দৌড়ো 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 দৌড় বেটা, এইতে প্লেয়ার সব।
The nice thing here, look at Artis's position. He's all the way up B. Can easily catch rotators or hit a nasty flank.
And what I like about it, how FPX are playing this, is they're hedging bets on both sides, right? Like they take some space.
What a timing, man! What a timing! কি টাইমে ভাইপারের ওয়ালটা উঠলো। আরে সুসইয়ে ঢুকে ফালায় বাইরে যাবে। আরে 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 সাইডের মধ্যে অলরেডি ঢুকে গেছে শালায়। বস রিভালো সাইডের ভিতরে ঢুকো। শালা আবার রোটেট দিছে, তাহলে তো বিজেপি প্ল্যান করতে হবে তো। কি খেলা কি করে দিল না ভস্রিওয়ালো। এটা কোনো খেলা হইলো? সব মরে গেছে, একদম গাছ বানাই দিস। গাছ লাগান, পরিবেশ বাঁচান, সুমন ভাইয়ের কল।
The second pistol for FPX as well. Look at this from Sugetsu, man. Finds the perfect time to inch his way in there, separate the two, and even find stacks.
Classic ke diya ekdam shesh kore dilo.
It's a little death slam there from stacks.
No FPX, no FPX.
Not amused. Sunglasses look good though.
Kang styling as always.
Kaise?
5 stack towards B.
5 stack B er moddhe.
His way up. The Prowler's gonna spot one.
This is a stack.
All
5 players here, but they're working him right now. Zip on top, Artist down on bottom, and that nade is perfect to do damage to both him and Zest.
OP grenade missile bhai koi tumi? OP grenade dekho, OP grenade marse.
That anti-eco in the first half. And they felt out the stack. They got a couple kills of it to cut their losses.
মানে দুইটা ভ্যান্ডাল ভাই দিয়ে দিস।
If they continue to expose the soft sides of the map like this, DRX are in trouble. I think the fact that we've already seen
দূর থেকে ভ্যান্ডাল ধরে আছে, একদম মিড দিয়ে হইলে একদম ফাটিয়ে দেবে।
Yeah, but it's only been 2 rounds, right? This is an eco trying to stack them off. Yes, though. I mean, on that pistol round, you're certainly right. It reminds me of the way that Optic ends up working the rotation.
Dele tar piece dele Viper. Viper dele sugar daddy. Are Viper diye this. Nah. Holo na.
And he's very happy to hunt kills there. Not only does he want the ult orbs, but he's only got the ghosts, not worried about losing that to them at all. 7-7, we're all tied up.
7-7.
Main part of the second half. Huge bonus here from FPX. 4 rifles, excuse me. And DRX also a little bit of a weak purchase in terms of the armor at least. Same thing though on the FPX side. And note, the only Phantom in the server, actually 2 Phantoms, Buzz and Mako, so all that light armor.
আগে ভাইপারের ওয়াল ইউজ ওকে
Hurts a little bit.
নতুন কোনো কিছু শেখার মতো
Potential to for sure. FPX cheating towards A. You do have 2 members from DRX here.
আমি কেন মাঝে মাঝে উঠে বসে থাকি এই চেম্বারের পজিশনে ভাগ মিলকা ভাগ আরে ভাগ প্লান্ট হইয়া গেছে সাইড দিয়ে পিলার বাইরে যাইতেছে তোমরা গান্ড মারাও শালারা ওরে মলি রে দেশে একদম ভরে বাইরে গেছে ও ও কি খেলা সেইজের না এপিক্স ভালো খেলতে আছে এরকম ভালো খেলা যাবে না ডিআরএক্স জ্বললে ওঠা তো মনে ইকো রাউন্ড ডিআরএক্স এর বহুত হারছে ইকো এডে গেলে নয় হয়ে যাবে
after losing it early in that first half. I mean, DRX also not super. Obviously, it's very difficult to be diligent in those positions. There's so many players of FPX up close. There's so many players fighting you at that moment. Super difficult. But Xiao just rips them apart.
Xiao is the exopular.
Good spam too from Angel. Very aware Buzz.
বাঘের মুখ থেকে অর্ব নিয়ে আসলো নাইস এ আচ্ছা থা গুরু আর ও ওড়া হেডশট ইকো রাউন্ডে একটা আল্টি ব্যবহার হয়ে গেল নাইস ভালো ছিল বিসেট স্যারোনা মিডে আসো সোনার ছেলেরা মিডে আসো আরে বিতে দৌড়
Seems to be enough. They hear the satchels going through. They're going to start to dump utilities.
Buzz is in the smoke.
DRX have to pull back. And you're right, he's in the smoke. Oh gosh.
আহা স্মোকের ভিতর থেকে মেরে দিল
Oh my goodness.
He's still playing up so aggressively.
He's got to get the spike. The molly missed, so the spike's going down.
Yes, he gets manages to get it down. Art is still playing the
Oh, frenzy.
You're right.
বাইং রাউন্ডের মনে হয় দেবে গান্ড মেরে ইকো ফ্রাগার ও ডাশ শট বাই শেরিফ ইকো রাউন্ড আইনে ফলাইস নাইস জ্বলে ওঠো সোনার ছেলেরা জ্বলে ওঠো ও আগে একটা হেডশট দিয়ে রাখছিল আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে ওয়াট হেডশট
Art is going deep again. Everybody wanted to fight to maintain a little bit of that space and help the players who were going for that plant to get out of there. But
Sheesh.
Still a huge bang for FPX. Not going to really cut too deep. But that's not around. DRX should have won.
Not at all. And it keeps the map close.
Yeah, I'm all for it. The closer the better.
I mean, it just continues this back and forth, right? Like this trading of blows that we've discussed.
চেকিং এর অ্যাঙ্গেল গুলো দেখছো কোন জায়গায় চেকিং দিতেছে অস্থির
And FPX have been so far very good at getting on the site. So what does DRX have cooked up here? They're looking for a mid. There's so many pits that you could use here in mid.
Maybe
that can cause
one.
Yeah, kitchen. There's the kitchen lurk.
আরে মিড দিয়ে সব ঢুকতেছে আরে 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 না 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 ঠিক আছে এবার ঠিক আছে
Really no reason to conceal anymore as you hear him thunder footing up to into kitchen. Zest is on the other side, but he can't get in. The Prowler can't get in either.
No.
This play is so brutal to deal with, especially without mid control, and Zipon's holding on to it right now. And he even gets RB.
He's gotta find more.
Oh, that's spam.
Spam nice.
Spike wasn't down.
And Sugetsu's the Viper now planning.
There's still plenty of time though. There's still plenty of numbers. Ken.
Nice, nice, nice.
Chip away at what they have set up.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh. Nice.
Why again, Artis? You have the option of staying in the pit.
2v2 ভাইপারের আলটাই জ্বালাই 2v2 না ভাইপারের আলটার মধ্যে মনে হয় না ঢুকবে
Oh my gosh, what a hold. And yes, blunders aplenty. But what a hold.
So okay, they did use a combination.
অফটা জানো না আরে নাইস ও সেরা কোন গান বাই নিয়ে যাইতে পারবে না নাইস নাইস রাউন্ড গেছে গানও গেছে সব গেছে সব চলো 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 এই শটটা ছিল সেরা শট
The timing could not have been worse. That is truly unlucky.
And specifically because Buzz is there, right? Yeah. Anybody else might take their chances of walking into that pit. Buzz with the op, no way. But it's still a round win for FPX either way.
You want to play? Let's play.
You want to play? Let's play. মেরে দিয়েছে.
Side of DRX, we've seen this before. FPX. They put Zipon on top. They use that molly to clear out the boiler spot from Zest. And now Zipon a big threat.
I mean, Artis too. They just used the Roomba to get Artis so much space up.
And Artis is very
ফেটে গিয়েছে দাদা আওয়াজ কিন্তু পাওয়া গেছে তুমি আরে উপরে দিয়া মারি না দে
Now they can cut noise. Walls back up. They have to use some utility here by Zest to clear in. There's the Prowler. They're going to push in front of that wall right now. But even that's not giving you too much information.
কোনো প্লেয়ার নাই কিচেন একদম পুরো খালি ইনপু নিয়ে চলে গেছে কিন্তু কিচেনের উপরেই তো একটা বৈশা আছে ও ও লাইন আপ কোথায় পড়বে লাইন আপ হ্যাঁ দেখা শালার আই লাইন আপ গেছে কই ফালতু
Zipon has ult. He has no satchels to go with. Oh, and Mako spotted off of the Hun, and now the Prowler's there. He still has the Viper's Pit, but he's got a nade on his lap. Oh, but it's not going to hit him. This wall goes up, and he has to try to spam through it. There you hear the ult.
He's seized. Oh, the cancel.
ওরে বাচ্চা গেছে রে আল্টে শিট রেজার আল্টি শেষ গয়া এটা হচ্ছে যে কায়ো খেলা রেজাল্টে দিছে কায়ো আল্টে দিছে শেষ খেলা শেষ আহা এরা কেমন মিস
Sugetsu playing close, they put up a wall of their own and it easily disintegrates. It melts right before them. A 3v2 here, Sugetsu and Xiao try to hold the line and so far they've done it. Can Buzz 1v2? No!
ইজি রাউন্ড খানের ছেলেরা হারিয়ে গেছে ইজি রাউন্ড ছিল ইজি 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 এবার টাইম আউট দিয়েছে ঠিক আছে
Right here, Xiao Holds on against Zest, where Sugetsu gets the first. It's just ping-ponging back off of each other. That was a 2v4.
এর জন্যই বলতে প্ল্যান করে তারপরে হোল্ড করো আপনি আপ খেলা চলে আসবে প্ল্যান করতে পারলে এরপরে কাজ
But that's frustrating if you're Stacks. You're the rest of the DRX players too, because everything went well. They nullified the mid control.
They nullified the showstopper.
All the take ideas from FPX were canceled.
Yeah.
And then they got their pit up. All the win conditions were there. They just couldn't deal with the two. Sugetsu and Shao, formidable duo. Two of the players with the most clutches in this tournament. And while that might not count for the stats, it's still a 2v4 that is super hard to win.
Yeah, guy, but if you're single, you
সালারবেলা তুই সিঙ্গেল তুই আর কি করো সালারবেলা
Yo, HYPERX should do him dirty though.
We're trying to help the guy.
পাগান দেওয়ালা আই এম সিঙ্গেল ওই জায়গায় গেছে
You mentioned the 2-round lead.
DRX ইকো নিল ওকে
Has the potential to balloon to 3 here as DRX. They have won the only thrifty
ইকো খেলা হবে
but they're going to have to do it again if they want to keep it close.
11 is a dangerous number.
Yes, it is.
Fast again, the same wall. Zipan on top of two. RB. Oh.
বাচ্চা গেছে ভাই আর
Much more aggressive this time around too. Zest with the prowler in his face swings around. It's down to 6 HP. Expecting the swing from Stacks. Mako's fallen. RB's still close by, but they're just getting ripped to shreds.
Those two picks right now that you see on your screen, the two blue X's of DRX's death. Super unconventional spots. Artist goes all the way up there.
আরে পুরো খালি ছেড়ে দিয়েছে খানের ছেলেরা আরে আলটা মারলে হইতে পুরো খালি আরে আরামসে ঢুকে যাইতেছে আরামসে চুষে খেয়ে দিল ও ওয়াটা শট আরে কভার দে দর সালা ও ওয়াটা শট
What the heck was that?
বাজ 3 বুলেট মারো
On the other side. Angel, Shao, and Zipan trying to hold this.
মারো
Might as well go for it here.
He slipped ahead and he spun it one.
What a shot.
This side is the chamber. Can't break it.
But there is no post fight. There's really nothing left, so he still has to take the fight. And Shao's waiting on the other side.
Nice try, Baj. Nice try, man. কি খেলা দিলা চুমু দাদা একদম চুমু সেই খেলা কিছু করার নেই টিমমেট গুলো সব টাট্টি খেলছে খানের ছেলেদের ছেড়ে দাও তুমি
The only round they lost was certainly a winnable one, but also their own fault.
Own fault.
Artist pushed over top of the wall to get in top of the nest on B. Other than that, DRX have not been in control. And that mix-up that FPX just called puts so many thoughts in the coaches and IGL's head right now. RB, can you escape? Good flash.
Very good flash.
ফ্ল্যাশটা করছো দাদা তুমি বেঁচে গিয়েছো ফ্ল্যাশ না করলে তোমার একদম মারা সারা হয়ে যেত
Really haven't gone for a full push-up kitchen yet. And also, they know that Buzz is playing here.
ঘুষো ভ্যাস কিয়াক
If they can take down Buzz,
না
challenge though. Good awareness. Just have the clock in your head to be able to wait. They're going to re-challenge him actually. Trying to keep him down in here.
But there are two here. Oh my goodness.
পিক দাও কোন স্বার্থে আমি বুঝি না মার খাইতে চাও শয়তানের লারে সাইড সাইডে দে সালারা
Goes down, Artist goes right back up. Oh, and there was a swing off of Buzz. Somehow Artist
বাস মারো
DRX was such an advantage, such a numbers advantage.
আরে না
They're outnumbered and they don't seem to care.
নাইস
Finally come to life.
অবশেষে
All the kills swinging in their favor there.
ওরে রিভাইভ দিয়ে উঠাইলো কারণ ওর গান নাই এখন একটা গান পেয়ে যাবে
Draw something back, but they're too quick.
এটা হলো ট্রিক
A great shutdown of the mid approach from Sugetsu there. They notice Artist is on that B side. He's the one leading the charge.
No, 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 no. 11-9, no.
He can't get out of there. So there's a slow on the side of him. Haun's going in as well. And they're pushing him from both bottom two in mid and top two. And keeping somebody watching him.
5 জনের rush এতে. Okay, let's go.
This is where you got to equalize here if you're DRX. Try to break the bank right now.
ফুল পুশ হবে মনে হইতেছে একদম করা পুশ হবে করা খেলা হবে এবার একটা
To try to stop right now because FPX got this VOIPER's pit again, remember. Success that you can find with it.
That's just so bold, man, in the face of the Haunt.
और एसपी গেল কেমনে এরকমের
Somehow he survives.
Survives but did not get the space. Ponytail from Shao.
They still are working their way forward. Mako has to hold things.
সাইডের মধ্যে ঢুকে গেছে ভস্ত্রী হলো আরে না না আরে হয় 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 Nice, 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 nice.
He's gotten it down to one, but he has no idea where Buzz is. Guessing every which way he can.
Oh, Buzz saved the day. Nice, 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 nice.
But DRX get the round.
করা হেডহান্টার চালানো একদম করা লেভেলে আর এই স্প্রেটা নাইস ছিল নাইস 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 আরে 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 আরে
And they didn't do that the last time. They got stalled. Instead they fell back.
Yo!
Back to B. I'm thinking back to the pistol round as well where Artis was working.
Time it malla kara. FPX.
A one-round game. For how good FPX have looked in this second half, I'm kind of astounded that
10-11 DRX রে পয়েন্টটা লাগাই লাগে so close একটু আমরা খাওয়া যাক
Because now they have ults to respond to their own. They've got RB's KO ult, but more importantly, the buy on FPX's side is absolutely trash.
And if that does hold fast.
অ্যাস্টারে বাপ দিতে বলতেছে হ্যাঁ আমি তোমার সাথে একমত অ্যাস্টারে বাপ দাও
But they have something, right? They've got Artis with the Vandal, they have a Stinger and Sugetsu and in the hands.
অ্যাস্টা খুবই দরকার
And I wonder if they play around Zipan. Yeah, he's gotten a Stinger too. 1 point away from the showstopper. Sugetsu has his pit.
They're going to go for it. And look, I kind of like this. Given the fact they're able to get up close on A almost every single time. Closing the distance and using those Stingers to burst past the time you think that they're getting stopped. Yes, Stacks is here. Yes, Mako's here. They can get both of those key utility factors to delay down. But if FPX just say, let's go anyways. I can find room for Artis to work absolute magic with that Vandal.
It may be overwhelming on the other side. Zipan's got to close.
আরে 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 নাইস 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 ওয়ান নাইস ওয়ান নাইস ওয়ান
Stacks was happy to greet him there.
He was so far ahead of his team.
It wasn't cohesive. It wasn't
ওদেরকে এক রাউন্ড দিচ্ছে হালকা পাতলা বলতে গেলে
kind of walked into it with
হাফ ইকো
Same thing that you faced last time if you're DRX.
শুধুমাত্র চেম্বারেরই ভ্যান্ডালাস বাকি সবাই বাল সালোই পেন দিয়ে খেলতেছে
All fight at the same time from all sides of the site.
Note here, Zest and RB have key ultimates. Teleport's ready. To work with. And once again, they're just waiting for whatever the Q is. Mako's already spotted one.
আরে নাইস 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 আরে নাইস ফ্ললেস
The prime gaming flawless to bring us to 11 apiece.
সেই সেই
And they hold those
চিয়ার আপ আমরার জন্য
Just feels like the Stingers. The later we get in this tournament, those buys are just not working out as well.
And they were causing fits at the beginning, but you're right.
It's all tied up, and the DRX fans back in the building. And it's still not even that good. Actually, that buy is forcing a lot of weaker buys here out of FPX, so a little bit of an over-investment right now, and they have to fight. The better buy here from DRX.
And an aggressive spot. Zipan
নিচে নিচে দেখো নিচে তো দেখো ও নিচে মারি দিয়েছে নাইস 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 আরেকটা লাগে আরে খাটের ছেলে ওই কিলটা হইলে হয়ে যেত স্টিল চান্স আছে স্টিল চান্স আছে গো 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 5v4 5v4 তার মধ্যে গো চেম্বারের ইকো আসলে ইকো না আলটা সরাতে যে কোনো সময় ও ম্যান্ডেলও আছে ওকে নাইস দুইজন দুই দিকে অফ ধরে বয়ে রয়েছে
This delays them for so long, honestly. At this point, what do you do, the team?
Yeah, do you pivot? Do you stay? 30 seconds left. You don't have very much time. You don't have very many options either.
It's the last pulse. 20 seconds.
পেইডের আল্ট আছে রিটেকের জন্য পারফেক্ট মাইরে দিয়েছে নাইস 10 seconds left 7 6 5 প্ল্যান্টিং করতেছে 3 3 ফাডা আরে নাইস নাইস 11 12 আরেকটা রাউন্ড নাইস 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 বয়েজ সুমন ভাই ঠিক আছে না স্ট্রিম করা আজকের এরকমের তো দরকার নাকি বলেন
Everybody was healthy on the side of FPX. We didn't have an engagement yet. They just got ulted. The only person went down the zip on there.
সুমন ভাইয়ের মতে কি ঠিক আছে
This time there's no key tools from DRX.
You see the financial implications of how
আরে বিতে তিনটা
two bulldogs.
আরে কুত্তাটা কামড় দিয়ে গেল সাপোর্টও দিল না 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 rotate 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 rotate
They just took a little bit of space here towards B, used a little bit of utility and then fell back, but look at DRX, they're even closer than they've ever been on that lane. So they know what's up. Zippon has to go huge here.
Absolutely. He's been so good.
25 and 17. He's been the guy to get these spaces.
alt কেউ মরিও না ওরা গান মারাক নাইস 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 no 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 nice 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 tiri oh alt শেষ oh yes DRX টাটা বাই বাই অবশ্য আরো একটা ম্যাচ আছে এখনো টাটা বাই বাই না মানে আরো দুটো ম্যাপ আছে একটা জিততে হবে
The first matchup between these two teams went the absolute distance in the first map. But this one a little less draining than that first one. What was it? 6 overtimes.
নাইস কতগুলা রাউন্ড জিতলো পরপর
FPX saw what happened to them against Fnatic and thought they could do the same, but no, not even close.
Oh my goodness. What a map.
এই প্লেয়ারটা যা খেললো ওই সময়
That just feels so long ago.
Just ridiculous performance from so many players.
আরে ওয়াল ব্যাং দিয়া যে পরিমাণ ম্যান মেরে দিতে আছে
Felt so dominant in FPX's favor.
And don't, yeah, I mean, you're right. What was it? 4 rounds in a row at least?
Yeah, 6 of 7. Yeah. 6 of 7 to start the second half. It was just
এই স্টাপোলাডার চারটা কিল করছে এরপরে একটা এইস নিতে দেয় না 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 না
And just got shut down. Here's the last round.
আমার এইস না দিন নিতে খেলাই ছেড়ে দিতাম যা খেলমু না তোরা খেল আলার না
he is delivered.
Here at Istanbul, he's just been absolutely nasty. Just nasty.
আরে আস্তে ঠিক আছে হ্যাঁ নাইস জোশ রাখতে হইবে আর একটা জিততে হইবে তো এরপর সিয়াটের রং গেল
Really good IGL in the coaching staff as well. I mean, the timeouts, we went the entire distance.
তারিক কই তারিক রে আনা হইলো
Between these two teams. Last chance for both of them. But FPX now down a map.
Their map 2. Whether they remain Ashes or become the Phoenix is up to them. We'll be right back.
তারিক রে আনা হইলো তারিক রে এখন পর্যন্ত আনলোই না কাস্টারে সাতার মাথা ব্রেক দিছে কয় না ঠিক আছে মিনিট 1 মিনিটের ব্রেক মাত্র ঠিক আছে 1 মিনিটের ব্রেক মানা যায় অ্যাপ্রিশিয়েট দ্যাট
Welcome back to Valorant Champions, and that was map 1 of FPX versus DRX, and DRX close it out. I know someone at this table might be more than just a little excited about that turnout.
Yeah, BenQ, you hyped up, man.
Yeah, represent, you know what I mean? Yeah. And, I mean, you can really see how these two teams had such good game plans going into the game, and how DRX, even though like it kind of pains me to see that they had no flanks the entire game, but they had such strong faith in their retake protocols that whatever FPX did, they just seemed to be so comfortable with just going together as a team and just retaking everything with the good utility usage and just pushing them back.
I really like your point around the flanks, because I think that was one of the big failures of them when they were playing on that Killjoy comp. They weren't really setting up those traps, setting up those flanks that are successful with that. They make a change, come out with a new composition here, and are quite successful, Seth.
Yeah, it was great to see here from DRX. A couple of sweaty moments there for me, you know, with FPX running it back, but I'm just glad that this was close. But much improved from DRX given what they showed versus Fnatic, the swaps, having Buzz go back over to the chamber here on this map, clearly working out for them in a good way. But FPX, it's not over yet for them.
Yeah, and what really surprised me was how well DRX adjusted to FPX's mid presence, because on the attacking side, DRX had virtually no mid presence, and just to see them adjust to how FPX was playing their game plan really surprised me.
Yeah, and this is one such example. To get shut down in mid, and DRX just played a really good retake. I was impressed with how they were playing in these retakes in the second half, especially with their composition considered there. FPX tends to be a team that's one of the best when they get in that post punt, particularly when they are playing on this raised composition. So I think DRX again is proving that under pressure, they can adapt. They've already broken through their curse, and they're really dedicated to going further in this event.
Yeah. Well, I mean, while I don't expect that we're going to be seeing the head-to-head in the same exact way with the Chamber v Chamber moving into Haven, unless DRX decides to alter the composition again. I mean, two players that we need to look at are, of course, going to be Artis and Buzz. Both of them have pretty similar performances overall, but Buzz eking it out just a little bit more, slightly fewer deaths for him. But, I mean, Artis is the guy that FPX needs to be able to rely on. Zipan had a wonderful game here himself, but Artis whipping a couple shots that normally we know he is damn good for, but it's not in the past series.
Well, and speaking of Zipan,
Artis যে ম্যাচে ভালো খেলবে ওই ম্যাচে আনতে টাফ হয়ে যাবে Artis একদম পুরা কোপ দিয়ে দেবে
strong performance even in the loss on map number 1. I think this role on Raze continues to just be an incredible, comfortable one for him. This moment was absolutely absurd.
পুরা গান্ডা মারিয়ে দিল আল্টিডার
individual, pretty much no matter the role.
I think that was the moment that I started feeling like I was going to get boomed, just completely and utterly mentally broken. Zipan, I think he's had little bit of a rougher go in some of the last series, but he was a monster in the overtime rounds versus Exit in the last series. Now he kicks things off with his Raze and he's looking explosive. So if Zipman's going to continue to perform like this, and if Artist can find his stride, then I'm definitely going to become quite concerned for DRX's future in the series.
Yeah, you kind of always see the focus turn towards like Sugetsu, Shao, and Artist, the trio of them, but Zipan is really showing up this time, and he's just like showing the crowd, you know, I'm here. FPX is not just like a three-man show.
Yeah. Well, before we head into map 2, let's head into the Aim Lab shoot around for a little pre-game warm-up with RB. We're going to be following him around.
Yeah, I mean, RB is a guy who's had a lot of pressure.
Ore speed, ore dada amar to soke render hoitese nale martase ki jore. Headphone kill loise. Ore mouse er click. Fuck man. Kill shot already 30 second আছে already 55000 স্কোর ঠিক আছে
RB is one of those players
না তবে accuracy অনেক কম 83% accuracy খালি ক্লিক করে যাইতে আছে
for DRX. And it's when sometimes those outside factors start coming in, when he starts getting distracted, that we see the old RB that everyone
1 লাখে সারাই দেবে 1,10,000 সারাই দেবে দাইলো না পুরোপুরি ব্যাপার না
Yep, absolutely. Well, we are just about ready to toss it back into map 2. Seth, how are we feeling? You feeling good about the odds?
I think given that they were able to take
next
out,
map,
you know,
Heaven
box under the belt, FPX's map pick, especially considering the loss to Fnatic just a couple days ago, I am feeling relatively okay. But their Haven didn't really show much. It didn't leave much to be inspired about when they did bring it out versus Loud. But we'll have to see what they've done to adjust.
Yeah, I mean,
BenQ, what do you think it's going to take for them to turn this around on DRX and do what was done to them on their own map pick?
I believe that they really should just change things up completely in a way that Dumbros, there's no way that Dumbros can anticipate what they're going to bring out.
Yeah. But I think the same is true to an extent for the side of FPX. They haven't had to play this map since the playoffs of Copenhagen, since the grand finals of that event. So they've had plenty of time to go back in, make a new change. But I don't actually know if I expect them to make a pivot. They were playing the Fade Raze comp with the Sage, something that gained a lot more prevalence during the regional LCQs. They were kind of the ones to innovate on that map. But they've shown a lot of different looks in the past. So I think for both these teams, actually, it's going to be a tough one to prep for. But FPX do definitely come in as the bigger question mark.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they're going to stray away from the Killjoy here. It's, you know, we've seen that in and out.
Mine is single.
Mini is single?
I think
Mini is single.
But I'm curious to see if they stick with that or maybe have even RB flex over to the chamber, which we have seen from him from time to time when they play on Breeze. You could absolutely have that work.
শুরু করো দাদা তাড়াতাড়ি শুরু করো
having explosive performances. Otherwise, another big adjustment that you could do would be have Buzz yet again run chamber on this map and then have RB go for Raze, because he in his own right is an incredible Raze player.
Yeah, what do you think, BenQ? Is there a comp that you lean heavily towards on this map?
I'm always like a big fan of how they run their Breach and Killjoy together in terms of how they get into the bomb site and always execute it. But it's going to boil down to if FPX is going to allow them to have that kind of control to execute into those bomb sites. But I believe that DRX, they have to have one of
सबकी माचो করে দিতে হবে বুঝাইতেছে सबकी মাচো করে দিতে হবে একদম
combining utility in a way that their duelists can just create so much space when they go into the bomb site.
Yeah, last time it was Buzz on the Jet. We've seen even in the history of this matchup how good that can be for DRX to have. When they beat FPX on Ascent, it was Buzz on that agent to pound.
All right, let's jump into our Prime Gaming agent select and see
let's go Heaven na
or not. Who's going to be playing
Killjoy, Fade, Omen, Breach, Jet, Viper, Heaven. আসলেও ডাবল কন্ট্রোলার হেভেনের মতো ম্যাপে সোভারেজ সবই ঠিক আছে ভাইপার কেমনে এই ম্যাপটায়
particularly in NA, with teams starting to pick up this Viper. I've always liked the ideas, but I feel like people have struggled to find that good implementation. The other big question mark is Chow away from the Fade. They don't want that Fade Raze combo. Instead, he's the solo initiator in this composition. Haven's meta has been defined by these multi-initiator comps in recent time.
BenQ, if you see this, and this is a pick that you really don't expect to happen, what are you thinking? Are you thinking they must have a plan to use this to its full potential?
I wouldn't be too surprised because I've really practiced against the Viper on Haven in my region, so I kind of know that I'm pretty sure you see any of the rounds you're gonna see a Viper wall that extends out from.
কেজে ঠিক আছে, ব্রিজও ঠিক আছে, ফেট ঠিক আছে, সব ঠিক আছে জেড। ওপি পিক।
How would you rate Viper on Haven out of 10?
If FPX is
আমি দেব 5
That's still not great.
5 6 close
Not great. And what are we looking at here on the side of DRX?
5 6 দুইজনের রেটিং
Looking to you, Ben.
আমার 5 or 6 বেনকেট চলে চলে পাশাপাশি
It is what they're comfortable with, and they have find so much success with the way they play this. Then I'm not really surprised that they're not changing it up, but I have confidence in
একটু সাউন্ড বাড়াই দি।
Yeah, this is a comp that really puts the pressure on Buzz to perform. It also enables him so well to perform. You have the Omen Paranoias. You also have that breach in action. This is where this guy absolutely thrives.
All right, we're all set for map 2. Let's find out if this one can go the distance and send it to map 3. Let's send it back to Doug and Bala.
চলো 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 চলো।
Thank you, Chrissy. I think I echo the sentiments of everyone at home, everyone in the venue, and I say good night. I really hope we go to map 3, but Viper on Haven doesn't instill a ton of confidence.
Yeah, it's funny because they're risking their entire tournament life, their champion's life, their year to end because they go for an off-meta pick, and I'm surprised they didn't mention that to BenQ because he's well known for doing that in Copenhagen. So FPX picking a Viper here is super interesting. They're starting on defense, and I'm wondering.
চলো 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 জোশ ফিরে আসতে হবে।
For something out of left field once again. It's gonna be hard. I mean, DRX's attack side is so.
খেলার জন্য রাতের খাবারও খাওয়া হয়নি, 12টা বেজে গেছে।
Finding so much value and so many.
এই ম্যাচে শেষ করে দিতে হবে DRX। চলো চলো এরপর রাতে খাবার খেতে হবে।
Finding a different path. And it all comes down to this for FPX.
Remember, tournament champions just a little bit ago.
অলরেডি তো ডিসঅ্যাডভান্টেজ হিসেবে বলা যায় ভাইপারকে, বাকিটা দেখাই যাক।
DRX is starting off with what BenQ said, the bread and butter. Buzz going to lead the charge, and they're hitting the C site.
There are a couple of members here. See the fault line through. Buzz has already gotten up though.
Manages
to get a second. But he's been overwhelmed. He's been outnumbered. Sax is going to get the spike down.
Tiri.
All he has is a little bit of utility left. Mako throwing the shoulder. Artist on the other side to swing.
আরে নাইস। আরে না নেটটা কাজে দিল না। 1v2.
No smokes to cover him.
Yeah, well, I mean, he doesn't have anything. He's
got
just got one smoke up.
This is actually very doable here for Mako.
No.
Taking any inch that he could possibly get a shot and try to keep them back.
Fuck.
He's gonna get FPX first round.
HYPEX এমনি তো পিস্তল রান খুব ভালো খেলে। নাইস। যাও।
So that didn't provide any value.
Yeah, it felt really far out.
Yeah. That's DRX classic actually. Like
পুষ্টি চু করে দাও ওদের। না কি করতেছো DRX, একদম চু করে দাও।
Well, we have the DRX stat on the line as well. You do have to note FPX. The only time they played this internationally with their starting 5 was against HYPERX in the grand finals, and they lost that one. They were relying on it a lot at Copenhagen during groups when they had their sub Cider. So pulling it out at the last moment here, knowing DRX is going to pick it into you.
ভাই দিয়েছে আমাদের আরডিস।
Artist holding mid with Marshall, no armor on the side of DRX whatsoever.
আরে রাশি ভালো, একটা গেছে দুইটা যায় না শালা।
Given the decay that's going through, but no utility spent to deny.
Dude, Artist is so bold to continue killing. But look at DRX, they fully sent it!
Artist, what?
But Artist has gotten 3 and now he's close by. Artist with 4 on the round!
নাইস আরডিস। কি খেলা দিল আরডিস।
What a play from DRX.
DRX ভালোই তো খেলছিল, ঝাপায়া পড়ে একদম পুরো কোপ দিয়ে দিছিল না।
But no one surprises Artist. Still has that Marshall.
আরডিস জ্বললে উঠছে, আরডিস যদি জ্বললে ওঠে তাহলে একদম।
He was re-challenging him, but they never look at him. And when they finally do, it's too late.
There's too many people on that side. The swap is clean too.
Sheesh.
And note, the Viper pit or the Viper wall that they're using is to control this A side short and sewers, but also B. And there's no fade to use the C's to combine with the nade, but it's still getting put down by Zipon to control this A lobby. And they've got full of it.
And it puts Artis in such an aggressive spot into short.
Buying ground চলে যাওয়া যাবে না buying ground.
Meanwhile, you could also see
Buying ground মিস হয়ে গেলে কিন্তু একদম গান্ডা মারা সারা.
is top C on that garage. It's a one way for them.
Buying ground লাগবে.
DRX love to go
Badly knit.
And Zipon seems to be wise to it. You see him playing just outside of garage. First gun round for DRX.
কি একটা চাকুলে ঘুরে দেখতে বিশ্রী দেয়.
Angel has not put a new smoke down. Use the first one at A lobby. And since then he hasn't used them, so they're going to be there for this hit, but Sugetsu's just rotated off.
Yeah, and you can tell Angel was thinking about it too. Prowler in the garage, the cloud burst, that should draw the rotation back. There's that one way that you were just mentioning, and Buzz just fully goes into it, challenges what's on the other side, but RB just rips him to shreds.
Shao's going for it even more.
RB on the spam, he's gotten 3 on the round, but Shao's gonna have to do it by himself.
1v3 তাহলে চলে আসবে round. Nice boys.
DRX find their first.
Sheesh.
That's a really good job of DRX actually. Not necessarily themselves being proactive at pulling the rotations, but being able to pull the rotations.
DRX.
Eventually they find
DRX.
Getsu's not close. Yes, there's a molly landing at their feet.
RV একদম পুরো মেরে দিস.
From the A link outside of B, only spotted one, and that called the rotation over because he was working his way up B. And usually
RV পুরো পুত করে দিয়েছে, পুত করে একদম. এই রাউন্ডটা আনতে পারলে একদম জমে যায়. এই রাউন্ডটা নিয়ে আসো. তোগুলো শট দিলে একটা শট লাগলো না. এতে স্পামিং এর লাভ কি?
Note here, RB has his ultimate.
Hyper hold করতেছে. ফ্ল্যাশ দিয়ে পিক দিও নইলে গান্ডা মেরে দেবে.
And remember, no breach in this comp, so it can't be broken easily.
আল্লাহ আল্ট ধরে বয়ে রয়েছে এর মধ্যে.
Two shots already through, space given away, but Buzz creeps forward. It's actually Sugetsu who's able to hold the line for now. You see the ball line go right beside him.
এই রাউন্ড আনতে পারবে না. এই রাউন্ড DRX আনতে পারবে না.
And there's nothing doing there.
That's the type of round you want.
হবে না খানের ছেলেদের দিয়ে. বাজ জল কি যেন বাজ না তো? আরডি জুলিয়ার্স একদম আরডি জুলিয়ার্সে একদম ভরে দিচ্ছে. আচ্ছা মতো ভরে দিচ্ছে. ও ভাইপার বল দিয়ে বি এ একদম সব কভারে. নাইস, রিয়েলি নাইস.
At the beginning of the game to discuss what's possible. Now you see it. Now you see how Sugetsu is using
time out. নিয়ে নাও একটু বুদ্ধি ঢুকাও আর টিমমেটরে দুই একটারে গালি মালি দাও. বালসাল খেলো হালারা, কানের ছেলেরা গালাগালি করে ঠিক করো.
For the Korean representatives before, we'll see if they can do it again. They find themselves down 2 rounds early in the face of this composition that is again very uncommon, very unconventional, very unheard of.
Yo, you're interrupting his vlog.
Let's go DRX.
The fans trying to get behind the DRX squad, behind the Koreans.
What is the response? Remember, they still have RB's ultimate. So you see now, they've got Mako's too, but the buy's not going to be great.
It's a really difficult time, actually, now that we see the ults back online as well.
Eco, that means I don't know যাইবে.
Be thinking about how to counter
চারাক.
the pit that Sugetsu has up. He's running all the way towards A. And there's more than just that.
সেইটা খুবই বাজে অবস্থা.
Last time on the eco, DRX went straight into B, and looks like they want to do the exact same thing.
And they're going to walk in for free too. They're also going to challenge Link. You see the paranoia out. Buzz has to give some of the space back. Mako gets the spike down.
এসে প্ল্যান করে পুরো আরামসে বাইরে গেছে নাইস বীর এই খেলাটা তো সেই সেরা চ্যাম্পিয়ন জ্বলতে আছে ওস্তাদের একদম ভাইপার আল্ট মেরে দিয়েছে আরে না
I know FPX won the round, but I'm losing my mind trying to understand what just happened at the end there. Did Mako get a 3K with one shot? Look at this. Oh, it was Angel first. Obviously missing the follow-up spray and then the double.
Oh, Sheriff দিয়ে একদম ভরে দিয়েছিল
That's pretty impactful. Hey, look at FPX's money. It's not that good. Sugetsu with just the Phantom. And don't forget, they got the pit out that time. So,
up dorse.
To DRX's side, they got the breach ult.
Hey, they have four. They have 4 ults.
Very much known to use that breach ult over towards A. But I wonder if they're hesitant to approach that side because of the
আবার বিতে ঢুকতেছে বিতে ঢুকে খালি মার খাইতেছে শালারা আবার খালি বি 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 ছাড়া কিছুই বোঝে না আরবি নাম যায় খালি বিতে
You know, maybe even that just being up is enough to dissuade them.
Well, they're not going to ignore the entire game.
তুমি শেষ
Clear out RB. It's a little trap here. His Phantom's definitely going to stick out. Has to turn it to the left.
There's nowhere to go.
He's alive.
Good night.
Hey, I'd be rather. And they didn't get any information about that either. I think they must have some inkling because of how aware, and I mean, they've got 3 players basically watching it. Artist, meanwhile, got the op and is just looking down. C-Long has his garage control as well with the trademark. So they're set up for it. Here's the breach ult. FPX, there's nobody actually getting hit by this except for Shao up heaven. The fast retake is on.
You see double paranoias as you're right. They swing right through. Buzz has gotten behind enemy lines.
No. Nice.
Drops to his death as he tries to challenge from heaven. And now Artist
Nice.
with an op in a 1v4. He's got to save that thing.
Oh, and he hears it.
The hunt,
RB.
yeah, the hunt is on. RB, who ate the molly at the beginning of the round, is
এই এর কো ফ্যান্টম নিতে হয় না খানের ছেলেদার হলা ফ্যান্টম হেডশট দিয়েছে 140
Not going to continue, actually. They're not going to continue to pursue.
Yeah, how bold do they get in this? They have some time still.
Either way. That was one. FPX was very prepared for that round. And DRX still brute forces their way through. And they follow up.
যাক স্টিল ভাই আছে 3 জনের ভাই আছে আর ওদের একজন আরবির ভালো টাকা 35 33 not bad 2v4 guys cheer up for DRX
The dart's up at that time but nobody's getting tagged. It's broken at this point. And Shao was just way too late because he was the guy who got breach ulted. So happy to eat it, but he's expecting his teammates to find value, and that's why he's committed to that dive. Meanwhile, still, I mean, they didn't really spend that much either. RB still has his Killjoy ult. And here's the first time they're challenging this A control.
The nade, the dart.
কোনো কিছু লাগলো না একটা নেট মারলো ডার্ট দিলো প্লেটার কোনো ভালো হইলো না এরাউন্ডটা তো নিতে হবেই 4v3 করতেই হবে যে কোনো মূল্যে
DRX, you're right, pushing into this. Artist with the op.
স্মোক দিয়ে দিয়েছে পুরা
Starting to pull back into A. I mean, they have 4 here.
It's for the most part, it's an eco. Just Artist with the op, so setting up for this. And don't forget, they don't have that massive coverage of the ult this time.
No. Pick this gun মেরে দেবে আরে
Second a warning, the paranoia. But they're committing it as Mako is ulted. The wall. The only thing keeping him back, and Mako gets the
ব্যাক দিয়ে কি ঢাইলো ও আচ্ছা শর্ট দিয়ে আসছে সরি ভাই রাউন্ড দিয়া মানে হারিয়ে গেল না
I need to. I mean, Mako TP'd right next to Artist, and Artist didn't even look.
ভাই রাউন্ড চলে গেল
And they still win the round. The guy who was potentially going to be the real big problem. Yeah, Mako's right behind
Literally behind him.
I mean, I've heard Finesse talk about how difficult
আরে
it is
স্মোকের
to
মধ্যে মেরে দিয়েছে একদম
but that just brings it to another level. Wow.
It's all about position, guys. All about position দিয়ে মেরে realize
Right before. So maybe that's a little confusing. A combination here with the Hunter's Fury off rip. Tried to paranoia from B, but look at Angel.
Mako's in trouble. Mako's in trouble. Mako's been spotted. The heavy aggression in A pays off for FPX as they're not done yet. Angel swinging around. The blades don't land, but Zest's bullets do.
Shao still here too.
4v2 is Buzz and Zest remain.
And Sugetsu's got his orb up. Look at this. It is brutal.
There's that one way that you were mentioning. Sugetsu holds the line around.
না খানের ছেলেরা কেন
Just brutal from FPX. That was a really nice
না
play. Not only
এটা কোনো খেলাই হলো না বাই রাউন্ড গান্ডেড মারাইতেছে এরপরে আবার বাই রাউন্ড এটাও খাইছে তার আল্ট্রা ছিল যেটা
He's literally down in mid right now. And if they weren't diligent with the fade utility there, he's getting two more.
Sheesh, good gameplay. FPX.
Second timeout used from DRX, their last of the game, and we're only round 9. Only round 9.
Perhaps a Hail Mary being called here. Something.
আরে কোন খানের ছেলে খারাপ খেলছে উঠতে গাল দিয়ে হালার ফালারে যার বাল খেলো খানের প্লা
It's only 4 rounds down. I think the big thing is obviously still trying to figure out exactly how to play against this complete audible.
এ কুসের বাচ্চা কই হালার ফালা পিছে বাল করো আমার শালা টিপস দে
Seen direct value too much except for maybe that last round. But
টিপস দাও না শালা না দূরো
indirectly on other sides of the map with the utility that Sugetsu's providing.
हां सबकी गन मार देंगे हां एकदम सुंदर मत बुझाइते আছে
I mean a lot of that. Remember that prior round before this was the first time they really took a lobby control at the beginning of the round. And then they get punished for trying to do it again. Mako getting caught completely alone in that last round.
The buy for DRX, not great. They do have some key ultimates to work with. But Buzz doesn't have play. I mean, they really have very little here.
ওরা হেভেনের মতো ম্যাপ পিক করছো কা শালায় খেলতে পারতেছ না আর সাইড পুরো ফাঁকা ও নাইস ওয়েপেনটা নিয়ে এনেছে ভালো ছিল আরে নাইস ও
They're still a shot at this.
No.
But they're so far up.
They don't know there's too many close.
Oh, and Zest is the only one further down. They don't know that Buzz is here. Oh, the shots don't land.
আরে বাজের বাচ্চা ব্যান্ডেল আছে কি স্যার আরে দুই হালে সুম্মি করতে আছে
Remember, they won a light buy already. And they get it close again. This time it's because the gamble in the direction that they're going at the beginning of the round works out. It's only Sugetsu. But there was so much that worked well. The Bucky RB had. And then the wraparound from Buzz, good too. Ooh.
That was clean up from Shao. Again, another setup to challenge A.
Look at this wall, it's different.
Wall. Yep.
All the way down mid, and that's a huge threat. Given that the Killjoy turret that RB's been placing always is looking for that mid walk down. Now they have to body check it. And they didn't even realize until now.
ও করে দেবে যাইও না এতে বলো একদম পুত করে দেবে
No clue what's on the other side of this right now. Finally the Prowler clears it, so it's all safe.
At least a little bit of it.
At this point though, it doesn't really give FPX any more value.
Zipman has ult here. You gotta be careful. They're all in there. The paranoia. There's the ult! RB's done! Oh, rolling thunder through!
Almost
but
dodged.
Was he able to get past it? No. Sugetsu tucked, safe. He's so patient. Waiting, baiting his team and anticipating the flank out! And Sugetsu gets 4!
কি খেলা কি খেলা দিল ভাইপার লইয়া ওহো এমজি
It is getting overwhelming. These rounds out from FPX. And it's not the rounds you expect.
He walked into him. He bumped him.
It's the gun round where they're dominating.
ভাই আসলে বাইরে আন্ডাও খেললো আরে একসাথে সব পুশ দেয় একটু হোল্ড করে খেল
And it's to the point now that DRX is going to
পুশ
force
দিয়া পারতি
every
আছে না ওর সাথে এরপরে পুশ দিতেছে তো বাল
Stingers out, pit down long seat.
They're once again going to push into A.
Look at Sugetsu. He's going all the way down his pit right now. If there's anything committed here to this A hit, he's flanking fast.
Buzz is tucked up into tiny.
ধরে আছে কিন্তু তোমাদের জন্য আরডিস
Had it for a few
আরডিস
rounds now.
কিন্তু গান মেরে দেবে তোমার
But they don't know someone's on the other side. He's got to be patient. He's got to be careful. A judge waiting, but it's too far away.
He gets out too.
They had the trap set up.
And look at the hesitancy from DRX to walk past this wall in short. There's just too much threat on the other side of it. Finally it falls, but at this point, starting to rotate back.
গেছে
no
গেছে
space to actually use his ult.
ম্যাপ এটা গেছে রাউন্ড ম্যাচ এটা গেছে কাল বেটে
And because they got the pick, perfectly comfortable to sit back now.
There's just so much control. Even if you take a rod, you're going to have to clear him out somehow.
Don't forget, Zipan has his nade here too to deny the plant. With 30 seconds left, it's dangerous.
30 seconds left.
Backs up, gives the space. There's a nade that you're just mentioning. The satchel too.
RB's off
Just
it.
to be sure. RB's managed to get one with the judge, and he is going to get the spike down. What a shot!
Ooh, what a shot.
He's been outrageous. Seth's down is so weak. Finally, we see that ult used. And Sugetsu has abandoned the pit. He's starting to challenge over on site. RB has fallen. Zipan has gotten another. Saxon's Zest so weak. Saxon, he's going to have so much before him. Oh, and it's a quick.
আলটি দিয়ে কোনো কাজই হইবে না
A sleight of hand goes his way.
FPX বলতেছে কাল বেটে কাল
We had a lot of questions around the Viper pick into Haven, and well, it seems to be working.
And it's funny too because I was with BenQ on the desk. The first thing I was thinking about was how you're approaching the attack side. And there's clear value to it on that half. 9-2 already. And this is looking very far gone for DRX so far. Again, let me remind you, even if they start a little comeback in the second half, they have no timeouts that entire time.
They're flying blind. Early paranoia. And again, a fight for a main.
Odin Osri walo
Angel's going to take long, and he's going to continue to push alongside Zipan. While DRX really not interested in that right now. They have the alarm bot to cover and make sure there's no flank coming around. They can focus more so on C here.
Smoke just put down on B might deter them a little bit more. But there is a lot of presence here for FPX over towards A.
They might rotate back.
Plenty of opportunities still to decide what to do. 1 minute left. But the thing for FPX is they're committing so many bodies on this side. The flank will have to come fast if they commit anywhere else other than A.
আরডিস একদম কোপিয়ে দিচ্ছে 13 পাস দেশে one way Viper.
Nobody's following up with that. Marco with 2 huge entries.
He's weak. He's gonna ult. He's going back sight. They have full sight control.
But look at the flank.
Spike planted.
I think RB's utility just went down, so I'm not sure they're really aware of this. It's triple
nasty
flanking right now going on.
The drone to clear out garage. You see the smoke instantly as a response, while the rest of them are going to try to make their way down long. But there's utility there. Zipan's already gotten one.
Huge drone too.
How much more can he find? Smoke's concealing the positions of the remaining DRX players. This FPX has to go forward. The tap, the success holds. But Xiao, can he do it himself? A 1v2 utility in his face, but he manages to dodge at the halt.
Nice wall bang. 9-3 অবশেষে.
Through the box there from Zest and Stacks too, just committing to it.
লাভ হবে না যদিও.
Solid idea from FPX, but it just does not work out. DRX It's 9-3.
9-3. The one way was good. The comp is good. FPX looks good. Let's throw it down to the
তুমি
desk.
ওদের অ্যাটাক দিতেও তো টাফ হওয়ার কথা
Thanks so much, guys. An absolutely dominant half by FPX on DRX's map pick. One player I think we should talk about, Mimi, though, is Sugetsu.
Yeah, I mean, this guy comes out and makes a crazy choice in pulling out the Viper here, but has looked really incredible with it.
He's just been utterly dominant. Like,
3 KD.
Half from him, the trigger discipline as well to be able to scoop up that
Fuck.
way over at C, just tucked into the corner. DRX just getting a little bit sloppy. They don't check for it whatsoever, and Sugetsu is able to just go ahead and take complete control of the round. I love the setups. The one ways there to cut off garage vision and everything, just to make easy pickings for artists. Look fantastic. My biggest question though is how is this going to look? How are they going to pilot on the attack?
Yeah, so especially on this round 5, which I like to call the battle of the minds, you know, after they took that tech pause, I believe FPX would have said that they didn't have enough A-long control and they were anticipating DRX to hit A, but DRX made the counter call to go into B with that round. But FPX just had such a strong retake protocol on that, and it's the first time we really see the Viper's pit used in a retake.
Yeah, and that's a big question, Seth, as we look ahead towards the second half. How will the Viper play out on the attack? It's been a while since we've seen Viper played on this map when we get over to that side. And the big question is, what are they going to do? Because for DRX, they tend to be really heavy when they play this defense on holding down extremity control, holding down A lobby. This is where Buzz is getting most of his kills on this map. But now, you kind of have to change the style that you're playing when you're up against DRX, because I think their priority is going to be, when you're up against FPX on this comp, because their priority is going to be getting that spike down, playing the post one that's super potent with that Viper, and also having the opportunity to play strong with the lurk game when you have that agent in the mix.
Yeah, curious to see how this one's going to go down. I looked back. This is the first time that FPX have ever run Viper on this map, so it's already been a long time since we've seen it generally played on Haven, but it's a first look for FPX. So far, it's strong. We have to see how the attack goes.
Yeah, but I just want to be able to see more use of the agents in terms of elevation on the side of FPX, because they have the Raze, the Omen, and the Chamber. All 3 agents can just get up onto high places and just play like really uncomfortable.
It's his.
DRX. So
Doraemon.
To the second half of the map, let's throw it back to Doug and Bala.
Chala, second half.
Frothing at the mouth, chomping at the bit of the possibility of fracture. And I know we're not quite there yet, but we're so bloody close, Bala. FPX have to be able to close this map out in order to get there, and it certainly seems like there's the potential. We're going to get to see this Viper on attack.
PS এমনিতেই পিস্তল রাউন্ডে গড লেভেলে
And they're just going to challenge right into it. They're sending 3 into the lap of Artis. He's only able to get 1 as he's blindsided by Buzz.
And already you see the autonomy that Buzz needs on this side that the desk was mentioning, and Mako is well combining.
What a headshot.
Lobby control that FPX started with.
I'm liking that aggression out from DRX already. Mako's going to get spammed through, counting his lucky stars that he stays alive.
And he goes for even more. That was risky, but doesn't get punished. The advantage now for DRX, and already the biggest tool.
বসের মাঝে দেশে অ্যাড্রেস
At least the uncommonality of it.
Sure.
Certainly gone at this point. So the pivot is
already skillier artists.
Smokes to smoke off that alarm bot. But that means no smokes available here. And he's bought a sheriff too, so that's not coming up for another 40 seconds.
Xiao choosing to hold onto the drone and them just contact in.
Zip on top.
No.
And the spike planted too. This guy has been so good. They're going for a setup to bait. All 3 players up close though.
Xiao and Angel close by. Angel looking around. Xiao may be first contact here. As the leader for FPX has to check every single angle of his way.
What a shot.
The first right in between the eyes. Looking for the second, dancing around the utility. Oh! It's actually Xiao who's in trouble. But Xiao gets it down to 1v1. It doesn't a bit ahead of the play.
Nice.
And not to state the obvious, but that was unbelievably necessary here for DRX. And it was so close.
ব্রো যারা হচ্ছে গিয়ে কি বলে ইউটিউব দিয়ে চালায় তারা ব্যান খাবে আমি টুইচ দিয়ে চালাচ্ছি টুইচ নো ব্যান
Takes him down. Back to that same wall. This one. I mean, this is flashback to 2021 Reykjavik.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you.
Remember the disrespect that DRX showed this wall in the previous round. Fully sending 3. This time, a bit more tempered, a bit more metered.
I mean, remember, Artis was there. That could have been easily 2 kills for Artis. So you don't want to be taking that risk every single time. Keep him on your toes.
You see the man on your screen right now, the only one with a weapon, trying to keep DRX on their toes, the stinger in his hand.
Angel with the sheriff again.
Angel's gone.
Yeah.
And I like how Artis
Nice
goes
one.
for the knife on the prowler. But they do get all the way up here.
2টো রাউন্ড আনতে হবে এটার পরে তাহলেই খেলা আসবে
The nice thing about it, he's avoiding and completely ignoring the wall.
Nice shots out of his ass. Oh man, he wanted more. He got a little greedy. He got a
Oh
little
no.
Get that bulldog too. It might be on top of the box. Yeah, Shao not able to recover it, so it's just Sugetsu.
3v2 তার মধ্যে একটার একদম এইচপি নেই Nice.
He's got to get into an aggressive position to really maximize the value of that weapon.
And he has to bait. For the player in the corner, Sugetsu. I like that they're going heaven. Maximize the range here.
Noise.
Wait, I missed. It missed.
On the drop, he's still concealed behind.
He's in the cubby.
Wall. The spam is there, but he still holds his nerve. He's patient, but there was way too much.
Ganda mar diya be.
But he took none of them.
And look, the fact that the 3 players of DRX there in that retake are so aware of that little cubby that's being put in there with the Viper wall is a really good sign. The little halftime discussion that they had about what exactly could come out from FPX with it already finding dividends. That's not what they were able to do on that first half. Took them a long time to adapt.
Well, the thing is, even if you manage to fall for that one, surely there's no way you
DRX.
No value was found from it. It's massive.
এই রাউন্ড আসলে একদম চুমু হয়ে যায় চুমু দাদা একদম চুমু
See an exchange of utility, and again, DRX continue to challenge this wall in A. Look at how far up Buzz is. Look at how far up Mako is. He's already cleared it. And a Prowler through.
সির দিকে যাইতেছে দৌড়
It's going to be way too late at that point.
সিতে সঞ্জে গেছে সিয়া
Where they're already disadvantaged.
গেল পুরো সাইডে দিস বোম বয় রহে না কেজার বাচ্চা কোনো
potentially swing with it if he's there in time. He just put down a smoke back on garage and
no.
Early warning system's not going to do that much.
Well, actually, Angel's back. He paranoias, and he's just going to get away. Tuck tail, try to stay alive. He sees the other paranoia swing right by him. Artist now has arrived. Reinforcements found. So much reinforcements. Artist falls. Can Angel do anything here?
Ooh.
Nothing.
Nice.
You mentioned the concerns around the bonus, and every single shot
Oh,
seems to
nice.
go wide for FPX. It's dependent on 1 before he swings around.
Oh.
But he only gets 1.
If he takes the just there, that's a 1 round.
1000%.
And he was so close. Look at the HP. Zest
Good
has
run.
30 HP. Zipan was so close. And they do convert the bonus. This was a problem for them. Before we took our little break, when they played their game against Fnatic, it's converting these bonuses.
Quarter round.
All right.
9-3.
The new spray in the game, and it's featured here in the crowd. 9-3 curse. Is it real?
Might be a bit too early to say, but DRX sure are making believers out of a lot of people.
They forced FPX to call their first timeout. I made a big deal about the fact they didn't have a timeouts of their own, and it's really important that they're doing this, forcing these ones out from FPX, because it gives a chance for Glow to instill a sense of game plan on this side. I think the nice part about switching the defense here for DRX is those game plans are a lot more fluid. It doesn't necessarily matter what FPX is throwing at you on attack. You're adapting to every individual hit.
Sure.
And not an entire multiply, like all sites are getting affected by Sugetsu.
Right. Certainly allows you to dial in a bit more to what you're seeing. Again, you heard during that timeout, the DRX fans, they're rolling deep, they're loud, but there's still so much work to go.
And FPX investing a decent amount here. Everybody with light armor. And remember what that costed them on Icebox. They got into a really weird situation when it came down to the gun rounds. So they have to find value here. They have to eat into the bank of DRX. And that's a great way to start it. Zip on all the way down. Short control has completely used this wall to its full effect. But look at the counter from DRX.
A 3-man flank through mid.
Trademark's going to spot it, but they are all the way committed. Do they have some protocol to hold this back? And is it going to weaken their actual retake hold in their post plan?
Look at how low Zipan is. And he's got his ultimate. They're going to see this flank attempt re-emerge as Artist tries to hold the line by himself. Viper's pit used from Sugetsu. A deep one too. And Zipan might be the trap that's laid. He's now pushing his way forward into the mid, repositioning as he's expecting the retake come through, and Artist re-challenges, but he goes Icarus, he flies way too close to the sun. Mako and Zez getting 2 massive kills. Spike ticking away, Buzz finds one, the pit should go down, and they just get destroyed.
Ooh, DRX, let's go, boys. 9-7, let's go.
Again, a stinger bot. The ult there from Sugetsu used as well.
Let's go, boys.
Same result. Thankfully, their loss bonus is quite high at this point.
The second challenge from Artist.
The thing with the Viper's Pit there is everybody who's within that Viper's Pit is not able to help. So you notice that haunt lit up 2 players. Those are the players who are not expecting to be able to have to deal with the haunt on their own because that pit is down. You can tell it's not as rehearsed for FPX.
They haven't really shown anything different out of this wall from Sugetsu either. I think every round on attack has been that one.
Sure, but there's still so many layers on top of it still to deal with. Shock Dart to clear out. Angel's on top as well. They're double pushing the high.
Paranoia to clear out A-Link.
They've cleared the site at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Xiao's Hunter's Fury, Zipan's ult too. And look at Artist. Once again, going on the flank. And the timing is going to work out, isn't it? Oh! Zipan finds nothing, but again, Artist's flank is everything. Oh gosh, missed a couple of shots.
Oh!
But Buzz finds 3.
The defuse is getting stuck right now. The mollies are, only one is out. Second one going out now, but they could easily stick this through. Xiao still with the ult though.
They've gotten it to half. The layers are there.
He's going for it.
Buzz is going to try to do it. They bait out the Hunter's Fury. Time is not plentiful here. Buzz trying to dance around it, but he's going to take too much damage. He has to pull off every single time.
They're sticking.
There's no way.
They got it.
They dealt with
Nice.
DRX making a quick case.
9-8, Cora, share, brother.
Still here to close out this match.
Share.
What a round from Buzz.
What a round.
Oh my goodness, that shot on the Artist. And the final nail in the coffin stacks as well. The failsafe.
Nice.
DRX, so close to tying it up right now. So close to making the case. And this Viper was absolutely not fruitful.
What a comeback, man.
What a comeback.
The resiliency shown by this team throughout this tournament, with the exception of one series, the Loud series, has been ridiculous for a team that has gone through so much trials and tribulations in terms of pressure getting to them.
It often ensues around those moments. Mako repositioning around the nade. He's going to spot so many players. So much utility, and that's a spike. The Paranoia out, and it's going to hit so many members. It stalled it, but Angel goes
nice.
And he dies. Artist is taking garage. Nothing.
Nice. Artist. Barbar flank. পুর মধ্যে ভরে দেব একদম ভরে দেব বারবার ফেলাং নাইস 9-9 বেবে চুমু 9-9 বলতে
And the game is all tied up. That right there, classic DRX round.
আর্টিস্ট চুপ হয়ে গেছে আর্টিস্টের মুখ বন্ধ হয়ে গেছে
Got the hit from FPX. Yeah, the paranoia's coming through. There's the fault line to stun Zipon. He's alone. Angel gets flashed by Stacks there. Moments before Mako goes out and swings.
4 kill minute.
And they know what's about to happen. They know they just tied up the game. And forced an eco here. This is the chance for them to take the lead.
You want to play? Let's play.
এবার হবে মিড দিয়া রাশ
6 rounds in a row.
মিড রাশ হবে এবার মিড রাশ
Why this is the map that they chose, why they feel comfortable here. Buzz with the op, and they're going to challenge him. Artist has a tour force on the other side. The Prowler cleared out. No shot fired.
no.
He has no choice otherwise.
আরে অফ দিয়ে দিয়েছে Oh nice.
It's all there. Buzz, long may he reign.
Just shutting down every single approach. And remember what I said about DRX and how they're interrupting the op ability of artists. FPX is doing the same thing to Buzz, but he still does not care.
আরে পুশ দে একদম আছে গান্ড মারে দে একদম পুরো গান্ড মারে গাল লাল করে দে
The lead is gone.
Patch.
And we just came back from halftime.
Patch.
I mean, that feels like 2 minutes ago. Look at this. Nade combo in the back with the Viper Molly, and Buzz just moves out of the way.
নেবে না টাইম আউট নেবে না টাইম আউট
On these executes that Buzz is ripping apart. And Angel
কি খেলা দিল দাদা আমি তো বলে টাইম আউট তো নিবে বহুত মার খেয়েছে
DRX is 3 rounds away from achieving the best performance from a Korean team since our very first global tournament. 3 rounds away from tying Newturn at the very, very first Reykjavik. Their best result. They already hit that notch. And they're trying to take it 1 notch further.
No FPX, DRX only, DRX.
This FPX team has shown so much magic throughout this tournament and against this team. And the crowd trying to hype them up a little bit because they need it. Not a single round won so far on this attack side. Not a single round.
Let's go, let's go.
Just what a performance from DRX. And again,
what a performance.
Historically comfortable in
nice.
with backs against the ropes.
Buzzer blade আছে.
Really but survival before them. And it's just been nothing this half.
There's an easy way to push Buzz off the angle. And DRX look like they want to try to fight back against the wall, which they haven't really done so far. They've been really relying on.
Like कर दो guys, क्या कर रहे हो? Like करो, like. Stream like कर दो.
Cautious from FPX to use that dart to clear out Buzz potentially on the backside of those bricks. He's in a very artist-esque position right now.
Speaking of which, you see him on the mini-map playing towards B.
अच्छा.
A little bit of info. And they're going to rotate back.
टाना 7 round win. Ooh. Nice बोलते.
Hurt at this point. Angel still has some utility, so they can try to smoke it out.
One way smoke. Okay. Nice. Side में देंटी हुए गया चे पूरा अरे ना खाने से लड़ा तारा यार.
In the post plan is significantly less. No Hunter's Fury. Only 1 moment.
अरे खाने से लड़ा तारा plant I guess.
Who's the catalyst for FPX? Who stops the bleeding? Who's the band-aid?
Where are you?
First shot fired, Buzz with the op, still holding things out. Just, oh my gosh, I thought that was a hit. Artist
No.
Buzz creeping forward. Shao still close by, blades in his back pocket.
Always out.
Mako has gotten into half, and he's gonna sink it the whole way. He's just
Defuse.
FPX look lost.
Let's go. Let's go, boys.
Scratching their head because where did that Molly go?
Bhaiya se bhar.
Definitely fired it off. Maybe he used it really early.
Molly da asholo gelo koi.
It went over to the left. You just saw it get used. He's using it to try to delay them getting in the
Are dore thak hamare cover de. Are nice. Are nice.
2 rounds now.
Oh.
And you've seen it so many times on their face. The reactions from FPX, they just have no clue what to do.
And that's a scary place to be, man.
Angel's ulted. He's all the way up in heaven right now. And the aggression from DRX right now might get punished. The drone to push him back, they have to go through that wall. And they can't retreat. There's no way forward.
He's so bold! Buzz uses the blades. Shao close
Mar.
Yeah, the spike's been planted, but Shao's in a world of hurt.
Are nice.
It was ugly, but that's okay. It
Nice.
The trains are huge, but they're coming fast behind them.
They're flanking the flankers. Sugetsu's there, and he's
Oh.
Cesta's wise to it!
এখানে ছেলে বাড়ি দিকে
Has managed to get one, and he's gonna be flanking around.
Nice.
Artist has to do it himself, but one.
শেষ কাল বেটে কালানা 12 আর একটা রাউন্ড লাগে
Series point.
কালানা বেটে কাল
Strong. Fighting.
কোরিয়া স্ট্রং DRX স্ট্রং একদম করা স্ট্রং বসরি वालो
their entire careers.
ফ্ল্যাঙ্ক মারাও খালি
And it is 1 round away.
খালি ফ্ল্যাঙ্ক মারাও ফ্ল্যাঙ্ক তোমার ফুটকি দিয়ে ভরে দেব
Consistent teams at making it to global events, but so often they fall. Finally, last chance in modern VCT, and they're making history.
And they're making a play. 2 down mid. A little bit of early aggression, a little bit of early space to now. You've got Buzz holding that window too. Oh, you can feel the tension building. It's all just on the other side of this scope. Angel's no longer around. Buzz's shot's gonna miss, but he's gonna proc the dash. Takes another and gets away. A 4v4.
Equality achieved, but no space except for Artist. Look at him. All the way up.
And he has the chance to find so much value here. But Buzz on the other side, keeping things back. Artist 2, just there. No! Just 1! No magic! No Artist! Sugetsu and Shao. The dynamic duo for FPX in this 2v3.
And they're walking into a stack of Killjoy utility here.
30 seconds left.
And RB, who's blossomed so much in this role, in this tournament. But DRX mere moments away from putting them down. You see it. Oh, RB.
He has help.
Yes, he does. And it's massive help too. The challenge is there. They're going to swing right into it. They both fall! DRX has done it! They usurped
Oh, win DRX বেটে কাল খানের ছেলেরা
And DRX has sent them home.
What a comeback, boys. কেউ কখনো এরকম কামব্যাক দেখেনি What a comeback. What a comeback.
They're not done, man. You can tell they're not done.
What a comeback, guys.
Top 3 and how much further.
Guys, like kar do is. Like kar do. Nice.
After so many questions about when are they going to bomb out, are they going to
So hey there, এরকম করে দেখতেছ। এরপর না মাইট ডেজা দিল।
At this point, you have to stop asking those questions because you could see it's possible for them to go all the way. They got a rematch scheduled now in the lower bracket final against Optic. And boy, is that going to be a treat.
The conversations that we've had around the adjustments that DRX have made, stacks back on IGLing, RB changing roles. It's all coming together at just the right time.
Buzz bringing back the Korean Jet to the highest of talking points. matching the best Korean finish so far. And this is what was hailed at the beginning of Valorant as a dynasty. As the guys who were going to take over the scene. It's this squad, man. Finally, they're delivering.
They have.
Oh, they have.
They have.
I mean, how many times? Silenced Fnatic, silenced the Turkish crowd, silenced FPX. And honestly now, what more can you do except convert? we just hop on Achilles' train. I mean, they look so good in this game.
What a performance, man. Again, a complete effort. And even in the face of the wrinkle, in the face of the Viper on Haven, and how would that work out? How are they going to use that to their benefit? I mean, the attack was non-existent.
Yeah, they handled it.
Did they ever?
And as Sugetsu leaves the stage as well, it'd be remiss to not mention the facts. FPX, reigning champions, gone now. Not a chance of a repeat. The only chance of a two-peat is Optic. And this is only the second time now that we don't have any EMEA teams within the top 3 at these global tournaments. The only other time was earlier this year at Reykjavik.
Face your fear! One enemy remaining.
We've seen so far the death of the terms of the minor regions.
Spike planted.
And it seems as well we're seeing the rise of some new
Get out of here.
absolute challengers to be contenders to the title.
Remember, that was a 9-3 half in favor of FPX. They didn't win a single bloody round after that. Not one. And it was off of heroics like this.
I'm just saying the Rioters have to be happy after that. They released that little sticker, and all of a sudden, first day of the new sticker.
Oh, it's all in the script.
I mean, at this point, yeah, it's written.
All in the script. It's all in the script. Finally, DRX exercise demons, spit in the face of curses, and move on to top 3. And as we were saying, they're not done yet.
Nope.
They still have a chance at making a run at this thing, at challenging for the crown. They've already usurped the throne, as we said. FPX has fallen. Now you all have to decide who the in-zone MVP is. Buzz, Mako, RB. I really feel like DRX should be there.
Yeah.
That's just like a total team effort, man, because they all came together. You talked about Buzz's Jet. Stacks the Korean breach on Haven, how good it was initially, how it's come full circle to get them to this point. It's just incredible.
But it's called most valuable player, not most valuable team. So you guys have to decide. Buzz, Mako, RB. There's a case for all of them, man. We just went through a 9-3 comeback, so a lot of people probably probably forgetting about Icebox, but that was 13-11, and I think RP was a big reason why that game was as dominant, not dominant, but as good as it was for DRX. But then Buzz.
You rigging the vote for RB? Is that what that was? A little recency bias, take you back a little bit further?
A little something.
I mean, it's well-deserved. Well-deserved indeed. Again, DRX advance in ways that nobody possibly could have expected. We're going to go to a break. We'll be right back.
The crowd is very fired up right now, chanting for FPX, waking up a lot more during this second match already.
The stadium is divided between these two squads, but only one can continue after this.
They're going for it.
Artis is still a problem, but it was a bait. Sugetsu cannot do it all on his own. They're going to go right back into it. Angel's already fallen, but Zipan's still here, and there are two beneath them, right before him, and Zipan does it again. Trying to make a play on the round. You see the pick go up, and it goes right back down as DRX take Icebox.
13-11. We're going to Haven next. That's DRX's pick. Whoa.
But look at DRX. They fully send in.
Artis, what?
But Artis has gotten 3, and now he's close by. Artis with 4 on the round. Sugetsu tucked, safe. He's so patient, waiting, baiting his team, and anticipating the flank out. And Sugetsu gets 4. Oh my God, Buzz gets another. It's all there. All hail King Buzz. Long may he reign. DRX has done it. They usurp the throne, take down FPX, and advance.
They had a second. Welcome back. That was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, and things are a little emotional on the desks.
What,
still.
guys, we're
Guys.
live. Hello.
Guys.
Hey, sorry.
Sorry. What's going on over there?
There's no biases on this desk.
Yes, there are.
Just a
Yes,
couple.
there are.
Just a few. What a game. DRX just, absolute domination. For a second there, it did look like FPX was going to dominate their map pick and DRX's map pick, that is, and take it away from them. But man, what changed? Like, DRX just came back and was like, no. It is our time.
I know what changed.